Chapter 1290. This situation was quite amusing. The three parties simultaneously tried to recruit Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's position was too advantageous. If he succeeded in the river, he would have a huge advantage no matter which party he joined. But Fang Yuan did not respond. He was too tired to speak. He stood on the riverbed and straightened his body, walking forward. He knew that nothing he said would change anything. Only by capturing Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun would he have the right to negotiate with the three parties outside the river. The distance between them was shrinking bit by bit. The immortals outside the reverse flow river watched Fang Yuan's every move. People kept raising their offers. There was a strange phenomenon. No one threatened Fang Yuan. Everyone knew that Fang Yuan was Lu Guan's identity on the surface. This Lu Guan had killed even Yelu Kun Xing. He had outstanding strength and had taken the initiative to attack, greatly offending the Lu family. It was clear that he was vicious and lawless. Threatening such a murderer would only produce the opposite of the desired result. I want to live, I want to be with Hongyun forever. Zhao Lianyun cried, wailing in her heart. She walked forward step by step with difficulty, each step was an inch at a time. I'm here, I'm right here. Don't be afraid, Xiao Yun, I'll protect you. Ma Hongyun's face was as pale as a sheet. He held on to Zhao Lianyun's arm, his vision darkening. With every step he took, he felt a strong dizziness, making him wonder if he would collapse the next moment. Where are you two going? Fang Yuan's voice came from behind Ma Hongyun. Ma and Zhao Lianyun trembled and turned around. Fang Yuan's hands were already on Ma Hongyun's and Zhao Lianyun's shoulders. At this moment, Ma Hongyun raised his head and roared. He pushed Zhao Lianyun and slammed into Fang Yuan, no. But how could Fang Yuan let Ma Hongyun have his way? His failure to deal with Wuxia and Zishan Makoto had already made Fang Yuan quite angry. Dealing with Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, a mortal and a false immortal, was naturally a piece of cake for him. After a series of moves that dazzled Ma Hongyun's eyes, the two of them were subdued by Fang Yuan with one hand each. One on each side, they were clamped under Fang Yuan's armpits, unable to move. Ma and Zhao came to their senses and naturally struggled with all their might. But at this time, Fang Yuan's extremely cold voice rang out, "If you move again, I will kill the person you love the most." Immediately, Ma and Zhao froze, looking at Fang Yuan with an incomparably terrified expression. Fang Yuan's words immediately grasped the weakness of these two people. Fang Yuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and continued forward with a captive in each hand. In this dangerous situation, at this moment, Fang Yuan forcefully found a chance of survival. He looked at the sky outside the river and said loudly to the three sides, "Now we can have a good talk." "Ha ha ha, kid, you are not bad. With my demeanor in the past, everything can be discussed." Old ancestor Shuehu laughed loudly. "Don't be rash, Central Continent can satisfy all your conditions." Wei Lingyang followed. "Boring." Mao Li Chiu curled its lips and lay on the ground, wagging its tail leisurely. Black Extremity laughed bitterly, "Lu Guan Yi, what do you want, just say it, ugh." At this time, a sudden change occurred. Ma Hongyun suddenly stopped breathing. He died. The immortals were shocked, there was dead silence. For a moment, even Fang Yuan was stunned. "I clearly didn't use any strength." "No, Ma Hongyun died from exhaustion." He held Zhao Lianyun and moved forward, unrestrainedly squeezing out his essence, qi, and spirit, surpassing his limits again and again. In the end, not only was his physical strength exhausted, even his spirit was exhausted. After being clamped by me, the moment his body relaxed, he instantly died. Fang Yuan quickly understood. This sudden change caught him off guard. Ma Hongyun died. The immortals gasped. "Damn it! Lu Guan Yi, you actually killed him, I will pull out your tendons and skin you alive, you will die a horrible death. Old Ancestor Shui was furious, he roared at the sky with bloodshot eyes. Once Ma Hongyun died, his fortune rivaling heaven dissipated. That was to say, only a living Ma Hongyun had huge value as an immortal material. A dead Ma Hongyun was merely a rank 5 Gu master. This was also why Lady Wan Shou had been trying to refine Ma Hongyun alive, and not kill him first before slowly refining him. Like the Spring Dream Fruit Tree, Luck Path immortal materials had their own special characteristics. If it was a living Luck Path immortal material, it had to be kept alive. When refining Luck Path immortal Gu, the living refinement method was needed. Ma Hongyun, Bai Chen Tian, Wei Ling Yang, and the rest were dejected. Little worm, you actually clamped Ma Hongyun to death, you clamped him to death. Mao Li Qiu's voice was even louder than old Ancestor Shuihu's, it had a ruthless expression as it bared its sharp teeth, it was furious and its fur was bristling, it wanted to pounce on Fang Yuan and eat him alive. Ma Hongyun died just like that? Don't worry, I still have Zhao Lianyun. Fang Yuan suppressed the shock in his heart. Zhao Lianyun's face was covered in tears. Hongyun. Hongyun. The person she loved the most had died in front of her eyes. The unparalleled pain and sorrow were like a tsunami that swallowed her whole. But she could not scream, she could not shout, she could not make a sound. She could only scream and scream in her heart. It was not easy, she had gone through so much trouble to reach this step, she had just met Ma Hongyun not long ago, but they were separated forever. What could Zhao Lianyun do now? Her tears flowed down, the sorrow was etched into her heart, the pain was heavier than death by 1,000 cuts, her body was shaking intensely. Oh no! Fang Yuan quickly attacked, wanting to knock Zhao Lianyun unconscious. This was to prevent Zhao Lianyun from dying from excessive sorrow. However, just as Fang Yuan's hand was about to land on Zhao Lianyun's neck, a blue light shone from Zhao Lianyun's body. Rank 9 Love Immortal Gu. At the crucial moment, it displayed its power again. This aura, Rank 9 Love. Wait, didn't they say that Gu worms cannot be used in reverse flow river? Flood Extremity shouted. Mao Li Qiu rolled its eyes, are you stupid? How can there be absolutes in this world? Reverse flow river is a secluded domain of heaven and earth, because it is filled with wondrous Dao marks, Gu worms cannot be used. But rank 9 immortal Gu are not Dao marks, they are fragments of the great Dao, reverse flow river's Dao marks cannot suppress them, the immortal Gu will show off. Save him, even if I have to sacrifice my life. Zhao Lianyun was overjoyed, he shouted in his mind. But Love Immortal Gu could not be controlled, the blue light brought Zhao Lianyun to the sky, he escaped from reverse flow river. Next, he went to Bai Chen Tian and Wei Ling Yang, he was so fast that the others could not react in time. Ma Hongyun's corpse was left behind. Fang Yuan held it tightly in his hands. Even though Ma Hongyun was dead, his soul was still in his body. But old Ancestor Shui who had already lost interest in this corpse. If reviving Ma Hongyun had any use, Lady Wan Shou would not have to use such a difficult live refinement method. Mao Li Qiu stared at Fang Yuan with hostility, baring its fangs. Fang Yuan had just grasped the opportunity, but who could have expected the situation to change, causing Fang Yuan to fall into an even more dangerous situation than before. Such an accident, it must be the work of Providence. At once, Fang Yuan realized. He fell into reverse flow river, all his immortal Gu were useless, so much time had passed, Providence's arrangements showed their power. First, he was swept into reverse flow river, then Zishan Mikoto, Ing Wuxia, and finally, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. Providence. Fang Yuan raised his head. At this moment, he was surrounded by enemies. Not only did old Ancestor Shuihu, Mao Li Qiu, and Central Continent's Gu immortals want to kill him to vent their anger, Providence was also everywhere, trying to get rid of him, the biggest variable in the world. Desperate situation, then, what should I do? Fang Yuan's mouth was dry. But from start to finish, he was expressionless. He could not think of a way, just old ancestor Shui who alone was an opponent that Fang Yuan could not match. That huge sable was unfathomable, it had a huge origin, it was giant Sun Immortal's mount in the past. Not to mention the other Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan could not think of a way, he could only continue to move in reverse flow river. He could hear the shouts and screams of the Gu Immortals. Lu Guanyi, you will not escape death today. You have done too many evil deeds, in the end, your evil deeds brought about your own destruction, you ended up in this state, heaven is truly fair. Kill him, we need to kill him, he dared to ruin our plans. Do you know that you've killed someone you absolutely cannot touch? Today, you will die for sure. Roar. The dog-tail life-extending ferret roared at the sky, creating endless sound waves. If not for reverse flow river blocking it, it would have attacked Fang Yuan already. Is there no other way? Reverse flow river will wash me away, with my current methods, there is little hope of escaping. Fang Yuan was very troubled. He could only continue moving in reverse flow river. Step by step. He was already at the front, with every step he took, reverse flow river would flow forward a step, Fang Yuan was always inside the river. Reverse flow river had no end. This was a form of despair. But Fang Yuan did not care. In my life, I have experienced too much despair. Fang Yuan sighed internally. His gaze was still clear, he was still expressionless. Based on the current situation, it seems like I can only wait for the three sides to fight each other before I can take the opportunity to leave. Then I can only persevere in this river. Fang Yuan pondered. Step by step. As time passed, the Gu Immortals who could not wait for Fang Yuan to be washed away started to get impatient. Is he done yet? What's the point of walking in the reverse flow river? You're going to die anyway. Come out, you coward. I will slap you to death. You have no hope left, Lu Guanyi, even if you die, you will still have some pride. Some of the Gu Immortals snickered, some watched coldly. Chapter 1291. If you think that you will wait for us to fight and find a chance to escape, then give up on that idea. I, Shuehu, only have you as my target today. Do you know how much I paid to refine fortune rivaling heaven Gu? You ruined my cultivation plan, you are the person I hate the most in my life. If I do not kill you, I will not be able to vent my hatred. Old ancestor Shuehu looked at Fang Yuan eerily, his words were like cold water that poured on Fang Yuan's heart. But Fang Yuan was still expressionless. He was like a rock, a deaf and mute person made of iron, no words, be it threats or enticements, had any effect. Time passed, Fang Yuan continued to move forward. Unknowingly, the dog-tail life-extending ferret Mao Li Qiu's growls became weaker. The expression on the enormous violet mink's face changed. It spoke with a strange and incredulous tone as it looked at Fang Yuan, muttering, it can't be what? Black Extremity felt strange. At this moment, old ancestor Shuehu, Bai Chen Tian, and Wei Ling Yang's expressions also changed slightly. They sensed something too. Soon, the other Gu Immortals were also moved, they gasped in shock. Oh! This is the aura of a Gu worm? But it seems to be the same. What Gu worm? Impossible, does he have a rank 9 immortal Gu as well? Something is wrong. This is not the aura of an immortal Gu, or rather, it is incomplete, so strange. Suddenly, Yu Yizi's eyes shined, he guessed the truth, he said, this situation, he is refining Gu. A Gu Immortal scoffed, how can this be? Refining Gu in reverse flow river? Indeed. Gu worms could not be used in reverse flow river, unless they were rank 9 immortal Gu. Even though Fang Yuan had wisdom Gu, he was in Langya blessed land, he could not use any Gu worms, let alone refine Gu. Fang Yuan also sensed the mystical changes in his body. He was expressionless but his heart was shaking. It seems, he is really refining Gu. What is going on? Every time I move forward, the aura in my body gets stronger. What happened? Although Fang Yuan didn't know the specifics, he understood that this seemed to be his turning point. The situation was already terrible. No matter what, Fang Yuan was willing to continue trying. He walked on. One step after another. His steps were steady and his face was expressionless, but he gave off a strong feeling. Why is he expressionless? A Gu immortal suddenly asked. The immortals finally reacted. That was right. Other than Fang Yuan, everyone else had either twisted expressions on their faces, or were in extreme pain. They were either mad or weeping. Why was Fang Yuan so expressionless? The immortals were silent. They all knew that the person who asked this question actually wanted to ask another question. That is, why can this Lu Guanyi last so long? Moreover, he seems to be able to persevere for even longer, or even forever. How was this possible? Everyone was eliminated, washed out by the reverse flow river. Why was he still here? Why did he look like he still had some strength left? Why was it him? Why him? No one could answer this question. The Gu immortals were silent. A moment later, as Fang Yuan continued to move forward, the aura of the Gu worms in his body continued to grow. It had reached a limit. Soon, Fang Yuan's body started to emit a pure white light from inside out. To think that, it really developed to this state. Mao Li Qiu saw this and stared with wide-opened eyes. It was tongue-tied, unable to believe this scene. Grandpa Mao, what is going on? Black Extremity could not help but ask. Sigh. At this point, it doesn't matter even if I say it. Mao Li Qiu sighed deeply, showing a deep sense of defeat on its face. An immortal Gu is being created in his body. This immortal Gu is called perseverance. Mao Li Qiu said something shocking. Perseverance immortal Gu? Black Extremity was shocked. The other Gu immortals were not any better. The legends of Renzhua mentioned that Perseverance Immortal Gu is the key to conquering Reverse Flow River? Didn't it not exist? Yu Yi asked. No, it exists. Bai Chen Tian said. He was a Gu immortal of Celestial Court, he knew many secrets. And someone had once controlled it, that person was the Lord of Celestial Court, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Wei Ling Yang added. What? Everyone was shocked again. But Perseverance Immortal Gu's refinement method, we did not expect it to be like this. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable did not reveal it either. Bai Chen Tian shook his head and sighed. Of course he did not want to reveal it. Because this is a scandal in his life, he. Mao Li Qiu interjected, it seemed to be interested in anything that affected the reputation of Celestial Court. These words caused Shi Zhengyi to shout, nonsense, how dare you slander the name of an immortal venerable? To be able to challenge a legendary immemorial desolate beast, Shi Zhengyi's courage was praiseworthy. Many Central Continent Gu immortals were worried for him. Mao Li Qiu was not angry. Kid, what do you know? Immortal venerables and demon venerables have high cultivation level, but they are humans. Humans have emotions, they have flaws and weaknesses. Back then, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable charged into Reverse Flow River and was trapped inside, unable to escape. In the end, he stayed at the top for a long time and refined Perseverance Immortal Gu in his body. From then on, he conquered Reverse Flow River, becoming the first owner of Reverse Flow River in history. Reverse Flow River's first owner? Even old ancestor Shui who showed a shocked expression. This Reverse Flow River had been in his hands for a long time, to think that there was such a secret. In that case. At once, the immortals' gazes turned to Fang Yuan. Mao Li Qiu sighed, looking at Fang Yuan who was bathed in white light with a deep gaze, saying helplessly, that's right. At this rate, he is going to refine perseverance immortal Gu and become the second owner of Reverse Flow River. The immortals were speechless, they watched as Fang Yuan walked forward step by step. He was expressionless, no matter how many steps he took, Reverse Flow River would always flow below his feet, it was like the greatest mockery of fate. But he continued to walk. He had walked from the 500 years of his previous life, he did not know how long it would take. But he knew where he wanted to go. It seemed, no one could stop him. At the very least, there was no one who could stand in his way. 500 years in his previous life. Fang Yuan leaned on the bamboo building, looking at the village and Qingmao Mountain behind him. He clenched his fists, his young face was filled with hope. It is time to give up on the past. It is my good fortune to be able to transmigrate here. Because I can achieve longevity here. I need to make use of this rare opportunity. Otherwise, how can I face myself and this opportunity? Of course, right now, I need to improve my brothers and my living environment. That kid. After awakening. On the battle stage, Fang Yuan lowered his head with a furious expression. I was plotted against. Who plotted against me? They did not want me to defeat my opponent? The answer is obvious. Brother, give up, you are not my match. Because of our different talents, we are destined to be different. Guyue Fangzheng said happily. Fang Yuan turned around and left, his eyes filled with determination. Since the village does not nurture me, and uncle and aunt are purposely pushing me away, what's the point of me staying here? Could it be that I can become stronger and achieve immortality here? Why don't I leave? In the caravan. The bearded Gu master was dead. Fang Yuan stood in front of his grave. The young man's eyes were filled with tears, choking, Uncle Bearded, rest in peace. Thank you for the gift before you left. You said, when you were young, you wanted to be a person of indomitable spirit, like those legendary figures of the righteous path. When you were young, you felt that becoming a clan leader was not bad. When you were young, becoming a clan elder was already a great feeling. When you were middle-aged, you were exiled by the clan, and found that as long as you could support yourself and raise the goo worms on your body, you would be satisfied. I will not let my dreams wither with age like this. This world is too big, and we are all small characters, but I will do my best. I will always work hard. Childhood, youth, youth. Qingmao Mountain, the caravan, they traveled. Middle age, old age, they obtained lifespan Gu. Southern border, western desert, eastern sea, central continent. After spring-autumn cicadas rebirth, Qingmao Mountain, Three Kings Mountain, Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Imperial Court Blessed Land, Tian Mountain, Reverse Flow River. They traveled step by step, through wind and rain. Bai Chen Tian frowned, he stared at Fang Yuan's figure, thinking, what kind of willpower is this? Why is he so persistent? What is it that makes him so persistent? Old Ancestor Shuehu snorted coldly, a solemn light flashed in his eyes, he no longer had the disdain he had towards ordinary rank 7 Gu immortals, that means to say, 300,000 years ago, there was Genesis Lotus, 300,000 years later, there is Lu Guan Yi. Reverse Flow River Lord. Mao Li Qiu looked at the bright light on Fang Yuan's body, it was helpless, it gritted its teeth and scratched the ground with its claws, creating deep marks. Bai Ningbing and He Lolan's eyelids twitched, they were deeply moved. Zhao Yanyan woke up slowly, she looked at Ma Hongyun's corpse, which was held by Fang Yuan's other arm, tears flowed out of her eyes. She cried in her heart, Hongyun, how can you leave me? Without you, I am alone in this world. What is the point of me living? Do you know? How hard is it for a person to persevere alone? How hard is it for a person to persevere alone? All the Gu immortals present could answer this question. Because among them, some persevered because of responsibility, some persevered because of hatred, some persevered because of excitement, some persevered because of love, and Fang Yuan's answer? He was still expressionless, he continued to move forward without moving. I once screamed, but gradually, I could no longer make a sound. I once cried, but gradually, I stopped crying. I once felt sorrow, but gradually, I could endure everything. I once felt joy, but gradually, I became indifferent to the world. And now? I am only expressionless below, my gaze is firm like a rock, I only have perseverance left in my heart. This is me, a minor character, Fang Yuan's perseverance. The light shined brightly, it could not be looked at directly. Chapter 1292. I have revised this chapter many times, I did not hesitate to cut out many of the existing drafts, and in the end, I almost wrote it from scratch. In the end, I finally wrote some of the feelings in my heart. Without a doubt, the main idea of this plot is persistence. The legends of Renzu, as always, played a key role. A few days ago, readers who subscribed to the original version of this book might have seen some bad reviews from new readers when they were browsing Qidian's book review section. Actually, these are already considered good. Slander, abuse, curses that involve family members, reports time and time again. I started writing this book 4 or 5 years ago, and I've experienced this kind of thing too many to count. One of them is that an author who can write such a main character must also be a pervert. This point of view is too funny, and also a little sad. According to this logic, an author who writes small white novels is naturally a small white? An author who writes dark novels is naturally dark? Mr. Li Zhongwu who writes thick black novels is thick black? Then, I have written many stallion novels before, am I a stallion? Many people do not understand Fang Yuan, just like how they do not understand the original intention of writing this book. Fang Yuan has never let his dreams shrink. I have never forgotten the original intention of writing this book, which is to write about a villain. I know that most people are used to seeing decent, because it is easy, and there is no moral pressure. However, real life is never easy, and is mostly cold and cruel. So, I suggest many readers to read the preface of this book before reading it. I want to write about a villain, and to write about a villain, it is impossible to not write about cruelty and coldness. Many readers do not like Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. I understand you, sincerely. But to me, I love the main character Fang Yuan, and also the supporting characters, such as Bai Ningbing, Ma Hongyun, He Lulan, Ing Wuxia, etc. Because in them, they have their own will, their own brilliance, their own opportunities, and their own thoughts. They are living people, and they allude to some aspects of our real life. There will always be people who need to work hard, there will always be people who are especially lucky, and can reap benefits without putting in any effort, there will always be people who have a high starting point, there will always be people who are attractive and lovable. Society is like this, and the novel I write is to create a world, and it should be like this, to include these things. I, on the other hand, tend to believe in personal effort and the realization of personal self-worth. Therefore, the protagonist was Fang Yuan. I know that most of my readers are also inclined towards personal efforts and the realization of self-worth, so they love the character of Fang Yuan. Ma Hongyun's death seemed funny, but I thought it was inevitable. Tonight, Weibo News will do a special topic on Ma Hongyun, explaining and analyzing this character. I think that everyone living in this world should have a tolerant heart. We love the character of Fang Yuan, so why don't we take a look at the highlights of other characters? Just like in real life, there will always be people around us that we hate. But if we look at them from a different angle, we might be able to find something special about them. People with such foresight are blessed. Because he or she will be broad-minded and will not easily make oneself unhappy because of the external appearance. Wasn't it a beautiful thing to be able to live happily? More importantly, these people were open-minded and would not let their prejudices hinder their own understanding. If they looked at it this way, they would also discover some very interesting things in life. As for the book reviews from a few days ago, they could stand at a height and overlook these things. Thank you for your support. Fang Yuan has been persevering. I, the author, have also been persevering and have never given up. Once again, thank you for your continued support. Please subscribe to the original version. Such support can never be too much. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 1293. Perseverance. Immortal Gu was finally refined at this moment. Outside Reverse Flow River, the immortals witnessed this as they fell into silence. They saw that Reverse Flow River's water was rippling as it flowed slowly. A rank 7 Gu immortal with a young appearance, he wore a white robe, his hair was long like a waterfall, his eyes were deep as he stood in the water, his body was like the wind. He really refined perseverance. Immortal Gu. Bai Ningbing muttered with a complex expression. He did the same thing as Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. The Central Continent Gu immortals were still in disbelief. Look, he is no longer moving forward, he is standing on the spot, but Reverse Flow River is not washing him away. Shi Zhengyi pointed and said loudly. Fang Yuan shut his eyes, half of his attention was placed in his immortal aperture. A brand new Immortal Gu had formed completely, appearing in his immortal aperture. Perseverance. Immortal Gu. It was shaped like a stone tablet, it was huge, it was the size of a whale. It was wide at the bottom and narrow at the top, it was squarish and black in color, the edges were sharp and straight. Looking at it, one would think that it was a reef that would not fall for 10,000 years, or a rock that would not melt in lava. It was a very special Immortal Gu. In terms of size, it was the largest Immortal Gu that Fang Yuan had ever obtained. Rank 7 Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan could clearly sense the rank of this Immortal Gu from the aura that Perseverance Immortal Gu was emitting. It was neither rank 8 nor rank 9. Fang Yuan was happy about this. The higher the rank of an Immortal Gu, the better it was, there was no need to explain this, every Gu immortal knew this. Rank 7 Perseverance Immortal Gu was very compatible with Fang Yuan's rank 7 cultivation level. What does this Perseverance Immortal Gu feed? What effect does it have? How can I increase its usage? All sorts of questions appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. He did not think about it, he focused his attention on the outside. Outside Reverse Flow River, the 3 rank 8 existences were still eyeing him, the other Gu immortals were also emitting malicious intent towards Fang Yuan. With Perseverance Immortal Gu, I actually conquered Reverse Flow River. Fang Yuan soon realized that Reverse Flow River was like a docile kitten or puppy beside him. The immense pressure that he felt before had completely vanished. Fang Yuan didn't move. The Reverse Flow River had no effect on him. Not just that, Fang Yuan also found that he could use any Gu worms in the river, he could even freely open his immortal aperture's entrance. Alright. Fang Yuan was excited, he immediately stuffed Ma Hongyun's corpse into his immortal aperture. Ma Hongyun's soul also entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. His soul possessed the luck path true inheritance of all living beings. This was something that Fang Yuan had always remembered. Back in Imperial Court Blessed Land, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were both protected by the All Beings' Fate True Inheritance, and each of them obtained a portion of the True Inheritance's contents. Now that Ma Hongyun's soul has fallen into my hands, the portion of the Fate of All Beings' True Inheritance that he possesses is naturally mine. It is a pity that Zhao Lianyun had rank 9 Love Immortal Gu, I could not capture her. To Fang Yuan, Ma Hongyun's soul had a lot of value. But his body, even though it was not mortal and had been refined many times, it could only be used as a Gu material. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. If he could capture Zhao Lianyun, he might be able to use her to negotiate with the Gu immortals outside. But earlier, because of Love Immortal Gu's power, Zhao Lianyun escaped from danger and returned to Bai Chen Tian and Wei Ling Yang's side. Northern Plains Lu Guan Yi, to think that this battle would make you famous. Wei Ling Yang sighed. I want you to die, I want you to die. Zhao Yanyan screamed in a sharp voice. Her gaze towards Fang Yuan was filled with hatred and resentment. She loved Ma Hongyun, but now, she hated Fang Yuan even more. Lu Guanyi, even if you become the Reverse Flow River Lord, so what? Old Ancestor Shuehu sneered. Rascal, you are quite capable. But this is as far as you can go. You killed Ma Hongyun and caused me to fail before I could do anything. If you walk out of Reverse Flow River obediently, I will kill you with one slap. I will give you a quick death. Roar. The dog-tail life-extending ferret's eyes shined with a fierce light. Damn it. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He was the only person in Reverse Flow River now, but the situation was not turning for the better for him. It was like he was trapped in the Reverse Flow River. Even though he refined Perseverance Immortal Gu and conquered Reverse Flow River, he could not take the initiative and leave. Especially after losing Ma Hongyun and Zhao Yanyan, Fang Yuan was in an extremely passive state. 3 rank 8 existences, many Gu immortal experts, and Providence is vast and mighty. Fang Yuan looked around and found himself surrounded. His success in refining Perseverance Immortal Gu was too eye-catching. He became the target of everyone. Ha! Old Ancestor Shuehu suddenly opened his mouth and shouted, spitting out an icy cold wave. The cold wave quickly struck Reverse Flow River Mountain. Reverse Flow River flowed rapidly. The river surface shined as the cold wave was reflected back. Old Ancestor Shuehu dodged it, staring at the river as he sneered, Lu Guanyi, you ruined my plans. Surrender now and hand over Reverse Flow River. I can spare your life and make you my servant. But if you insist on going your own way and still want to resist stubbornly, I guarantee that you will suffer a fate worse than death. Saying so, he continued to spit out cold waves at Reverse Flow River. Reverse Flow River continued to reflect the attacks, but Old Ancestor Shuehu dodged them all. He continued to threaten, Lu Guanyi, if you think that Reverse Flow River can protect you, you are wrong. Even though Reverse Flow River is a secluded domain of heaven and earth, it has great power. It is a dead object. It will expend energy when it reflects the attacks back. Over time, there will be a day when the river will run dry. When that time comes, it will be your death. As Old Ancestor Shuehu attacked, Reverse Flow River started to expend energy. Even though it was only a small amount, at this rate, it would be used up eventually. Fang Yuan retorted loudly, Old Ancestor Shuehu, you are the number 1 rank 8 in Northern Plains. The ones who ruined your Gu refinement plan were Central Continent's Gu immortals. Furthermore, there might have been an ambush by Longevity Heaven. I just happened to be at the right time and appeared here by chance. You did not deal with these true enemies, you chose to deal with a minor character like me? Once he said this, Bai Chen Tian and Wei Ling Yang became vigilant. They retreated slightly. Mao Li Qiu grinned, rascal, you are really good at sowing discord. Old Ancestor Shuehu was slightly dazed, Lu Guanyi, you seem to have forgotten, this Reverse Flow River below you belongs to me. You stole my secluded domain of heaven and earth, you are my mortal enemy. You even caused Ma Hongyun's death, completely destroying my hopes. If I do not kill you, I will not be able to vent my hatred. Fang Yuan quickly said, Old Ancestor Shuehu, we are all Northern Plains Gu immortals. Among them, this large sable is from Longevity Heaven. These Central Continent Gu immortals are from the 10 great ancient sects or celestial court. They are all righteous path cultivators, only we are of the demonic path. Righteous and demonic path cannot coexist, we can cooperate. Yes, I seized Reverse Flow River and became the Reverse Flow River Lord by luck. But as long as we cooperate, I can lend Reverse Flow River to you. With me, Reverse Flow River will be much more useful to you than before. I did kill Ma Hongyun, but everyone knows that I did not do it on purpose. I only used my fingers lightly and Ma Hongyun died. He was overworked and exhausted, or maybe he received too much shock. He could not take it anymore. Without me, he would have died. I was just an innocent bystander. Now that he is dead, fortune rivaling heaven's effect is gone. I can understand why you want to take revenge on me. But you want to undergo tribulation, even if you kill me to vent your anger, can I help you? Saying so, Fang Yuan shook his head, continuing, not only can I not, it will also be detrimental to old ancestor Xuehu's tribulation. Because reverse flow river is so vast, even if you expend all of it, you will not be able to refine fortune rivaling heaven Gu to help you pass tribulation. Old ancestor Xuehu, you have a family, you are a formidable overlord, you are the #1 overlord of Northern Plains demonic path. If you die in the tribulation, even if you are heavily injured, it will make Northern Plains and Central Continent's righteous path enemies happy. At the same time, it will make Lady Wan Shou sad. Even though Snowy Mountain blessed land is destroyed and the Gu refinement failed, as long as you, old ancestor Xuehu, are here, we can rebuild a second Snowy Mountain blessed land. If the Gu refinement fails, we can loot and obtain the Gu materials to refine again. These righteous path Gu immortals have bad intentions, we can make use of them. I, Lu Guanyi, am of Northern Plains demonic path, I am willing to work with you to create a great cause. Fang Yuan's words were smooth and eloquent, he had a glib tongue. Old ancestor Xuehu heard these words and felt that Fang Yuan was not so hateful anymore. Because Fang Yuan's words were reasonable, even though old ancestor Xuehu was furious and hateful, he did not lose his rationality. Moreover, Fang Yuan was standing on his side, thinking for him and making plans. How could old ancestor Xuehu not be moved? He was a rank 8 Gu immortal, even after this huge setback, he did not lose his ambition. If he was going to refine Gu in the future, where would the Gu materials come from? Old ancestor Xuehu subconsciously looked at Bai Chen Tian, Wei Ling Yang, and the dog-tail life-extending ferret. Seeing old ancestor Xuehu's gaze, Wei Ling Yang and Bai Chen Tian could not help but feel nervous. Mao Li Qiu felt offended, its fur bristled as it opened its mouth, revealing its terrifying sharp fangs, showing no weakness towards old ancestor Xuehu. This guy is still as crafty as ever. Wuxia was furious. If it were in the past, he might have persuaded old ancestor Xuehu to cooperate with Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body was the result of Shadow Sect's painstaking efforts for 100,000 years, it could not be lost. But now that Wuxia was chased by Fang Yuan and saw Fang Yuan conquer Reverse Flow River, his wariness towards Fang Yuan had reached an extreme level. If there was a chance, Wuxia would definitely deal a fatal blow to Fang Yuan and kill this terrifying enemy. But Wuxia did not say anything. Zishan Makoto, who was in his arms, had already fallen into a deep sleep. When Zishan Makoto wakes up, he will have a period of clarity. Right now, the most important thing for Wuxia was to keep a low profile, it would be best if everyone forgot about him. This was the time when Shadow Sect was at its weakest. Actually, Central Continent's Gu immortals were in the same situation. Even though they were wary of Zhao Lianyun, they did not dare to retreat rashly. Once they retreated, they might attract attention and become the target of everyone. The situation was in a deadlock. It was rather subtle. Old ancestor Xuehu, Shadow Sect, Central Continent's Gu immortals, Longevity Heaven, and Fang Yuan, none of them dared to make a move, they had their own considerations and standpoint, and most importantly, they did not have the strength to make the final decision. Old ancestor Xuehu's attitude became the most crucial point. The immortals stared at him. Old ancestor Xuehu thought about it before saying, "Sure. We can form an alliance." Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Chapter 1294. Seeing that Fang Yuan's words managed to convince old ancestor Xuehu, be it Central Continent side or Longevity Heaven side, their expressions changed. Old ancestor Xuehu was the #1 rank 8 in Northern Plains demonic path, if he used his full strength, he could easily take away Fang Yuan in front of the dog-tail life-extending ferret Mao Li Qiu, Bai Chen Tian, and Wei Ling Yang. However, old ancestor Xuehu gave Fang Yuan a harsh alliance agreement. Fang Yuan's joy vanished. According to this agreement, he would not be old ancestor Xuehu's equal ally, he would only be his servant. Old ancestor Xuehu, this alliance agreement, are you joking? Fang Yuan's expression turned unsightly. Thus, old ancestor Xuehu laughed, of course not. Lu Guanyi, didn't you analyze it clearly and logically? Among us, only we are demonic path members, we are natural allies. You killed Yi Lui Kun Xing, killed Lu tribe's Gu immortals, and plundered their resources. Are you going to surrender yourself to longevity heaven? Or leave my homeland and go to Central Continent? To become the lackey of the 10 great ancient sects and celestial court? I'm your best choice. Saying so, he paused, looking at Wuxia. You know, I have my own difficulties. I've already made an agreement with these people. But it seems that you have enmity with them. I cannot offend another rank 8 just for reverse flow river and a rank 7 Gu immortal, right? Wuxia's heart jumped. On the surface, old ancestor Xuehu was forcing Fang Yuan to surrender, but he was also probing Shadow Sect, probing Zishan Makoto's background. After all, everyone had seen Zishan Makoto's insanity. If Zishan Makoto went crazy and could not be controlled, old ancestor Xuehu might attack them. After all, the loot from killing a rank 8 Gu immortal who had lost his mind was enough to move old ancestor Xuehu. Not to mention, old ancestor Xuehu's Gu refinement had failed, snowy mountain blessed land was destroyed, his previous investments were all for naught. Fang Yuan's face darkened. Old ancestor Xuehu was an overlord of the demonic path, he was not so easy to fool. His previous words had indeed moved old ancestor Xuehu. But old ancestor Xuehu was shrewd and calculative, he used Fang Yuan's words to deal with Fang Yuan. Old ancestor Xuehu's words were probably filled with guesses and probing. But Fang Yuan knew that he would never cooperate with Mao Li Qiu or Wei Lingyang. Longevity heaven was naturally protective of its people. Fang Yuan had killed Yelu Kun Xing, offending the Gold family, and now he had killed Ma Hongyun. Relying on longevity heaven was simply courting death. On the other hand, he could not go to Zhongzhou state. Even though he had wisdom path methods to protect himself now, they were not reliable. He usually stayed in seclusion, either using his immortal aperture to isolate himself, or using the Super Gu formation in southern border to avoid Central Continent's deductions and investigations. If he went to Central Continent, he would be sensed by the Celestial Court's Gu immortal fairy Myrtle. By then, his true identity would be exposed and he would be brought to justice. After all, his name had always been on the Demon Judgment Board. As for Shadow Sect, because of sovereign immortal fetus Gu, it was even more impossible. Thus, among the people present, only old ancestor Xuehu and Fang Yuan could borrow his help. But now, old ancestor Xuehu said that he could help Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan had to agree to the alliance agreement. And if Fang Yuan agreed, he would be selling himself to old ancestor Xuehu. If you agree, I can guarantee your safety. If you do not agree, I will attack Reverse Flow River, you will die here today, don't even think about it. Old ancestor Xuehu was domineering, he stared at Fang Yuan and forced him to make a decision. Fang Yuan hesitated and struggled, let me think about it. I will only give you 3 breaths of time. Old ancestor Xuehu had a cold expression, he breathed out coldly, giving Fang Yuan 3 breaths of time. How harsh was this? Fang Yuan smiled, thinking that he could not deceive old ancestor Xuehu, he could not stall for time, he stopped pretending, then I will have to test old ancestor's methods. Ha ha ha. Old ancestor Xuehu raised his head and laughed, his smile was sinister, I knew it, how can someone who can become the Reverse Flow River Lord submit to others so easily? Thus, I will beat you into submission and make you beg for mercy. Old ancestor Xuehu was excited, he still did not want to kill Fang Yuan. But who knew if this was his scheme? Old ancestor Xuehu attacked, waves of frost attacked unceasingly with great might. Reverse Flow River's water was turbulent, it reflected Xuehu's attacks and expended its own water. Fang Yuan did not move, it was still too early to affect him. But he was bound to lose, because he could only take a beating, he had no way to retaliate. I need to think of a way to get out of this predicament and escape. Fang Yuan smiled as he said to Central Continent's side, Central Continent's Gu immortals are guests, if we do not leave now, when will we? Do you want Northern Plains Gu immortals to unite and deal with you? Wei Ling Yang and Bai Chen Tian's hearts jumped. Zhao Lianyan screamed, murderer. You should worry about yourself. I will only leave after I see you die in front of me. The other Central Continent Gu immortals were silent, they looked at the two rank 8 Gu immortals. But Wei Ling Yang and Bai Chen Tian did not move, they were like statues, they did not react. Fang Yuan looked at the dog-tail life-extending ferret, he was about to speak. Mao Li Qiu chuckled, little kid, no need to use words to drive a wedge between us, it is useless. I am right here, even if Xuehu does not kill you, I will. Saying so, it also started to attack. It opened its mouth and spat out purple qi, it was reflected by reverse flow river like a fog, increasing its expenditure. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly in his mind, these rank 8 existences, be they humans or beasts, were extremely shrewd, words could not be used to sway them. It seems that I can only rely on myself now. My new move is powerful, but to escape from 4 rank 8 existences, oh no, to escape from 5 rank 8 existences, it will be very difficult. The 5 rank 8 existences were Old Ancestor Xuehu, Mao Li Qiu, Bai Chen Tian, Wei Ling Yang, and Zishan Makoto, who was in an unknown state. Fang Yuan looked at the water below him, he was in a daze for a moment. The attacks from outside the river were like a tide, there were loud explosions from time to time. Fang Yuan did not care about his surroundings, he did not care about them at all. An inspiration flashed in his mind. Activating the Immortal Gu, the river below him started to ripple according to his will. It seems that if I use Perseverance Immortal Gu, I will be the Reverse Flow River Lord. In this Reverse Flow River, I can use other Immortal Gu too. Earlier, he used the Strength Path Immortal Gu pulling water. Under the effect of pulling water Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan found that he could move Reverse Flow River like any other river. But with just this, Fang Yuan could not escape. One pulling water Immortal Gu was only rank 6, it moved Reverse Flow River very slowly, it was impossible for it to escape from the river. Old Ancestor Xuehu can use Reverse Flow River to form a formation, why can't I? I am the Reverse Flow River Lord, I have Perseverance Immortal Gu, I can control this river freely. Or maybe, I can create an immortal killer move. This thought appeared in Fang Yuan's mind, he could not stop thinking about it. Perseverance Immortal Gu could allow Fang Yuan to obtain Reverse Flow River's acknowledgement, pulling water Immortal Gu could control the river water. This was the foundation of an immortal killer move. Adding other Gu worms to create the final immortal killer move, it did not seem difficult. Fang Yuan felt that he could do it. This feeling was not a wild guess. It was attainment level. Fang Yuan's attainment level was already very high. Among them, the most crucial was Water Path. Fang Yuan had become a Water Path Grandmaster not long ago. Water Path Gu worms were added in one by one, quickly completing the entire immortal killer move. But it was not enough. Not enough strength. Fang Yuan realized. The skeleton was built, the wings were full, but it lacked strong muscles. Just 2 Immortal Gu were not enough. Then add more. Fang Yuan's first thought was Strength Path. Myriad Self. He was most proficient in immortal killer moves that he created after rebirth. Now, he had it. Strength Path Grandmaster Realm and Water Path Grandmaster Realm allowed everything to flow naturally, as if it was natural. Wait. Fang Yuan suddenly thought of an unrelated immortal killer move. This killer move originated from Yi Lui Kun Xing, he used star fragments to create a powerful killer move, it was the same as Fang Yuan using Reverse Flow River, using external objects. Thus, he had meridians. Skeleton, flesh, wings, meridians, all four were present. Fang Yuan had created an immortal killer move in a short time. This is Myriad Self-Second style. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. Chapter 1295. With attainment level, Fang Yuan created an immortal killer move on the spot. Because it used the killer move Myriad Self as the foundation, Fang Yuan called it Myriad Self-Second style. But this killer move had just been created, it was still far from being used. Boom boom boom. Old Ancestor Xuehu and Dog-Tail Life-Extending Ferret Mao Li Qiu, 2 rank 8 existences, pincer attacked Reverse Flow River, causing waves to form in the river. The attacks were reflected as the river level started to fall. Fang Yuan's actions had already crossed the bottom line of these people. Furthermore, he did not want to lower his head. Old Ancestor Xuehu and Mao Li Qiu were willing to expend a huge amount of effort and deplete Reverse Flow River to kill Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan inspected the river as he estimated, at this rate, I still have a lot of time. His heart calmed down a little. Reverse Flow River was worthy of being a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was only slowly being depleted despite the attacks of 2 rank 8 existences. Of course, there was a reason for this. Xuehu and Mao Li Qiu did not use their full strength. They were wary of each other. Bai Chen Tian, Wei Ling Yang, and the other Central Continent Gu immortals were standing at the side, waiting for an opportunity. These people were restraining and guarding against each other. How could they put all their effort into Fang Yuan? Precisely because of this complex situation, Fang Yuan felt a lot of pressure on him. He could test his killer move calmly. The first activation. Fang Yuan was very careful. First was Perseverance Immortal Gu. It expended Red Date Immortal Essence, allowing Fang Yuan to move freely in Reverse Flow River without being restricted by the secluded domain of heaven and earth. Next were large numbers of Water Path Mortal Gu. They rose up and flew around the huge Perseverance Immortal Gu in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Not long after, large amounts of water vapor rose up. Blue light could be vaguely seen in the vapor. But soon, these blue lights dissipated, some even turned from blue to red. The cold vapor started to heat up, becoming hotter and hotter. I failed. Fang Yuan immediately stopped. The scene in front of him was out of his expectations. This was not the scene he had expected. He stopped the infusion of immortal essence. Crack crack crack, a large number of Water Path Mortal Gu exploded in the air, destroyed on the spot. Fang Yuan calmed himself down and pondered. According to his imagination, the blue light should be getting brighter, and the water vapor should be getting colder. Why did red light appear, and the temperature was getting higher? Fang Yuan continued to deduce in his mind. Soon, thanks to his wisdom path cultivation, he found the source. It used 2 opposing Water Path Mortal Gu. Fang Yuan immediately replaced one of them. In Reverse Flow River, he could open his immortal aperture, he could communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies. It was easy to buy some Water Path Mortal Gu. After modifying the entire immortal killer move, Fang Yuan tested it again, activating the killer move for the second time. Perseverance Immortal Gu was still activated. The surrounding Water Path Mortal Gu flew up one after another, revolving around it. First was the evaporation of water vapor, then the blue light. Soon, this stage was over. Fang Yuan activated Pulling Water. Rank 6 Strength Path Immortal Gu Pulling Water. This was the second core of the immortal killer move. The first core was naturally the rank 7 Perseverance Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was careful. Activating Pulling Water after using Perseverance Immortal Gu was a very risky thing to do. If they were not coordinated properly, the 2 immortal Gu would interfere with each other and harm each other. It might even cause one or both immortal Gu to be destroyed. Experimenting with immortal killer moves was not only risky for the Gu immortal, it was also risky for the immortal and mortal Gu involved. In fact, because the immortal Gu contained fragments of the Great Tao, if they suffered a backlash, the damage would be severe. Fang Yuan's caution was soon rewarded. He encountered a problem. Even though pulling water immortal goo was activated, the mystical power it emitted could not mix into the framework. Where did the problem occur? Fang Yuan stopped. Another large number of water path mortal goo were destroyed. Experimenting with immortal killer moves had to pay such a price. A complete and effective immortal killer move, from conception to experimentation, the goo immortal had to expend a huge amount of effort and resources. The attacks from the outside continued, but Fang Yuan ignored them. He had the sovereign immortal body, thoughts were moving rapidly in his mind. Adding on his Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level, he had Wisdom Path Dao marks and Wisdom Path methods, he could deduce quickly. This time, he was even faster than the previous time. In just a few breaths of time, Fang Yuan found the source. Perseverance immortal goo and pulling water immortal goo could not fuse into one, it was because the number and types of water path mortal goo were not enough. These mortal goo were in the middle of the two immortal goo, they were used to communicate and harmonize with each other. Fang Yuan thought about it, he reduced the number of water path immortal goo in a portion, while increasing the number of other types of water path immortal goo. At the same time, he added in some other types of water path mortal goo. The third activation. This time, Fang Yuan had a smooth journey, he successfully added pulling water immortal goo into the hole. Almost at the moment of success, reverse flow river started to ripple under Fang Yuan's feet. It was finally showing results. But there was still a huge distance to reach his goal. Fang Yuan did not stop, the situation did not allow him to. He continued to experiment, activating immortal killer moves, his aura fluctuated between strong and weak, it was unclear. What is this Lu Guanyi doing? All sorts of goo worm auras appear on his body, it seems that he is experimenting with immortal killer moves. Other than old ancestor Xuehu and Mao Liqiu, the other goo immortals were watching. When Fang Yuan experimented with immortal killer moves, his goo worm aura would leak out, it could not be concealed from the other goo immortals. To conceal the aura of goo worms, he needed a special immortal killer move. Such immortal killer moves were often rare, for example, Fang Yuan's Dark Assassination was one of them. Fang Yuan was already at his limit by creating the second style of Myriad Self, he could not consider the effect of concealing goo worm aura anymore. But it did not matter. Just based on the aura of the goo worm, it was hard to determine the type of goo worm. Furthermore, the second style of Myriad Self that Fang Yuan created was complex and varied, it involved many goo worms, he was not afraid of being exposed. Fifth time, Fang Yuan continued to try using immortal killer moves, sometimes, he progressed quickly, but sometimes, because of some minor modifications, he fell back to his previous speed. Fang Yuan was not dejected, he was expressionless as he persisted. He is experimenting with an immortal killer move after all. Is this Lu Guanyi an idiot? Creating an immortal killer move on the spot, does he think he is an immortal venerable or a demon venerable? Even if he created an immortal killer move, I want to see if he can use it to deal with all the goo immortals here. The spectating goo immortals discussed, they mocked Fang Yuan's naivety. If immortal killer moves were so easy to create, would they still be immortal killer moves? But soon, some goo immortals' expressions changed. They found that reverse flow river around Fang Yuan was undergoing some mystical changes. 21st time. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, grabbing at the river below him. Rise. At the same time, he called out. Bam! There was a soft sound, and a big bump suddenly appeared on the surface of the river beside his feet. This bump was made of reverse flow river water, after it rose, it exploded and water splashed everywhere. The killer move activation failed. 2 streams of blood flowed down from Fang Yuan's nose. His immortal killer move is effective on reverse flow river? Uez saw this and his eyes shined with bright light. No, more accurately, he wants to use this reverse flow river to create an immortal killer move. Bu Zhenzi blurted out. Humph, laughable. Black Extremity laughed coldly. Back then, to make use of reverse flow river, I created the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. It took me several years. Lu Guanyi, even if you become the reverse flow river lord, you are too arrogant. You want to create an immortal killer move in such a short period of time? Evidently, almost all the Gu immortals present did not think Fang Yuan would succeed. But next, Fang Yuan used it again. Whoosh! This time, a small mound rose from the river at his feet. The mound crumbled as the river water drenched Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression turned pale, his body shook. This time, not just his nose, even his ears were bleeding. Failed again, man, as before. At the next moment, Fang Yuan recovered completely. Chapter 1296. A moment later, Fang Yuan opened his eyes and activated his killer move again. This time, the entire section of the reverse current river was affected by his movements, causing huge waves to surge. The immortal's expressions changed. Even old ancestor Shui, whose attacks paused for a moment. But at the next moment, old ancestor Shui roared as he attacked even more fiercely. This is so difficult. Because there are too many Gu worms of different types, all sorts of problems occur. But this is already the limit of my abilities. To simplify the Gu worms, I will need to deduce for years, or raise my attainment level by another level. Fang Yuan knew that this myriad self-second style had too many Gu worms involved. The factors that needed to be considered were huge and complex. While Fang Yuan was sighing about the difficulty of the progress, the other Gu immortals were shocked. Even though they did not say anything, their gazes were flickering. Lu Guanyi, this guy, such rapid progress. He can actually move reverse flow river. Unbelievable. Is he even human? To reach such a level in such a short period of time. No, he will not succeed. How can he really think of an immortal killer move in such a short period of time? Undeniably, Fang Yuan's rapid breakthroughs had broken the common sense of the immortals. They had never seen a person create an immortal killer move in such a short period of time, and even test it time and time again, making huge progress. But this was happening right in front of their eyes. Fang Yuan was still continuing. Old ancestor Shui and the dog-tail life-extending ferret Mao Li Qiu subconsciously increased their attacks. But reverse flow river was too wide. After such an attack, they only managed to reduce the river by less than 5%. One more time. Rise. Fang Yuan had a serious expression as he grabbed at the river below him, calling out. This time, the entire reverse flow river was affected. It was like a slender dragon had awakened from its slumber and was slowly stretching its body. How can this be? Someone subconsciously exclaimed. The entire reverse flow river started to fly, like a dragon raising its head. It was about to soar into the sky and soar into the 5 regions and 9 heavens. In your dreams. Old ancestor Shui roared. He slammed his palms into the air and an icy light shot out, hitting the middle of reverse flow river. The reverse flow river's first attack was immediately reflected back. The ice light was like it had hit a mirror, and it was reflected back to the ground. In the blink of an eye, all of the surrounding grassland had been frozen into a vast plain of ice. Cold air filled the air, snow fell from the sky, and the temperature suddenly dropped. The northern wind howled incessantly, and the entire world seemed to have changed. This was the power of a rank 8. Fang Yuan couldn't help but be shocked. He was temporarily safe in reverse flow river. The other Gu immortals were also protected with the help of their rank 8 existences. Wuxia's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Zishan Makoto woke up at the most critical moment. If it wasn't for his protection, Wuxia, He Lulan, and the others would have died. Let's go. Zishan Makoto immediately said. But this place. Wuxia was still hesitating when Zishan Makoto waved his hand. several rings of light flew out and enveloped Wuxia and the rest, bringing them to the sky. To think that Shadow Sect's group was the first to leave. Zishan Makoto left without saying a word. All of the Gu immortals present were stunned. Lord, that is the sovereign immortal aperture. Wuxia was anxious, he transmitted to Zishan Makoto. Don't worry, I have already deduced that he will not die. He can definitely escape. Zishan Makoto was very certain. Wuxia did not quite believe Zishan Makoto's words, but he could not express his doubts now. But at the next moment, he saw that the entire reverse flow river started to shine with light blue light. The blue light surged like rolling clouds and surging waves. The immortals' gazes were attracted. They saw that while Fang Yuan was standing there, strong winds blew, his hair and sleeves were fluttering in the air. His gaze was eerie as he shouted, "Rise!" Immediately, the river water surged, the immortals could hear the sound of splashing, it was as if thousands of people were shouting at the same time, the aura was extraordinary. Next, the blue light gathered, reverse flow river shrunk, in the blink of an eye, it had completely condensed into one. The huge reverse flow river vanished, it gathered around Fang Yuan, turning into a light blue robe. This robe had long sleeves that were fluttering in the wind, it was pure white like snow. On the surface of the robe, there were ripples, it was actually the scene of reverse flow river flowing slowly. Not just that, the surface of the robe was covered in mist. There was another rainbow light, it was pure blue and curved like a ribbon, it coiled around Fang Yuan's arm, neck, and waist. Immortal Killer Move Myriad Self-Second Style, Reverse Flow Protection Seal, was finally activated at this moment. Success? How can this be? He actually used Reverse Flow River to create an Immortal Killer move at the last minute? The immortals saw this and were tongue-tied. Old Ancestor Xuehu stared with wide eyes, I don't believe it. He flipped his palms, pushing them towards Fang Yuan. Immediately, a beautiful icy light shot towards Fang Yuan at lightning speed. Fang Yuan was already prepared. The icy light hit his body, but Reverse Flow Protection Seal blocked it completely. Reverse Flow Protection Seal flickered, the terrifying icy light was reflected back, it flew towards its owner, Old Ancestor Xuehu. Success! Fang Yuan's heart that was in his throat finally returned to its original place. Even though the Immortal Killer move was activated, it had to be tested in actual combat. Old Ancestor Xuehu's attack proved the power of Fang Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Old Ancestor Xuehu dodged the icy light, his gaze towards Fang Yuan became fierce and ruthless. Let Grandpa Mao try. Mao Liqiu shouted. Its huge body suddenly vanished on the spot, appearing behind Fang Yuan at the next moment. It raised its ferocious right claw high into the air, then slammed it down again. Bam! With a loud sound, Fang Yuan was like a cannonball as he was fiercely sent flying. His vision changed, in a breath of time, Fang Yuan was sent crashing to the ground. There was another explosion, and a huge crater was formed on the ground that was covered in thick ice. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan slowly stood up from the crater. He was expressionless, his body was completely unharmed, there was not even a scratch on his skin. Reverse Flow Protection Seal's blue sash snow robe did not change much, only the mist on the surface of the robe had dissipated. If one observed carefully, the snow robe seemed to be covered in a layer of dust, it was no longer as bright as before. Mao Liqiu looked at Fang Yuan, before turning to look at its right claw. Its right claw was bleeding profusely, its skin was torn. Fang Yuan was unharmed, but Mao Liqiu's injuries were severe. Gasp! The Gu immortals drew in sharp breaths. What immortal killer move is this? Even Mao Liqiu suffered a loss. Seeing this, even Bai Chen Tian's eyelids were twitching. He actually did it. Black Extremity was speechless, he had a look of shock on his face. Even the pure claw attack of an immemorial desolate beast was reflected? Old Ancestor Shui frowned deeply. How can this be? Wuxia, who was far away, saw this and felt like he was in a dream. There had never been a case where a rank 8 great expert attacked a rank 7 Gu Immortal, but the rank 7 Gu Immortal was unharmed, while the rank 8 Gu Immortal suffered heavy losses. Between rank 8s and rank 7s, the former had always dominated the latter. In the past thousands of years, only a monster like Feng Jioge had appeared. He had unparalleled talent and could fight rank 8s. But now, after Feng Yuan created the second myriad self-style and activated it, Feng Jioge's glory was no longer exclusive to him. From now on, this supreme glory would belong to another person's name. Lu Guanyi. The center has Feng Jioge, the north has Lu Guanyi. Bu Zhenzi muttered, he was already dazed. Old Ancestor Shui laughed lightly, good lad, I underestimated you. He placed his hands behind his back, he stopped attacking. But Mao Li Qiu roared, rascal, you are courting death, you dare to embarrass me like this. The immemorial desolate beast attacked Feng Yuan fiercely. Feng Yuan was not its match, he was sent flying like a ball. But after dozens of attacks, Feng Yuan was unharmed, he was still as elegant as before, while Mao Li Qiu was gasping for breath, its body was covered in blood. Every time it attacked, it would be reflected. It was equivalent to hitting itself. Mao Li Qiu was furious, it thought, this rascal is like a porcupine, he is truly troublesome, when did such a monster appear in northern plains? Feng Yuan saw that Mao Li Qiu could not do anything to him, he laughed heartily, he charged towards the Central Continent Gu Immortals. Central Continent's Gu Immortals were like a flock of frightened birds, they scattered in panic. 2 Central Continent rank 8s stayed behind, they attacked Feng Yuan together. But it was useless. Reverse flow protection seal reflected their attacks, they landed on Mao Li Qiu, who was chasing them. Mao Li Qiu was in great pain, its fur was standing on end from anger, it spat out a sky full of purple aurora, its attack was grand and enveloped the surrounding 1,000 li. This attack immediately caused a huge chaotic battle. The scene became chaotic, the Gu Immortals from all 3 sides started fighting. This was the final scene that Wuxia obtained. He felt great admiration toward Zishan Makoto's decisiveness in retreating. At the same time, he understood something, after this battle, Lu Guanyi's name would spread throughout the 5 regions, he would shake the world, he would be on par with Feng Jioge. More than 10 days later, a figure in a sorry state passed through the regional wall, arriving in Eastern Sea. It was Feng Yuan. I finally got rid of that raging fellow. Feng Yuan sighed. More than 10 days ago, Old Ancestor Shui, Central Continent's Gu Immortals, and Longevity Heaven's side engaged in an intense battle, it was a huge battle. Feng Yuan escaped from the battle, but was chased by Mao Li Qiu. Feng Yuan was not Mao Li Qiu's match, but after he entered Northern Plains regional wall, Mao Li Qiu could only watch helplessly. It was a native beast of Northern Plains, it was restricted by the regional wall. Feng Yuan managed to escape, completely shaking off his pursuers. Chapter 1297. On the dark stone walls, there were specks of eerie fire. These flames were not big, the small ones were like fireflies, while the big ones were like lanterns. They emitted cold green flames, the eerie green light shone on Zishan Makoto, Wuxia, He Lulan, and Bai Ningbing's faces. After escaping from the Battle of Reverse Flow River, they were directly transported here under Zishan Makoto's lead. But after that, Purple Mountain True Monarch once again fell into a state of madness. Looking at Zishan Makoto who was gnawing on his toes, Bai Ningbing sneered at Wuxia, this is your plan? To let this rank 8 great expert kill Feng Yuan? In this trip to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, although Wuxia saved Zishan Makoto, he also suffered heavy casualties, Shi Nu and Tai Baiyunsheng died in battle. He Lulan was silent. Such a rank 8 Gu Immortal was not reliable no matter how one looked at it. But because of the Shadow Sect alliance agreement, He Lulan did not say anything. Wuxia's expression did not change at Bai Ningbing's sarcasm. He had experienced many setbacks, he had already developed a shrewdness that would not waver even if Mditai collapsed in front of him. He spoke slowly. I underestimated Fang Yuan, to think that he refined perseverance Immortal Gu and became the reverse flow river lord. No wonder Providence chose him as a pawn. Such a person can only be destroyed, he cannot be defeated. Wuxia was not stingy with his praises towards Fang Yuan. Even though they were enemies, Wuxia was open-minded, he admitted Fang Yuan's superiority and strength. Bai Ningbing snorted. The scene of Fang Yuan conquering Reverse Flow River appeared in her mind. She did not make things difficult for him anymore. In the narrow cave, only Zishan Makoto's shouts could be heard, echoing endlessly. A moment later, Zishan Makoto suddenly stopped shouting, his small body shook for a moment before stabilizing. He straightened his back, and his eyes regained their clarity once again. "Lord, you are awake." Wuxia was overjoyed, quickly approaching. Zishan Makoto held his forehead, waves of intense pain were coming from his head, his expression was distorted. "Back in Reverse Flow River, I was forcefully awake, I did not have much time. But this time is different, I have more time." "How long has it been? What was the result of the battle?" "More than half a month has passed. Now." Fang Yuan followed the regional wall and escaped from northern plains. I think he entered Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan is Gu, Gu Immortal Gu Immortal Gu Immortal Gu. R. Gu of Gu Immortal Gu. Gu 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 Immortal of, the sects, the Gu Immortal God, of, the battle. Of Gu Gu Immortal on. Of the God sect on, it, on. Wu Yun of out, the king on, he, the god. Purple Mountain True Monarch nodded. This time, Central Continent's Gu Immortals are doomed. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable used Northern Plains as his base, how could he not have made arrangements? Just the rank 8 Gu Immortals in Longevity Heaven have never appeared. "My lord, what should we do next?" Wuxia asked. He was once the leader of the Shadow Sect. Now that Zishan Makoto had awakened, this rank 8 great expert was naturally the leader of the Shadow Sect, while he, Wuxia, retreated. Just as Zishan Makoto was about to speak, the sound of wind suddenly came from the cave. At the same time, the flames on the surrounding walls flickered and swayed violently, as if they were really in the midst of a strong gale. Zishan Makoto's eyes flashed. "This cave wall is one of the escape routes that I meticulously arranged. I meticulously nurtured these eerie fires to form a natural Gu formation. There are no traces of craftsmanship and it prevents others from making deductions." "How many times did these flames flicker when I went mad?" 107 times, Bai Ningbing replied indifferently. "I'm afraid that Fang Yuan is involved in this as well. His investigative killer move can follow the profundities of luck path to find our location. Even if we are in the immortal aperture, we cannot defend against it." Wuxia said solemnly. Zishan Makoto nodded. Fang Yuan is indeed someone nurtured by Providence, he is a crucial person to deal with our Shadow Sect. This person is extremely courageous, he has shocking talent and unparalleled willpower. He is a peerless genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. The Great Purple of Shadow Sect actually had such a high evaluation of Fang Yuan. But the 3 Gu Immortals present were silent, they seemed to agree with Zishan Makoto's words. Zishan Makoto continued, "Next, our plan is to negotiate with Fang Yuan." His words were shocking. "What, negotiate?" Wuxia and the rest's expressions changed. "What is so strange about that?" Zishan Makoto looked at the 3 of them. He had a clear understanding of the current situation. This was because before he woke up, Wuxia had used information path methods to let Zishan Makoto know everything that Wuxia knew. "You are still too young, you do not know much. Right now, our main enemy is not Fang Yuan, it is Celestial Court. Zishan Makoto shook his head, looking at Wuxia. Do you think it is so easy to save the main body's soul? Other than that super goo formation in southern border and the huge dream realm, I can guarantee that when you make a move, Celestial Court will definitely come out and disrupt the plan. Like on Etion Mountain, they used Heaven Overseeing Tower to destroy our sect's plan. Or this time, they went to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land to try and save Ma Hongyun. Wuxia's expression sank. Lord, I have considered this, but my main body is in danger. He has been trapped in the dream realm and is being worn down by it. That is why I am so anxious. Precisely because of this, we need to cooperate with Fang Yuan. Zishan Makoto continued. Firstly, Fang Yuan's strength is extraordinary, just that immortal killer move alone can deal with rank 8 Gu immortals. Secondly, Fang Yuan is a complete otherworldly demon, his name is on the Demon Judgment Board. Celestial Court is our common enemy. Finally, our cooperation is beneficial to both sides. Our shadow sect has a lot of cultivation resources, while he has unraveled dream methods. We can overcome the obstruction of the giant dream realm and save the main body's soul. Wuxia frowned deeply. He tried to put down his personal emotions and consider the possibility of this. But soon, he had a worried expression. Fang Yuan is extremely crafty and sinister. He views us as a huge threat. He is thinking of all sorts of methods to get rid of us. Right now, he is the reverse flow river lord. Even rank 8 existences cannot do anything to him. Our sect urgently needs unraveled dream methods, but Fang Yuan's need for cultivation resources is not that urgent. It is unlikely that he will cooperate with us. Zishan Makoto nodded. You are right, but you do not know that the sovereign immortal body has a huge flaw. Lord, what do you mean? Are you referring to the non-conflicting Dao marks of the sovereign immortal body? Wuxia asked curiously. Of course not. Non-conflicting Dao marks is the greatest advantage of the sovereign immortal body. The advantages far outweigh the disadvantages. I am referring to the true huge flaw. Zishan Makoto shook his head. There is a huge flaw? Wuxia was shocked. Our original plan was to refine rank 10 sovereign immortal fetus immortal Gu. Only rank 10 sovereign immortal fetus immortal Gu can be considered perfect without any flaws. But clearly, we only refined rank 9 in the end. That huge flaw has not shown itself yet, but it will definitely force Fang Yuan to cooperate with us. Zishan Makoto said. The sovereign immortal body still had a huge flaw. What kind of flaw made Zishan Makoto so certain that he could restrict Fang Yuan? Wuxia and the rest were very curious, but Zishan Makoto did not explain. At the same time, Zishan Makoto also had some suspicions. Strange. From Wuxia's information, our sect is refining sovereign immortal fetus Gu in a hurry. It is not in accordance with our original plan. What reason is it for the main body to make a move so urgently? It seems that while contacting Fang Yuan, I need to make a trip to the River of Time. Eastern Sea. On the blue sea surface, Fang Yuan was rapidly moving through the white clouds. His target was southern border. It's here again. While flying, Fang Yuan's expression suddenly changed. He could feel that the power of dark tide in his body was being rapidly depleted. At this rate, it would be used up soon. Evidently, a great expert was deducing him. With no one around, Fang Yuan quickly entered the sovereign immortal aperture. After entering the immortal aperture, he was isolated from the outside world. The great expert's deductions were repelled. He temporarily resolved the danger of being exposed. Fang Yuan sighed. Ever since the Battle of Reverse Flow River, he had been subjected to deductions one after another. Lu Guanyi's identity was completely famous. Not just northern plains and central continent, even eastern sea, southern border, and western desert Gu immortals were very interested in Lu Guanyi. They wanted to deduce more information about him. Lu Guanyi was only a fake identity. The root cause was still Fang Yuan. This way, Fang Yuan had to bear all the pressure. Even with dark limit immortal Gu, he had to stop frequently and hide in his immortal aperture to rest. Along the way, Fang Yuan calculated secretly, he had been subjected to deductions 400 to 500 times already. This greatly disrupted his journey, he had no choice but to stop and move, he was still in Eastern Sea. If it was at his previous speed, he would already be in the southern border. If not for Dark Limit Immortal Goo, this situation would be even more severe. However, it is normal for me to cause such a commotion and attention. Some people are already placing me on the same level as Feng Jioge. Earlier, when I toppled 88-point Jinyang Tower and Imperial Court Blessed Land, I had Shadow Sect's help, I did not feel any pressure. But now, I have experienced it. It seems that I need to create an immortal killer move to deal with these deductions. Fang Yuan was a wisdom path grandmaster, it was not impossible for him to deduce an immortal killer move. But it was not as easy as reverse flow protection seal. After all, when deducing reverse flow protection seal, it was not just because of Fang Yuan's water path attainment level, there were other important factors. Most importantly, the immortal goo were suitable, they had a good foundation, they could have a smooth journey. And now, the immortal goo that was suitable for Fang Yuan was Dark Limit. But this goo was not Wisdom Path, it was Dark Path. Fang Yuan's Dark Path attainment level was not outstanding at all. Note, my body is not in a good condition. Chapter 1298. While avoiding deductions, Fang Yuan was not idle, he inspected his immortal aperture. 5 regions and 9 heavens. The layout was extraordinary, it was beyond common sense. Originally, the vast space of 500 million mu was already so large that it was shocking. Basically, no one would believe it if they told others about it. And now, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had already surpassed 500 million km too. This was because he had been massacring Goo immortals and annexing their blessed lands in the past period of time. Because of the sovereign immortal body's characteristics, Fang Yuan could completely annex other people's blessed lands and absorb their Dao marks without wasting a single one. With the addition of these blessed lands, the sovereign immortal aperture gained many special territories. Most of these territories were managed by land spirits, it saved Fang Yuan a lot of effort. They were like pearls that were scattered in the 5 regions and 9 heavens. I have a huge amount of space path resources. Ordinary Goo immortals try all ways to expand their immortal apertures, but I have so much space that I have yet to develop. Fang Yuan was quite satisfied with this aspect, but he had a different opinion about time path resources. The sovereign immortal aperture's time flow had already slowed down by many times. Originally, it was 1 to 60, there were so many time path resources. But now, it could not even reach the normal standard. This was something that could not be helped. Fang Yuan changed his cultivation method to delay the calamities and tribulations. He used the time path methods that he obtained from He Fan's true inheritance to delay the immortal aperture's time flow. With less time path resources, Fang Yuan's immortal essence production also fell greatly. Not just that, his other resource gains also fell greatly. After careful consideration. In Mini Central Continent, there was a Blood Ji forest and a Mirror Willow forest, these two came from Hu Immortal Blessed Land and had a long history. Other than that, there was also a Jade Light Pit. This Jade Light Pit had all sorts of light path mortal goo, there were many of them. Fang Yuan had used a Jade Light Pit as a reference to Northern Plains Lu tribe's resource production area, he created it in his immortal aperture. Not long ago, Fang Yuan looted Jade Light Pit, he took all of the light path mortal goo inside and looted everything. A portion of the light path goo worms were placed into the 9 heavens aurora light by Fang Yuan. There was still a large portion left, and it was not easy to get rid of it. Fang Yuan could only create a Jade Light Pit to temporarily store these light path mortal goo. Of course, this Jade Light Pit couldn't be compared to the real Jade Light Pit. The latter was a true source of resources, it was rich in light path Dao marks, any insect group could be subtly influenced by it and become goo. But the former was created by Fang Yuan to store light path mortal goo. There was no production at all. The mini-central continent was the least developed place in the 5 regions. Above it was Kokitahara. In Kokitahara, the landscape was flat, and most of the area was covered with ice and snow, forming a snowfield. But ice and snow were not the only colors. At the end of the East Sea, there was a shallow pool of green water. Stones were piled up to form a special pool. There were abundant aquatic plants, and spirit snakes were resting there. This shallow pool of green water was the blessed land of the original transformation path Gu Immortal, Han Dong. After being annexed by Fang Yuan, even the blessed land's land spirit, the pink spirit snake, came along, helping Fang Yuan to manage this area. And at the end of Western Desert, there was a bone burial ground. There were mountains of bones of all kinds here. There were scapula bones, leg bones, skulls, there were birds and beasts, there were many immortal materials, they had huge value. This bone graveyard was the bone graveyard that Fang Yuan had seized from Lu tribe. After he killed Lu tribe's Gu immortal Lu Yong, he moved this bone burial ground into his immortal aperture. Thus, he had this resource point that produced bone path Gu worms. But compared to the original bone burial ground, even though this one has a vast number of bones, the bone path Dao marks cannot compare to the original one. In the original bone burial ground, even the surrounding land contains bone path Dao marks. Lu tribe can completely reconstruct a bone burial ground in that land. Fang Yuan was well aware of this. Of course, this bone burial ground was a huge cake. Fang Yuan had already taken 80% of it, the real bulk was these bones. The remaining 20% was the environment. It was not hard for Lu tribe to reconstruct the bone burial ground, but to restore it to its original state, they would need to pay a huge price. And at the end of Central Continent. This was a sparse grassland, there were all sorts of wild flowers and grass, the main ones were blood sickle grass and red axe flowers. These also came from Hu Immortal Blessed Land. This grassland was huge, it was not something that Han Dong Blessed Land could compare to. There were some pink flower rabbits, fox groups, water wolves, earth skin pigs, poison beard wolves, and others. There was also a desolate beast shark fin wolf and a desolate beast giant horned sheep. They often searched for food in this grassland. Mini Western Desert had the highest temperature. Because most of the fire path Dao marks were gathered in this area. The land was mostly sandy. There were 3 main resource points here. The first was the eerie fire dragon python pit, there were many of them gathered together. The second was a sand gull soil beach. This place produced sand gull soil. Sand gull soil was a type of goo material, it was also the ingredient of Immortal Goo Connect Luck. But now that Fang Yuan did not have Connect Luck Immortal Goo, sand gull soil was already a resource that could help Fang Yuan obtain Immortal Yuan Stone. At the center of the sand gull soil beach was the dead egg of the worldly sand gull. The eggshell was full of cracks, and at the same time, there were several small holes. Transparent egg white was constantly flowing out of the cracks. Using the life essence in this egg, ordinary sand could be turned into sand gull soil. The third was the rotting black swamp. This was formed after Fang Yuan's tribulation, it was filled with dark path Dao marks. It had already been modified by Fang Yuan, it was a resource point for getting rid of dark path goo worms. But because it had just started, the production was very low. Other than these 3 resource points, there were 2 blessed lands. One was an earth path blessed land with a mud swamp terrain, there were 5 desolate beast mud monsters and all sorts of earth path mortal goo, it was managed by the land spirit mud miniman. The other was Lu Yong's enslavement path blessed land, there were over 20 dog desolate beasts. Most of these desolate beasts were bought by Fang Yuan from Jewel Yellow Skies. Back then, Lu Yong's blessed land's ownership requirement was 20 dog desolate beasts. Among them were Lu Yong's 6 desolate beast bone armor hounds. The entire blessed land was managed by a land spirit that looked like a black dog. Mini Eastern Seas management was similar to mini Western deserts. Wu Yihai's blessed land was here. This was a vast ocean that was managed by Wu Yihai. There were 3 ancient desolate beast horned divine tortoises, a large group of ancient desolate plants silent corals, and 6 desolate beast white letter blue feather gull. They were managed by the sea turtle land spirit. Other than that, there were also the dragonfish group, 2 desolate beast dragonfish, air bubble fish, and a group of rare literature carps. There were also some oil left. There were large numbers of green jade crucian carps, blood jade crucian carps, and an ancient desolate beast hidden room oyster, obtained in the turbulent flow sea area. There was also a small blood lake. There were large amounts of desolate beast blood and goo immortal blood. Back then, Fang Yuan had placed blood asset immortal goo here to recuperate. Right now, blood asset immortal goo had fully recovered, but this blood lake was left behind. In the entire Mini 5 regions, Mini Southern Border was the richest. 5 Light Mountain, Immortal Succession Mountain, Heaven's Ceiling Mountain, and more than 10 other mountains. Stalactite caves, regretful spiders, a few rock men, a large number of primitive forests, musical trees could be seen everywhere, tea streams were crystal clear, and chi death birds were singing in the forest. There was also a becoming dragon mound. Fang Yuan used pulling mountain immortal goo to move it from northern plains into his immortal aperture. And in the Mini 9 heavens, a small area of aurora light existed in Mini Orange Heaven. There were many flowing light fruits floating in the aurora light. Because of the large number of light path goo worms obtained from Jade Light Pit, the number of aurora lights and flowing light fruits had increased greatly. And in Mini Yellow Heaven, there was a small section of the Gold Fragment River. In Mini Azure Heaven, there was a large amount of pill azure incense. This was the food to feed change soul immortal goo. There was also a heavenly crystal storage pool, obtained from Heifan Grotto Heaven. It was temporarily useless. There was a walking meat tree in Mini Black Heaven. In Mini White Heaven, there were large numbers of multicolored overlord flowers, as well as 3 remnant ancient heavenly hounds, 1 ancient eagle hound, and 7 desolate beast eagle hounds. In Mini Purple Heaven, the upper extreme heavenly eagle was flying. Currently, it only had desolate beast battle strength. More than 80 eagle nests were quietly floating here. These were the spoils of battle that Fang Yuan obtained from attacking Iron Eagle Blessed Land. As for the original Heavenly Crystal Eagle nest, it had already been eaten by the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Nothing was left. In Mini Blue Heaven, there was a large amount of cloud soil. There was a large number of arrow bamboo forests on the cloud soil, as well as star fragment grass fields, and an infant falling star hound. The 2 earlier desolate beast spinefin star dragonfish were sold by Fang Yuan during the battle in Heifan Grotto Heaven. There was also a meteorite pit. It produced star fire goo and meteor heavenly meteor goo. After killing Yi Lui Kun Xing, he obtained Kun Xing Blessed Land. It was also placed here by Fang Yuan. It was a floating continent. It was covered in star fragments. The star core land spirit was in charge of it. There were also some blessed lands scattered around, as well as other desolate beasts and plants. There was no need to elaborate. Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Pa Valley were left in Langya Blessed Land. Reverse Flow River was temporarily placed in Mini Eastern Sea by Fang Yuan. In terms of goo worms, Rank 9 Wisdom goo was still left in Langya Blessed Land. Sovereign Immortal Fetus goo had already been used by Fang Yuan. It was not recorded here. Rank 8 Immortal goo were Attitude, Wisdom Sword, Years Flow Like Water, Sealed. Rank 7 Immortal goo were Change Soul, Sword Eyebrows, Wave Sword, Flying Sword, Sword Escape, Calamity Beckoning, Lent to Chew Do, Year goo, After, Dragon Breath, Affection, and Perseverance. Rank 6 Immortal goo were Unravel Mystery, Woman's Heart, Blood Asset, Dark Limit, Luck, Change Form, Strength, Self-Strength, Flying Bear Strength, Pulling Mountain, pulling water, landscape as before, man as before, star eyes, spring autumn cicada, stored in the immortal zombie body with provident storage, bone spike, and comprehensible Dao. There were many types of mortal goo, there was no need to elaborate on them. He Fan's dark arrow immortal goo had self-detonated long ago, Fang Yuan did not obtain it. The captives were Guyue Fangzheng, left in Langya blessed land, He Fan, intact body, Ma Hongyun's soul, Lu Yong's soul, and Yi Lui Kun Xing's soul. As for Shinu's soul, Fang Yuan did not obtain it. Shadow Sect's soul path attainment was something that Fang Yuan could only look up to. Even though he killed Shinu, he could not stop his soul from dissipating. As for the others, like Dongfang Naganori's soul, the Featherman Gu immortal Zhengling's soul, and the Eastern Sea immortal souls, they had already been sold by Fang Yuan to the land spirit of Langya in exchange for a large number of sect contribution points. Right now, they had probably all been digested by Dang Hun Mountain and turned into Guts Gu. There was also a Featherman Gu immortal slave, Zhou Zhong, who had already been sent to Western Desert by Fang Yuan to execute another plan. Huge family business. This term could completely describe Fang Yuan's current capital, and it was even slightly shallow. In terms of total value, even though he only had rank 7 cultivation level, he was on par with ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals. Just a few secluded domains of heaven and earth had extraordinary value. Moreover, there was a huge pile of Gu worms, the number was shocking. Thinking about Gu immortal He Fan, a rank 8 Gu immortal, how many immortal Gu did he have? But there were too many immortal Gu, feeding them was a huge problem. Fang Yuan was still here, working hard to feed the immortal Gu. The other rank 6 and 7 immortal Gu had already been dealt with. The difficulty was Attitude Gu and Wisdom Sword Gu, these two rank 8 immortal Gu. The newly obtained Perseverance Gu fed on reverse flow river water, Fang Yuan could completely satisfy it. Affection Gu fed on hope and fear like Love Gu. Fang Yuan could easily deal with it, he could just buy a large number of Hope Gu and Fear Gu from Jewel Yellow Skies. For Fang Yuan, managing his immortal aperture was no longer his focus. As long as he continued to slaughter Gu immortals and annex their immortal apertures, his immortal aperture's foundation would grow rapidly. The problem he was facing now was insufficient immortal essence. Chasing in Wuxia and the rest, going through the battle of Reverse Flow River, and escaping from Mao Li Qiu's pursuit, Fang Yuan had expended a huge amount of immortal essence. His red date immortal essence storage had fallen to a very dangerous level. Originally, with time path resources, time flowed very quickly, my immortal aperture could produce a lot of red date immortal essence. But after using time path methods, my immortal aperture's time flow is very close to the outside world's 5 regions, I can only replenish my red date immortal essence through transactions. Reverse flow protection seal expended a lot of mental energy and immortal essence of a Gu immortal. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had become a rank 7 Gu immortal, if he only had his green grape immortal essence, it would have dried up already. Without red date immortal essence, Fang Yuan did not have much confidence. While he was resting, he decided to sell the desolate beast corpses he had on hand in Treasure Yellow Heaven. These desolate beast corpses were all immortal materials, and there was a lot of them. They were the desolate beast groups that Fang Yuan killed when he chased Ing Wuxia and the rest in Earth Trench. Among them was a group of nightmare demonic colts. If such a dream path immortal material was sold in Jewel Yellow Skies, it would cause a huge commotion, Gu immortals would fight over it. But when Fang Yuan saw that these nightmare demonic colt corpses were in his hands, he had a bigger use for them. During this period of rest, several transactions were completed. After deducting the transaction fees to Jewel Yellow Skies, Fang Yuan obtained a lot of immortal Yuan stones. One immortal Yuan stone was equivalent to 1 green grape immortal essence bead. Fang Yuan was a rank 7 Gu immortal, he could only condense 1 red date immortal essence bead after using 100 immortal Yuan stones. Just as he was increasing his red date immortal essence storage, he received a message. It is a letter from Sixth Heir. Fang Yuan felt strange. After reading it, he was even more surprised. Shadow Sect actually wants to negotiate a truce with me, and even cooperate? Chapter 1299. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered with uncertainty. Shadow Sect's news was out of his expectations. But thinking about it, it was very reasonable. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, even though Fang Yuan did not gain much in terms of cultivation resources, his battle strength grew greatly. He became the number 1 person below rank 8, on par with Feng Jioge. The increase in battle strength led to an increase in status. Actually, before this news, there were other letters. For example, Chu Du's letter. In the letter, Chu Du was very polite. He first congratulated Fang Yuan on his victory and wished he could be there. Next, he took the initiative to describe his situation. The Chu sect had been renamed to the Chu family, and the original Grand Elders were now acting as the Chu family's external Grand Elders. Chu Du's disciples were all adopted as his sons. Finally, Chu Du described his difficulties. Because he established his clan and became part of the righteous path, he had no choice but to expel Fang Yuan from Chu sect. This was not his own will, he was forced by the situation. There was also a letter from the 3 crazed demon eccentrics. In the letter, other than congratulating Fang Yuan, the 3 eccentrics also invited Fang Yuan to explore Crazed Demon Cave. They also said, even if Northern Plains did not accept Fang Yuan, Crazed Demon Cave would forever be Fang Yuan's home. These words were slightly mushy. They displayed the unprecedented attitude of the 3 crazed demon eccentrics. Longevity Heaven placed emphasis on Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan was the culprit who killed Ma Hongyun. However, Lu tribe and Yi Lui tribe, who had wanted to capture Fang Yuan and wanted to capture him, had instead given up. Fang Yuan's battle strength completely shocked them. They recalled all the people who were searching for Fang Yuan. Instead, they were worried that Fang Yuan would take revenge on them. After all, Fang Yuan was already famous in Northern Plains, even Chu Du could not compare to him. Now, Shadow Sect has also sent a letter. They want to cooperate with me. He. Shadow Sect already has a rank 8 Gu Immortal, but he seems to have a huge weakness. He goes insane at times. Fang Yuan pondered. He had fought Zishan Makoto in the upflowing river, so he had some understanding of Zishan Makoto's condition. Actually, if Fang Yuan did not refine Perseverance Gu and did not comprehend the Immortal Killer move Reverse Flow Protection Seal, he would have been doomed in the Battle of Reverse Flow River. He would have fallen into Wuxia's trap. The remaining forces of the Shadow Sect had always been Fang Yuan's greatest threat. On the contrary, Providence's scheme used Fang Yuan as a pawn to seize sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Fang Yuan and Shadow Sect were mortal enemies with deep hatred. Shadow Sect wanted to recoup their losses and refine sovereign immortal fetus Gu again. They were likely to imitate old ancestor Xuehu in refining fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu. Old ancestor Xuehu used Ma Hongyun as the main material for the Gu refinement. If Fang Yuan ended up in Shadow Sect's hands, he would not be able to escape the same fate. He would be the main immortal material for the immortal Gu refinement. His life would be worse than death. But now, Fang Yuan's battle strength had grown to a level where even rank 8 Gu immortals could not do anything to him. Thus, Shadow Sect took the initiative to seek cooperation with Fang Yuan. This change in attitude made Fang Yuan sigh deeply. With Reverse Flow Protection Seal, it was like a weakened version of the Immortal Gu House. Even rank 8s could not do anything to it. This gave Fang Yuan a lot of confidence. But cooperating with Shadow Sect is like asking a tiger for its skin. Sixth Heir's letter was true, the reasons given were sufficient. Cooperation was beneficial to both sides. It was beneficial to both Shadow Sect and Fang Yuan. Ignoring everything else, the soul path trap on Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body, as well as the secret of the sovereign immortal fetus, could be resolved in this cooperation. But Fang Yuan could not trust Shadow Sect. It was the same problem. Fang Yuan and Shadow Sect could not trust each other. Originally, they were mortal enemies who could not live under the same sky. How could they suddenly become friends? Even though both sides were rational people who prioritized benefits, the basis of cooperation between Gu immortals was not personal trust, but information path methods. And Fang Yuan was not good at information path, this was his weakness. But Shadow Sect's information path methods were too powerful. Spectral Soul's main body was a great grandmaster of all paths. Zombie Alliance and Central Continent's Defy were proof of Shadow Sect's powerful information path methods. This was because any organization was built on the basis of the Information Path Alliance. Fang Yuan could not trust Shadow Sect, he did not dare to trust them. If he was schemed against by Information Path during the cooperation, he would be a fool. However, Fang Yuan did not reject him. He replied with a letter to probe Shadow Sect's sincerity. In the letter, he made a request: if he wanted to cooperate, he had to give Attitude Gu to him. Speaking of which, even though the rank 8 Attitude Immortal Gu was in Fang Yuan's hands, it was not Fang Yuan's. He Lulan had lent it to him. Back then, when they discussed the rental of the Immortal Gu, both sides had an agreement and agreed on a time limit. Once the time limit passed, Fang Yuan would not be able to use Attitude Immortal Gu. Because the will in Attitude Immortal Gu was not Fang Yuan's will, but He Lulan's will. Right now, there was not much time left before the deadline. Attitude Gu was a legendary Gu worm, it could be used by expending mental energy, it had low usage requirements and had outstanding effects. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained it, he had used it to avert danger many times, it was a huge help to him. Even though Attitude Immortal Gu did not have a direct offensive effect, it had a mystical effect when used as support. Once he lost Attitude Gu, the impact on Fang Yuan would be huge. Ignoring everything else, the Immortal Killer move Familiar Face could not be used. Even though Fang Yuan could use his Transformation Path Grandmaster attainment level to redesign this Immortal Killer move, without the rank 8 core, the entire Immortal Killer move would fall by a lot. When disguised as Wu Yi Hai or someone else, the chances of being discovered would increase greatly, it would be very dangerous. If I can use this chance to resolve the problem of Attitude Gu, that would be for the best. Fang Yuan felt a trace of anticipation. Time was almost up. Fang Yuan activated Dark Limit Immortal Gu, increasing the effect of Dark Limit on himself again. Next, he stored away his Immortal Aperture and set off again. He headed towards the southwest direction. Central Continent, Celestial Court. In the hall, Fairy Myrtle was sitting cross-legged with a frown, activating Immortal Killer moves. Her whole body was emitting light purple smoke from her pores. She was using Wisdom Path methods to make deductions. However, after a while, Fairy Myrtle slowly opened her eyes with a head full of sweat. I have already used 7 killer moves, but I still cannot deduce the location of our Gu Immortals. Fairy Myrtle sighed. Central Continent's Gu Immortals attacked Northern Plains, but after the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan retreated, while Central Continent's Gu Immortals fought against Old Ancestor Shui and Longevity Heaven. Central Continent wanted to save them, they sent reinforcements. But the first wave of Central Continent Gu Immortals went missing in Black Heaven. Fairy Myrtle could not deduce their location, how could she save them? She did not even know where to send reinforcements to. Duke Long, who was at the side, slowly opened his eyes. He was still very weak, as thin as a match, and extremely old. It seems that Giant Sun Immortal has made many arrangements in Northern Plains. Have you deduced Lu Guanyi's location? Duke Long asked. Fairy Myrtle shook her head. He seems to have defensive strength that can resist the deductions of Wisdom Path Gu Immortals, but it is not strong. However, we still don't have enough clues about him. If we have 1 or 2 crucial clues, we can definitely expose him to us. Duke Long heard this and nodded. He was silent for a while before speaking again. Forget it. Continue to deduce our Gu Immortals and Lu Guanyi's location. Also, send me to Hidden Dragon Cave. Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan sighed helplessly. He had no choice but to place his immortal aperture again. Lu Guanyi was famous throughout the 5 regions. This caused Fang Yuan's Dark Limits effect to be consumed rapidly. To keep it a secret, Fang Yuan could only move and stop occasionally. The immortal aperture's entrance opened, large amounts of heaven and earth qi were absorbed. The sovereign immortal body could absorb heaven and earth qi in any region to nourish itself. It was not like ordinary Gu immortals who could only absorb heaven and earth qi in their own regions. If they were in other regions, they could forcefully absorb heaven and earth qi, but because of the difference in heaven and earth qi, the immortal aperture would shake and large amounts of resources would dry up. Right now, the sovereign immortal aperture had too many resources. There were large numbers of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Thus, every time it absorbed heaven and earth qi, the scale was huge, like a whale swallowing. Chapter 1300. It was fine if Reverse Flow River was outside, but if it was kept in the immortal aperture for a long time, it would expend a lot of heaven and earth qi. Once heaven and earth qi was lacking, the immortal aperture would become unstable. Thus, Fang Yuan had to place his immortal aperture to absorb heaven and earth qi from the outside world to replenish himself. After absorbing for a while, Fang Yuan closed his immortal aperture's entrance. Arriving at Reverse Flow River, he was holding an immortal zombie. It was his original body. He threw the immortal zombie body into Reverse Flow River. The immortal zombie body immediately went down smoothly. Using Perseverance Immortal Gu and Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan experimented with all kinds of methods he could think of. But it was useless. So it was like this. The soul path Dao marks on the immortal zombie body cannot be destroyed or suppressed by Reverse Flow River. After all, they are only soul path Dao marks, not immortal Gu. Rank 1 to 8 immortal Gu cannot be used in Reverse Flow River. But Dao marks can be used. Like before I conquered Reverse Flow River, the Dao marks on the Gu immortals could still protect them. Rank 8 Gu immortals are still the strongest in the river. Fang Yuan analyzed, trying to find the reason for his failure. He wanted to use Reverse Flow River to resolve the soul path trap on the immortal zombie body, but it was impossible. Fang Yuan was not dejected. In fact, he had guessed it before experimenting. He placed the immortal zombie body back on Heaven's Seal Mountain, using the Gu formation there to seal it again. Next, he started to refine Gu. A nightmare demonic colt's corpse was placed in front of him. Fang Yuan waved his finger like a blade, a golden light flashed in the air. The golden light entered the nightmare demonic colt's body, vanishing in an instant. The nightmare demonic colt's front right leg was immediately cut off. There was no blood. After these nightmare demonic colts died, Fang Yuan asked the land spirits in his immortal aperture to deal with these immortal materials. The blood of the nightmare colt had already been extracted and mixed in a certain place. Fang Yuan lifted it, separating the nightmare demonic colt's front right leg from its body. Then, he spat out flames and began to deal with the right foreleg. After 3 days, the right foreleg finally melted into a purplish-black liquid. Fang Yuan continued to throw in many Gu worms to refine Gu. The dozen or so steps only took a quarter of an hour. The purple-black liquid exploded, 100 Dream Path mortal Gu flew around in the air. However, with a single thought from Fang Yuan, they obediently returned to Fang Yuan's side. 100 Dream Path mortal Gu. This was only the right front leg of a nightmare colt. He spent the most time dealing with this immortal material. This step took Fang Yuan 3 days. The rest of the steps only added up to a quarter of an hour. This efficiency was extremely high. It was a stark contrast to Fang Yuan's Gu refinement in the Dream Realm. In the Dream Realm, Fang Yuan first needed to collect Dream Path Gu materials before refining Gu. There was a risk in entering the Dream Realm. He needed to use the immortal killer move Unravel Dream to get out of the Dream Realm. Refining Dream Path Mortal Goo required an immortal killer move, the cost was quite high. But now, Fang Yuan had this batch of nightmare demonic colts, the refinement of Dream Path Mortal Goo was no longer the same as before. Like earlier, when I used the Spring Dream Fruit to refine Dream Path Mortal Goo, the efficiency was very high. Actually, my goo refinement method can still be improved. For example, the cutting method earlier used metal path methods, it was not a good combination and would expend some Dream Path Dao marks. I can also experiment with other methods to deal with the immortal material, to see if there is a more efficient method. During the goo refinement process, Sixth Hair sent another message. Using Langya Blessed Land, Sixth Hair had already become the middleman for Fang Yuan and Zishan Makoto to communicate with each other. In the letter, Zishan Makoto did not give in, he told Fang Yuan directly, if he wanted to truly control Attitude Goo, he needed to work together. As long as both sides cooperated, Attitude Goo would be given to him first. This time, Shadow Sect even mentioned the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's weakness, but they did not say what it was. Rank 8 Goo Immortals are indeed not easy to deal with. Weakness? Is Shadow Sect just trying to scare me, or is this true? This letter had a huge impact on Fang Yuan. But soon, his mental state calmed down. He had seen his fair share of storms and waves. What could this little scheme and threat amount to? It seems that I have to work hard myself. Fang Yuan sent a letter back to bargain, he continued to feign civility with Shadow Sect. But he had already realized that Shadow Sect would not give Attitude Goo to him before they cooperated. Fang Yuan began to design a new immortal killer move. He intended to use this immortal killer move to refine Attitude Goo. He soon encountered a problem, the reason was that even though he had many immortal goo, they were not suitable for this aspect. It was not like when he was deducing reverse flow protection seal. Fang Yuan had pulling water immortal goo and perseverance immortal goo, he could use them as the core of his immortal killer move. And now, Fang Yuan only had other immortal goo, he did not have an immortal goo that could refine Attitude Goo, he could only use a vast number of mortal goo to assist him. It would be great if there was a chance to exchange goo. This thought appeared in Fang Yuan's mind and could not be stopped. Exchange immortal goo. Fang Yuan had a shocking number of immortal goo now. But in fact, a portion of them were not suitable for Fang Yuan, or rather, they did not have much value in the short term. Wisdom Sword and Years flow like water, even though they could not be used now, they were rank 8, Fang Yuan would not exchange them. Fang Yuan did not have many sword path Dao marks, his sword path attainment level was also ordinary, but sword eyebrows, wave sword, sword escape, and other sword path immortal goo were the foundation of his battle strength, they could not be shaken temporarily. Perhaps he could exchange for change soul immortal goo. Woman's Heart was a poison path immortal goo, it was rarely used. Flying Bear Strength immortal goo was a strength path immortal goo, but when Fang Yuan transformed into an ancient sword dragon, this immortal goo was not suitable. And Bone Spike immortal goo, in Fang Yuan's current cultivation system, was something that he could not use at all. Perceivable Dao immortal goo could inspect Dao marks, it had a mystical effect, but to Fang Yuan, it was not very useful. This immortal goo needed to be tested. All in all, Woman's Heart, Flying Bear Strength, and Bone Spike, these three immortal goo had little use for Fang Yuan. If he could exchange them for something else suitable for Fang Yuan, that would be for the best. But how could it be easy to exchange goo? During the 5 regions chaotic war, it was very popular. With the current situation, it was hard to have such a high-level goo immortal trading convention. Just like this, Fang Yuan moved and stopped. It was not that he did not want to move quickly, it was just that every step was difficult. Along the way, after placing his immortal aperture, he was either refining Dream Path Mortal Goo or deducing immortal killer moves, attempting to make Attitude Goo his own. Chapter 1301. We finally got through the regional wall. Wuxia let out a breath of air. Looking at the vast sea, he had an extremely tired expression. He Lulan and Bai Ningbing who were beside him were also not in a better state. After leaving Northern Plains, Shadow Sect's group went to Eastern Sea. They did not have the sovereign immortal body. Every time they passed a regional wall, it was a difficult test. Thankfully, they had great strength. They were elites among Gu immortals. Even though their immortal apertures were damaged, they did not lose any members. They were not in a hurry to leave. After entering Eastern Sea, they randomly chose an island. On this nameless island, Wuxia instructed by Ningbing and He Lulan to set up a refinement path Gu formation. After the Gu formation was set up, Wuxia walked to the center of the Gu formation and took out a purple gold rock, starting to process this immortal material. As for Bai Ningbing and He Lulan, they were outside the Gu formation, guarding against any unexpected enemies. Not long after, the purple gold rock melted again. Mini-man Gu immortal Zishan Makoto woke up from it. He was a rank 8 Gu immortal. Normally speaking, to cross the 5 regions, he had to go to Black Heaven or White Heaven. But above Northern Plains, Black Heaven and White Heaven were already controlled by Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Longevity Heaven was in control. Shadow Sect's group naturally could not walk right into the trap. The outcome of Central Continent's Gu immortals was right in front of them. Shadow Sect had a deep foundation. Zishan Makoto fell into deep sleep again. A thin layer of purple gold rock formed on his body. He had no aura, his life force was concealed to the extreme. He was no different from a dead being. Using such a mystical method, Zishan Makoto was led by Wuxia to pass through the regional wall and arrive in Eastern Sea. The purple gold rock was thin. Wuxia, who had a specialized method, could easily refine it. It was much easier than when Lady Wansho processed the purple gold rock. Eastern Sea. Zishan Makoto woke up, looking at the vast sea outside the island. He sighed inwardly. Under his lead, Shadow Sect's group first stored the Gu formation, erasing all traces. Next, the 4 Gu immortals activated the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. A moment later, they arrived at the turbulent sea region. With Zishan Makoto in the lead, wherever they went, none of the ocean currents could obstruct them. Soon, the people from the Shadow Sect arrived at the center of the turbulent waters. Where are the tributaries of the River of Time in this area? Wuxia felt that it was rather strange that his search was fruitless. Could it be that the tributary of the River of Time has gone somewhere else? He Lulan speculated. It's not in the center, but in the middle of the reverse flow river. Continuing to investigate, Zishan Makoto soon found some key clues. That tributary of the River of Time has already been taken away by someone else. His tone was heavy. How could this be? Who did it? Could it be Feng Yuan? Wuxia's first thought was Feng Yuan. However, Zishan Makoto shook his head. This technique shouldn't be his. It was someone else. Forget it. Since we cannot use this tributary of the River of Time, we will go to the next place. There is another tributary of the River of Time there. The group of 4 from the Shadow Sect quickly left the turbulent flow sea region. At the other end of Eastern Sea, the sky was clear and blue. It was a scene of life and death. On the surface of the sea, a life and death battle was taking place. Leave quickly. I was hit by his lightning soul needle. He can sense me at all times. I can't leave now. I can't implicate you. Immortal Hua Dai was lying in the arms of a male Gu immortal, she said weakly. She was wearing a palace dress, her sleeves were fluttering in the wind, her skin was soft and tender. Her beautiful eyes were filled with weakness at this moment. Blood was flowing out of her lips, her injuries were severe. Especially on the surface of her skin, there were small and sharp sparks of lightning. This was the sign of being hit by the immortal killer move lightning soul needle. No. The male Gu immortal did not even think, he rejected without hesitation. He had a broad back and a thin waist, he wore a set of battle armor. Even though he was covered in injuries, it could not conceal his fierceness. "How can I leave you behind? If I escape now, how will I explain it to Lord Miaomingshen?" Although he said so, deep in his gaze towards Immortal Hua Dai, there was affection hidden in his eyes. He was Feng Jiang. Feng Jiang, Immortal Hua Dai, and Gue Qi, these three Gu immortals were subordinates of the Eastern Sea space path expert Miaomingshen. Miaomingshen wanted to find the tributary of the River of Time in the turbulent flow sea area, thus, these three Gu immortals would take turns to guard the turbulent flow sea area. When they met any Gu immortal who went to explore the turbulent flow sea area, they would talk to them, hoping that they would help. "Then you can die together." There was only one person chasing after them, but he had rank 7 cultivation level. His name was Gu Wen. He wore a blue robe, his skin was dry and tough like tree bark. His eyes shined with red light, he had sharp teeth and a ruthless expression. This person was quite senior, he was quite famous in Eastern Sea. He was a lightning path grandmaster, but once, when he used an immortal killer move, he failed and suffered a backlash. He had to turn into an immortal zombie. Even so, he had outstanding battle strength, he had 2 immortal Gu, he was able to force the rank 6 Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang to flee. "Hand over the year cycle powder, you two are quite daring, you actually dared to snatch my immortal material. If you hand it over obediently, I might leave your corpses intact." Gu Wen laughed sinisterly, his fierce aura surged as he got closer and closer. Immortal Hua Dai said angrily, "We found this year cycle powder first. How can it be yours? I waited here for half a month, but because I was careless, you guys got it before me." Gu Wen shouted angrily. Immortal Hua Dai was furious. "Lord Miaomingshen found this year cycle powder 3 years ago, he set up a Gu formation around it. Every few months, I would come to the Gu formation to nurture it. No matter how much nonsense you spout, you cannot change this fact." Immortal Hua Dai pointed out the truth. Gu Wen did not retort, his expression turned grim. "Humph, you have a sharp tongue, after I catch up to you, I will kill you first. Demonic path scoundrel, don't be arrogant." At this time, a loud voice resounded in the three immortals' ears. "Who is it?" Gu Wen's expression changed as he shouted. Just as he said that, the sea surface suddenly protruded like a small hill. Next, the hill was smashed by the beast inside, wind howled and water splashed everywhere. A huge blue-scaled sea dragon appeared in front of the three immortals. The sea dragon spoke, "Demon, die." The three immortals saw this and understood immediately, this blue-scaled sea dragon was a Gu immortal that had transformed into it. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang were surprised and joyful. Gu Wen became even more furious. "Who asked you to be a busybody? Take this killer move." Saying so, he breathed in deeply and spat at his right palm. What he spat out was not saliva, but a lightning bolt that was the size of an egg. The lightning was attached to Gu Wen's right palm. With a boom, a huge pillar of lightning violently shot out from his right palm. The blue-scaled sea dragon didn't dodge. Instead, it opened its mouth wide in response to the incoming lightning pillar. Dragon breath spit. Gu Wen saw this and laughed internally. This move of mine can last for a few minutes, but the dragon breath is shot out continuously, how can it block it? But the blue-scaled sea dragon's dragon breath did not stop. The dragon breath was like a pillar of water, it collided with the lightning bolt. Next, the powerful dragon breath destroyed the lightning bolt. In a few breaths of time, it arrived in front of Gu Wen. How can this be? What kind of dragon breath is this? Gu Wen showed an expression of disbelief. He hurriedly dodged to the side. The blue-scaled sea dragon turned its head slightly, its dragon breath was like a pillar as it swept over again. Gu Wen frowned, snorting angrily, "Consider yourselves lucky, I will let you off this time." Next, he directly retreated, turning into a bolt of lightning as he moved extremely quickly. The blue-scaled sea dragon did not chase, it watched as Guwen left. He is going back to the Gu formation, there is still a large amount of year cycle powder left there. Immortal Hua Dai's words exposed Guwen's thoughts. Feng Jiang placed Immortal Hua Dai down as he cupped his fists at the blue-scaled sea dragon. You are a righteous person, you repelled the enemy and saved my life, I will never forget this favor. May I know your name? The blue-scaled sea dragon suddenly transformed into an ordinary-looking Gu immortal. He smiled, I am Chuing. Fairy Hua Dai, how have you been? Immortal Hua Dai was overjoyed, to think that you are Chuing. Seeing that Feng Jiang was looking at her, Immortal Hua Dai explained, thanks to this Chuing, we were able to find that tributary of the River of Time in the turbulent flow sea area. Only Lord Miao Mingshen could obtain the tributary of the River of Time. Chapter 1302. So there is such a connection. Hearing Immortal Hua Dai's introduction, Feng Jiang's expression relaxed, he was overjoyed, most of his wariness was gone. The so-called Chuing was naturally Feng Yuan in disguise. He stored his immortal aperture and found that there were traces of Gu immortals fighting in the surrounding sea area. Out of curiosity, he followed the traces to see if he could take advantage of them. But he found that Immortal Hua Dai and another Gu immortal, Feng Jiang, were being chased. And the pursuer was only a rank 7 immortal zombie. For Feng Yuan, such a person was not enough. Long ago, Feng Yuan had helped Immortal Hua Dai to contact the Space Path Gu immortal expert behind Immortal Hua Dai, Miao Mingshen. This person had a method to find out about the blue dragon whale. And this blue dragon whale had an extraordinary origin, it had once received guidance from Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, it had an immortal aperture that was filled with treasures. It was like Northern Plains dog-tail life-extending ferret, Mao Li Chiu. But the blue dragon whale's intelligence was not awakened, it only followed its instincts and swam in the sea. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable not only opened an immortal aperture for it, he even used an immortal killer move on its body. As such, this blue dragon whale had no natural enemies and was not dangerous. The azure dragon whale had a gentle temperament and was harmless. However, its defensive abilities also rendered any malicious existence helpless. This was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's personality and style. According to the secret rumors of his previous life, the blue dragon whale had a true inheritance left behind by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Feng Yuan remembered that Miao Mingshen had explored the blue dragon whale's inner world many times. But because of the aperture, even though he had gains each time, he did not obtain the true inheritance. Feng Yuan naturally wanted this. Thus, when he saw Immortal Hua Dai being chased, he realized that this was a rare chance to show goodwill to Miao Mingshen again. Thus, he interfered and sent the Lightning Path Immortal Zombie Guwen away. He did not transform into an ancient sword dragon. Ancient sword dragons could not be seen in the light anymore. Because Lu Guanyi had once used the ancient sword dragon transformation to kill Yelu Kun Xing in Northern Plains. Right now, Lu Guanyi's identity was Reverse Flow River Lord, many of the rank 8s here were helpless against him. His name shook the world, almost everyone in the Gu immortal world knew of him. Who knew how many people were interested in Lu Guanyi, trying to figure out his background? The fact that Lu Guanyi had mastered the ancient sword serpent transformation was already widely known. Thus, if Feng Yuan used ancient sword dragon transformation now, other Gu immortals would immediately think of Lu Guanyi. This was the burden of fame. Even though Feng Yuan could not use ancient sword dragon transformation, he had changed form Immortal Gu, he could transform into all living beings in this world at will. Therefore, this time, he transformed into a blue-scaled sea dragon that was unique to the East Sea. This was also an ancient desolate beast. It was just that its might could not be compared to the ancient sword dragon. But Feng Yuan could still use Dragon Breath Immortal Gu. What was worth mentioning was that the blue-scaled sea dragon's dragon breath was also breathed out. The reason why he could win against the Lightning Path Immortal Zombie Gu was because Fang Yuan used Perseverance Immortal Gu at the same time. Rank 7 Perseverance Immortal Gu, after Fang Yuan obtained it, he naturally had a lot of understanding and analysis of it. Gu Immortals nurture, use, and refine, these three aspects required a lot of effort. After coming to Eastern Sea for a few days, Fang Yuan already understood some of the usage methods of Perseverance Immortal Gu. Other than conquering Reverse Flow River, Perseverance Immortal Gu could make other Immortal Gu or Immortal Killer moves last longer. For example, the Blue-Scaled Sea Dragon's Dragon Breath. If Fang Yuan only used Dragon Breath Immortal Gu, Dragon Breath could not deviate from the Sea Dragon's logic, it could only be breathed out, it would only be slightly stronger. But if he used Perseverance Immortal Gu when he breathed out Dragon Breath, the Dragon Breath could be breathed out for a long time, it would be endless. Of course, the breathing time could not be too long. Dragon's breath was a heavy burden on the throat. Even a true blue-scaled sea dragon had to spit out a mouthful of dragon's breath. This was a form of self-protection in the evolution of living beings. Thankfully, even though that Gu Wen had some reputation, after fighting for a while, he understood that Fang Yuan was a strong enemy, he wisely retreated. After all, demonic path Gu immortals always prioritized benefits. I wonder who you are. Fang Yuan looked at Immortal Hua Dai. I am Lord Miao Mingshen's subordinate, Feng Jiang. Lord Chu, you are my benefactor, I do not know how to thank you. Feng Jiang introduced himself, he was very enthusiastic, he was filled with gratitude towards Fang Yuan. No need to thank me, it was just a small matter. I happened to see him by chance, so I helped him. Even though I am a secluded cultivator in Eastern Sea, I have only come out recently, but I do not like the demonic path's actions. This is my nature, and because Fairy Hua Dai is my friend, it was only natural for me to help. Fang Yuan was very humble. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang heard this, their impression of Fang Yuan grew even more favorable. The three immortals talked for a while before Immortal Hua Dai sighed, it is a pity. So many year ring powder, most of them ended up in Gu Wen's hands. Our hard work over these years was all wasted on him. We should set up that Gu formation in a more secretive manner. Feng Jiang quickly consoled, alright, Xiao Dai, don't blame yourself. Eastern Sea is so huge, but Gu Wen found this Gu formation. We are not skilled in formation path, the Gu formation that we set up was already the best we could. If we want it to be more secretive, we will need to add in Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan smiled, listen to me, even though the year ring powder is lost, you two are still alive, that is hope. Don't be too pessimistic, there are gains and losses, isn't life supposed to be filled with gains and losses? Feng Jiang laughed heartily, Lord Chu's words are profound, I need to think deeply about them. Immortal Hua Dai was still frowning, she had a worried expression, that is the only logic I have. It is just that these year ring powder are usually lost, so be it. But this time, Lord Miao Mingshen is attending the trading convention, one of his Gu immortal friends needs this. Lord Miao Mingshen agreed to this person's request. There are only a few days left until the convention, but the year ring powder was taken away. What do we do now? Hearing this, Feng Jiang's expression turned grim, that's right, we returned empty-handed. Even if Lord Miao Mingshen does not blame us, we will feel very guilty, this is our fault. Most importantly, we let Lord Miao Mingshen go back on his word, this is our fault. Trading convention? Fang Yuan's heart jumped. Not long ago, he was still thinking about exchanging some of the immortal Gu that he did not have. He didn't expect that he would run into a trade fair in the East China Sea when he was dozing off. Eastern Sea was the region with the richest resources in the 5 regions, even Central Continent could not compare to it. Eastern Sea's Gu immortals were also very wealthy. Thus, Eastern Sea's trading convention was very famous in the 5 regions, it was very high-end, Gu immortals would often exchange their immortal Gu. Of course, it was not that the other 4 regions did not have such trading conventions. It was just that there were too few of them. Fang Yuan could not participate in them. Only Eastern Sea's trading convention was a good opportunity for him. I have an immortal goo that I want to exchange. I want to participate in this trading convention. I wonder if it is possible. Fang Yuan did not conceal his intentions, he asked directly. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang looked at each other. The former said, "This trading convention has high standards. We do not have the qualifications to participate, we do not have the ability to recommend anyone. But Lord Chuing is different, we are indebted to him. How about this, Lord Chuing will come with us first, after we meet him, we will see what he has to say." "Okay." Fang Yuan immediately nodded. "Can we go now?" He was very decisive. Because time was limited. The power of dark limit on his body would be depleted as other Gu immortals deduced it. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang had hesitant expressions. Their mission to collect the year cycle powder had failed. They actually wanted Fang Yuan to help them take back the year cycle powder. But they could not bring themselves to do so. Actually, Fang Yuan had already seen through their intentions. In the process of the conversation, he firmly grasped the initiative and did not give them a chance to speak. Right now, Fang Yuan could even make rank 8 Gu immortals helpless against him. But there was a flaw, he could not see the light of day. Be it ancient sword dragon transformation or reverse flow protection seal, they could not be used easily. Once they were used, they had to consider how to keep it a secret. Once Fang Yuan exposed too many clues, his other identity or secrets would be deduced. By then, Wu Yihai's identity would be exposed. Fang Yuan finally entered the Super Gu formation with much difficulty. He came into contact with that huge dream realm. If he were to miss this great opportunity, it would have an extremely disastrous effect on the development of his cultivation. Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai had no choice but to bring Fang Yuan away from this place. They could not bring themselves to speak. He saved their lives, but they still had to urge their benefactor to fight against a strong enemy. They could not be thick-skinned enough to speak about this. The 3 immortals traveled quickly, they did not stop along the way. However, they conversed and conversed along the way. In fact, even though Immortal Hua Dai had met Fang Yuan twice and had a deep impression of him, she did not know about Chu Ying's background. Fang Yuan knew Immortal Hua Dai's intention of probing him, thus he gave a half-truth and half-falsehood about his origin. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had lived in Eastern Sea for a period of time, his words were not fake. Especially the small details and experiences in his life, they were very real. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang resonated with him. How could Fang Yuan expose himself here? When they met Miao Mingshen, Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang had a very good impression of the amiable, rank 7 secluded cultivator Chuing. But they did not know that Fang Yuan was the true demon. Compared to him, Immortal Zombie Gu Wen's life cycle powder was nothing. Chapter 1303. Eastern Sea. Swoosh. In an ordinary sea area, there was a nameless island. It was barren and barren, there were only strange rocks. Several Gu immortals floated down from the sky. They were Fang Yuan, Immortal Hua Dai, Feng Jiang, and the rest. To think that such a trading convention would be held on such a barren island. Fang Yuan stepped on this island as he sighed internally. Brother Chu, you might not know, but for such a large trading convention, the location is usually decided a few days ago, to prevent people from plotting against us. A Gu immortal beside Fang Yuan replied. This male Gu immortal was neither tall nor short, he was neither fat nor thin, his appearance was above average, his facial features were ordinary, only his wide nose left a deep impression. This person was the famous rank 7 space path Gu immortal expert in Eastern Sea, Miao Mingshen. In terms of appearance, this person was not outstanding. But after Fang Yuan interacted with him, even though they did not interact for long, he could feel that this person was outstanding in many aspects, he could not be underestimated. Fang Yuan used Chu Ying's identity to save Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang. He learned about the trading convention. Next, Fang Yuan followed Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang to meet Miao Mingshen. Miao Mingshen did not hesitate, he agreed to Fang Yuan's request to join the trading convention. You helped me twice, you saved Xiao Dai and Xiao Feng's lives. Why would I reject a mere trading convention? Please come. He was a rank 7 Gu immortal expert, while Chu Ying was a secluded cultivator, he was not famous. But Miao Mingshen did not put on any airs, he was very friendly and friendly. His words were polite and heartwarming. Thus, Fang Yuan and Miao Mingshen came to this place to join the trading convention. The four of them had just stepped on the island when a Gu immortal came out of a strange rock. So it's Miao Mingshen, you're here. A Gu immortal with a large head and small body that looked like a dwarf greeted. Huh, Tu Tua, long time no see. Miao Mingshen was very enthusiastic, he laughed loudly as he welcomed him. Come, let me introduce you. This is East Sea's secluded cultivator Chu Ying, this is our East Sea's rare earth path grandmaster Tu Tua, Miao Mingshen said. Greetings immortal friend Tuesday. Fang Yuan was also very polite, but his expression was wooden. He pretended to be a solitary cultivator who wasn't good at socializing. There was no flaw in his disguise. Tu Tua looked at Fang Yuan and grinned, showing his yellow teeth as he laughed. It seems that you have received Miao Mingshen's recommendation and this is the first time you are participating in such a trade fair? Huh, back then, I was also recommended by Miao Mingshen to participate. Tu Tua was also very polite. He thought, Miao Mingshen's foresight is not bad, those who can be recommended by him are all outstanding people. This Chu Ying looks ordinary and is not famous, but to be valued by Miao Mingshen, he is not simple. As he thought of this, Tu Tua said, follow me down. I am the first to arrive. Since I have nothing to do, I will first open up a space under the island. Thank you, Brother Tuesday. Actually, this time, I am leading the trade fair. Miao Mingshen immediately said respectfully. Huh. It is just an underground cave, it will not take much effort. Let's go. Tu Tua saw Miao Mingshen and felt like he was seeing an old friend, he grabbed Miao Mingshen's arm and led him underground. Wherever his footsteps went, the originally solid ground melted and flowed like water, forming a wide tunnel that led straight to the bottom of the island. Tu Tua and Miao Mingshen walked in front while Fang Yuan, Feng Jiang, and Immortal Hua Dai walked behind them. Tu Tua and Miao Mingshen conversed along the way. Miao Mingshen's communication skills were outstanding. Tu Tua laughed continuously as his laughter reverberated underground. Furthermore, Miao Mingshen did not ignore Fang Yuan, he turned to speak to Fang Yuan from time to time. His words seemed ordinary, but they were natural, and did not make Fang Yuan feel like he was alone, or that he was being neglected. The underground cave was indeed ordinary, but it was spacious. On a tall platform, there were several stone chairs, they were all wide. The stone chairs had carvings on them, they looked like flowing water, they were very smooth. This showed Tu Tuo's deep sense of aesthetics, as well as his meticulous mind. Fang Yuan counted carefully, there were only 6 stone chairs. It seems that this trade fair was originally planned to have only 6 participants, but it seems like this trade fair only has 6 participants. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang are not included. Once the trading fair starts, they will leave this place and guard it. Fang Yuan guessed. Since there is a newcomer, I will add another chair. Tu Tua stomped his foot as a mound of soil rose up from the ground, it flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, it turned into another stone chair, it looked like it was crafted by a skilled craftsman. Fang Yuan and the rest sat down, waiting for the other Gu immortals to arrive. A moment later, 2 Gu immortals arrived. The former was a female immortal with the appearance of a child, she had 2 ponytails, her eyes were round and round, but she looked very mature. She was Tong Hua. Northern Eastern Sea, a famous light path Gu immortal with rank 7 cultivation level. The latter was a male immortal. He had an aquiline nose and a dark gaze, he wore a messy black robe. He was Wu Ma Yang, a dark path Gu immortal. He had outstanding battle strength among rank 7 Gu immortals. His immortal killer move Dark Arrow Veil had once defeated 3 rank 7 Gu immortals. This battle made him famous in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Tong Hua chattered on and on, while Wu Ma Yang was very quiet. Both sides continued to talk. Under Miao Mingshen's intentional guidance, the atmosphere became harmonious. 15 minutes later, a third Gu immortal entered this underground space. He was Gong Liangbai, a wisdom path Gu immortal who cultivated some wood path methods. Of course, wisdom path was his main focus. Wisdom path Gu immortals were few in number, especially people like Fang Yuan who had inherited a complete wisdom path true inheritance. And Gong Liangbai not only had a complete wisdom path true inheritance, he had also cultivated it. Even though he could not compare to the 3 most famous wisdom path Gu immortals, he had a huge network among lone immortals. He was willing to make deductions for others in exchange for remuneration. Bipolar Pan Armor Pill, Huan hidden in Nan Gong, and Dragon Turtle, traveling in Adversity Sea. This poem was talking about the 3 most powerful wisdom path Gu immortals in the current Eastern Sea Gu immortal world. Song Jiadan and Huan were righteous path members, they rarely worked for lone immortals. As for Dragon Turtle Immortal, he stayed in Adversity Sea for a long time, his footsteps were vague and hard to trace. Gong Liangbai, after this trading convention, let's have a good chat. I have some things that I want you to deduce. Miao Mingshen said as they talked. Don't tell me it's that Lu Guanyi. Recently, I've received many requests from fellow immortals, and they're all here for this person. Gong Liangbai smiled. Of course not. Miao Mingshen denied with a smile. Gong Liangbai nodded, that's good. Speaking of which, I have made deductions 5 times and failed each time. The main reason is that there are too few clues, and that Lu Guanyi also has methods to defend against deductions. Fang Yuan listened quietly from the side, his expression did not change, but he felt awkward internally. This topic attracted the interest of the other Gu immortals. Tu Tua shouted, this Lu Guanyi is really famous now, he is completely famous. No matter who it is, as long as they can use rank 7 cultivation level to make a rank 8 Gu immortal helpless against them, they will be famous in history. Tong Hua sighed. To be able to resist rank 8 with rank 7 cultivation level, I really want to see that. Miao Mingshen shook his head and smiled bitterly, it is a pity that I am not fated to meet such a person. Fang Yuan was sitting on the chair beside him, hearing this, he said expressionlessly, I heard that rank 7 can resist rank 8s mainly because that Lu Guanyi became the reverse flow river lord. This reverse flow river is a secluded domain of heaven and earth, but what great expert can make a rank 8 powerhouse helpless against it? Thus, the immortals topic shifted from Lu Guanyi to reverse flow river. Fang Yuan steered the topic without batting an eyelid. This time, the Gu immortals talked until evening. But night fell over Eastern Sea, the moon had just risen when the trading convention started. The other 2 Gu immortals also arrived. The trading convention officially started. According to the rules, Tong Hua walked onto the stage. This is a desolate plant. I was exploring a deep sea when I found it. That time, in the dark sea, I saw a bright light ahead of me. I moved towards the light, after moving for several minutes, I arrived at the place where the light was. That place was simply a light path paradise. The light was dazzling, it illuminated the surroundings. At first, I thought that this was the light from the corals. But soon, I found that the corals had a layer of green fungi on them. These green fungi are desolate plants, they can be seen everywhere, I named them light shine fungi, they contain light path Dao marks and can emit intense light. Tong Hua slowly introduced her discovery and the process of naming the light shine fungi. Fang Yuan was a little surprised. He did not expect that the trading convention had just started and he already found what he wanted. Chapter 1304. Fang Yuan needed light. The first was aurora light. He had brought in large numbers of dazzling light goo to increase the aurora light in his immortal aperture. The denser the aurora light, the more flowing light fruits he could condense. And rank 8 immortal goo, attitude, used them as food. The light that a desolate plant like the illumination fungus could provide was naturally not the colorful aurora. However, this was not the final conclusion. Humans were intelligent and knew how to adapt to circumstances. In this world, there were methods to modify and graft plants. Wood Path Goo Immortal specialized in this. Every path had their specialty, and Wood Path Goo Immortals were very skilled in managing their immortal apertures. Thus, if Fang Yuan brought in light shine fungi, he might be able to use Wood Path methods to modify them and create new aurora shine fungi. It was not impossible. Other than attitude goo, there was Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo. Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo's food was multicolored overlord flowers. To grow multicolored overlord flowers on a large scale, there were 3 conditions. One was light, the second was sweet air, and the third was pearl soil. The latter 2 were easy to achieve, but light was difficult. Fang Yuan's immortal aperture had light path Dao marks, and he had annexed a light path blessed land some time ago, but it was still far from Fang Yuan's standards. If he used light shine fungi, he could solve the problem of growing multicolored overlord flowers on a large scale. However, there was still a bit of doubt in this regard. That was, the environment that light shine fungi grew in was deep sea. If it was in another environment, could it maintain its vitality? That should not be a problem. After all, light shine fungi are desolate plants. Forget about aurora light. I looted Lu tribe's jade light pit. I had a lot of replenishment. Even though it is a bit off from the standard, it is not far from it. But multicolored overlord flowers are different, they are far from the standard. After all, I do not have a lot of light path Dao marks, and I cannot use all of them on multicolored overlord flowers. Other life forms also need light. Oh, right, I have transformation path Dao marks. At the crucial moment, I can turn them into light path Dao marks to replenish them. While Fang Yuan was thinking, Tong Hua continued, I'm willing to use this batch of luminous fungi to exchange for 3 Zhonglo water elephants. Once she said that, one of the Goo Immortals replied, Heavy building water elephant. I have one with me. I wonder how many heavy building water elephants Tong Hua wants. The Chonglu water elephant was a beast unique to the East Sea. It was of different sizes and had white teeth and blue skin. The water elephant of the first floor was shaped like a small boat, and there was a layer of blue jade skeleton on its back, forming the shape of a tower. The 2-story building water elephant was slightly larger in size and had 2 layers of blue jade bones on its back. So on and so forth. The 6-story building water elephant had a wide back like a ship. It was a level 1 dire beast. 7-story floor water elephant, ancient desolate beast. The 8-story pagoda water elephant was a primordial desolate beast that was extremely rare. The 9-story building water elephant did not exist. Be it beasts, plants, or even variant humans, none of them had ever reached the 9th transformation. Other than humans, there were 10 rank 9 Goo Venerables among them. They were unique among all living beings. Tong Hua displayed the size of the light shine fungi in her hands, informing the Goo Immortals that she was willing to exchange for 3 6-story building water elephants. This price was not expensive, it was very fair. That Goo Immortal frowned, but I only have 1 6-story building water elephant. The light shine fungi can be disassembled. Are you willing to exchange for it? Tong Hua hesitated. He might not be telling the truth. After thinking about it, Tong Hua nodded, then let's exchange. Thus, the first transaction was completed. Both sides made the transaction quickly. I want some light shine fungi, but I do not have any heavy building water elephants. I wonder if you can accept immortal yuan stone? Fang Yuan asked. Tong Hua shook her head, but she did not reject Fang Yuan. I do not have any heavy building water elephants, so forget it. However, my light shine fungi will be sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven in the future. Fellow immortal, you can buy them yourself at that time. In fact, Eastern Sea was mostly water path goo immortals. And light shine fungi were very suitable for Eastern Sea goo immortals. Like Wu Yihai, his entire immortal aperture was an ocean. Tong Hua was only using this new thing to test the waters, to see if there was a chance to gain more benefits. As for selling immortal yuan stone, Tong Hua did not want to do that for now. Because she did not know the market price. This was the first time such a new thing was put on the market. Tong Hua did not know how much it was worth. However, she was looking forward to it. Thus, she rejected Fang Yuan without hesitation. If this light shine fungi became popular in Jewel Yellow Skies, wouldn't she be making a loss by selling it at this price? But if the price was too high, the other party would not trade. It would be better to sell it to Jewel Yellow Skies directly. Since Tong Hua did not want to sell it, Fang Yuan was helpless. But he could understand. A brand new desolate plant could be sold at a high price. Even though this world's economy was not developed, goo immortals were smart. They knew how to drive up prices. Especially this light shine fungus. Tong Hua was the only one in the world. If it were Fang Yuan, he would also take advantage of the golden period at the start to raise the price and make a huge profit. After all, light shine fungi were only rank 6 desolate plants. As time passed, someone would find them or research them. Tong Hua's monopoly would be broken. After all, Eastern Sea was huge. Light shine fungi would not only grow in one place. Goo immortals could use the light shine fungi to research a method to search for them. That way, the number of light shine fungi would increase greatly. Seeing that no one wanted to trade with her, Tong Hua walked down. Immediately, a second goo immortal took her place, walking up the stage. This was the rule of the trading convention. In each round, the goo immortals would go up in a certain order. Each time, they could only trade the same type of resources. That way, it would be fairer. As for Fang Yuan, this newcomer who had just joined, he also had the chance to participate in the transactions and take the initiative to trade, but he could only be in last place. This is a marrow absorption rock, a rank 7 immortal material. I want to trade for 1,000-year drifting wood. In fact, he had already expected this situation. Among the goo immortals here, there were few transformation path, only Chewing seemed to be. But even if there were, Chewing might not like this immortal goo. Transformation path goo immortals often cultivated 2 or 3 transformations. They would not bite off more than they could chew. Unless they obtained one of the essences of transformation path, change form immortal goo, they could not change their form at will. But Miao Mingshen had his reasons for doing this. This trading convention was organized by him after all. If news of an immortal goo exchange in the first round got out, it would make the trading convention even more interesting. More goo immortals with deeper foundations would be attracted to participate. I am willing to exchange for this immortal goo. Fang Yuan slowly stood up from his seat. At once, the immortals turned around and looked at Fang Yuan with slight surprise. Miao Mingshen was slightly dazed before reacting. He smiled brightly. I wonder what friend Miao Mingshen wants to exchange for? Fang Yuan asked. Miao Mingshen chuckled. Chewing, this is the first time you are attending the trading convention, and I am indebted to you. How about this? Actually, I do not need this immortal goo. I can exchange for anything. This time, it was Fang Yuan's turn to be dazed. he did not expect Miao Mingshen's conditions to be so lenient. But even so, immortal goo transactions could only be exchanged for immortal goo, other things could not be used. Fang Yuan thought about it. I have flying bear strength immortal goo, yes. Before Fang Yuan finished speaking, Miao Mingshen said without hesitation. Fang Yuan assessed Miao Mingshen again. He thought, no wonder this person was doing so well in Eastern Sea's goo immortal world. He was a lone cultivator, but he had several goo immortals around him who were loyal to him. But there were some things that Fang Yuan had to make clear. A wry smile appeared on his face. I admire fellow immortal's heart. But I have not finished, my flying bear strength immortal goo is only rank 6. Miao Mingshen's expression changed. The immortals on the seats also had grim expressions, some of them looked at Fang Yuan with dark gazes. Flying bear strength was a strength path immortal goo. Divination tortoise shell immortal goo was a transformation path immortal goo. Strength path was declining, but transformation path was flourishing. Between the two, flying bear strength was weaker than divination tortoise shell immortal goo. But now, flying bear strength was only rank 6. How could a rank 6 immortal goo compare to a rank 7 immortal goo? Chapter 1306. The difficulty of refining a rank 6 immortal goo was completely different from refining a rank 7 immortal goo. Fang Yuan wanted to use a mere rank 6 immortal goo, flying bear strength, to exchange for the rank 7 divination tortoise shell immortal goo. To put it nicely, it was wishful thinking, but to put it bluntly, he was greedy and trying to take advantage of others. This taking advantage had a hint of disdain in it. What did they think Miao Mingshen was? Did they think he was easy to bully? Or did they think everyone else was stupid? Thus, it was understandable that the goo immortals had dark expressions. Fang Yuan, however, smiled. He could see the immortals' attitudes and expressions. He was well aware of the changes in their mentality. But he still asked, I wonder if friend Miao Mingshen is willing to trade? Miao Mingshen smiled, it was a forced smile, but he still nodded, yes. I am indebted to you, you helped me twice, these are enough. The other goo immortals heard this and looked at Miao Mingshen in a new light, they even expressed disgust towards Fang Yuan. One of them even snorted coldly, expressing deep dissatisfaction towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. He continued, everyone says that Lord Miao Mingshen is so and so, I had my suspicions, but after trying it out today, my suspicions disappeared. How can I take advantage of you like this? I will use something else to make up for the difference, it will definitely satisfy you. Saying so, Fang Yuan transmitted to Miao Mingshen secretly. After Miao Mingshen heard this, his expression changed, he said excitedly, Chu Ying, is this true? Huh, won't you know if it is true or not after we complete this transaction? Fang Yuan smiled again. Sorry, we need to complete this transaction alone. Miao Mingshen said as Fang Yuan followed him out of the cave. After going outside and completing the transaction, the two of them returned with smiles on their faces. Fang Yuan was relaxed, while Miao Mingshen's smile showed satisfaction. Everyone could tell that the relationship between the two of them had advanced by leaps and bounds when the two of them held hands and swam together. Before sitting down, Miao Mingshen bowed to Fang Yuan and said, I did not want to owe you a third favor. Fellow immortal's demeanor is truly admirable. This is just a transaction, not a favor. Fang Yuan was very polite. This conversation made the other goo immortals even more puzzled. For a moment, everyone was secretly guessing, what kind of bargaining chip did this Chu Ying offer to make up for the difference in price so easily and make fellow immortal Miao Ming make such a statement? Miao Mingshen sat down but Fang Yuan did not. After this transaction was completed, it was Fang Yuan's turn, so he directly walked up to the platform. The gazes of the immortals below silently changed as they looked at him. They became solemn, and there was even a hint of curiosity and probing. At the same time, they were quite interested in what exactly Fang Yuan wanted to exchange for. This was because they did not know much about Fang Yuan, he was a complete stranger. According to the contents of Fang Yuan's transaction, the Gu immortals could deduce some information about him. For example, there were a lot of immortal materials that were produced in the Gu immortals' blessed land. This way, they could deduce some information, like how developed Fang Yuan's immortal aperture was, or which types of Dao marks were denser in the immortal aperture. If there were 1 or 2 corpses of ancient desolate beasts, they would be the Gu immortals' spoils of battle. After all, if the ancient desolate beasts in the immortal aperture died, their corpses would not be so damaged. From these corpses, the immortals could deduce Fang Yuan's battle strength. Gu immortals had a lot of importance in collecting information. In this aspect, information path Gu immortals had the greatest advantage. But what Fang Yuan took out shocked the immortals. Everyone, please take a look, this is a rank 6 bone path immortal Gu, it is called Bone Spike. I obtained it by accident, unfortunately, I am not a bone path Gu immortal. I will trade it now, which Gu immortal is interested in this Gu? As for what to trade for, I am the same as Lord Miao Mingshen, I do not have many ideas. Fang Yuan smiled. It is another immortal Gu. This is only the first round, but there are already 2 transactions of immortal Gu. This Chuing is quite wealthy, he is a transformation path Gu immortal but has 2 other immortal Gu. The first transaction is done. However, this time, it was uncertain. Are there any bone path Gu immortals here? The Gu immortals discussed among themselves, they were familiar with each other. No? Fang Yuan waited for a while, but no Gu immortal spoke. But he was not disappointed. Just the rank 7 immortal Gu divination tortoise shell that he obtained was enough for him to participate in this transaction convention. Right when Fang Yuan was about to leave, a voice resounded, "Wait, I think I can trade this immortal Gu." The immortals quickly looked towards the source of the voice, it was Wu Ma Yang. Strange, he is a dark path Gu immortal, why does he want to trade for a bone path immortal Gu? This question lingered in the minds of the immortals. Bone Spike immortal Gu naturally had little to do with dark path. But if Wu Ma Yang had some immortal killer move that needed Bone Spike immortal Gu as a supplement, it was not impossible for him to buy this immortal Gu. Everyone had their own secrets, even though the Gu immortals were curious, they restrained their thoughts and watched quietly. There is actually a Gu immortal who wants Bone Spike immortal Gu? Fang Yuan was curious too. He asked, I wonder what you want to trade for? Wu Ma Yang frowned, he hesitated for a while before gritting his teeth, I will use this immortal Gu. He displayed his immortal Gu. This was also a rank 6 immortal Gu. It was the same rank as Bone Spike immortal Gu. The immortals looked at it, someone immediately shouted, this is immortal Gu Day. Indeed, this was rank 6 time path Gu. Fang Yuan was stunned. To think that I was right to come to this trading convention. Fang Yuan cheered internally, but he did not show it on the surface, he seemed to be in deep thought. There was no need to think. The moment Fang Yuan saw this immortal Gu, he wanted to trade for it. Why? Because he inherited He Fan's true inheritance, he had rank 7 year Gu, after immortal Gu, years flow like water, and a large number of time path immortal killer moves. He remembered that in the true inheritance, He Fan was constantly thinking about immortal level day Gu and month Gu, he kept talking about it. He also remembered the 4 immortal killer moves that were similar to days pass like years. Precisely so, he tried all sorts of ways to find a tributary of the river of time and use some secret method to extend his lifespan. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Miao Mingshen had entered the Blue Dragon Whale many times to search for the lifespan Gu. Fang Yuan sent lifespan Gu to him, how could Miao Mingshen not be happy? Especially when Fang Yuan took out 100 years of lifespan goo as a bargaining chip. What did this mean? Miao Mingshen was not stupid. He immediately thought, this meant that Chuing definitely had other lifespan goo in his hands. Otherwise, why would he not cherish them? Thus, Miao Mingshen wanted to build a good relationship with Fang Yuan. But he did not know that this was what Fang Yuan wanted to see. Fang Yuan's scheme was much bigger. Blue Dragon Whale. With his previous life's information, Fang Yuan was much more familiar with this immortal opportunity than the current Miao Mingshen. The transactions continued. In the second round, Goo Immortals appeared one by one. Most of the transactions were successful. Soon, it was Fang Yuan's turn. Woman's Heart Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan was about to display this rank 6 immortal goo and sell it, but his expression suddenly changed. Sorry, there was an unexpected situation. Everyone, I will be leaving first. Fang Yuan said directly. The Goo Immortals were slightly surprised. This trading convention was a rare opportunity. To think that Fang Yuan would give it up like this. But the trading convention was free to enter and leave. It was fine if Fang Yuan wanted to leave. The immortals could not stop him. What's going on? Do you need my help? Miao Mingshen took the initiative to send Fang Yuan off. It is not a big matter, but it is urgent. It is a pity that I missed the trading convention. Fang Yuan sighed. Miao Mingshen quickly consoled, don't worry, if there are such trading conventions in the future, I will inform Brother Chu. Thank you, Brother Miao, goodbye. We will meet again. Fang Yuan flew away, his figure flew into the clouds and vanished. Miao Mingshen sighed, seeing that Fang Yuan had vanished, he turned around and went to the underground cave. Flying in the clouds, Fang Yuan's expression was not so good. The reason why he left was because a wisdom path great expert came to deduce his location. His dark limits effect was almost depleted. This caused him to expend even more energy. Fang Yuan had no choice but to stop participating in this trading convention and leave. Damn it, I wonder which Goo Immortal is trying to deduce me. I wonder if he is deducing Fang Yuan or Lu Guanyi. Fang Yuan felt regret. If he had more time, he might even be able to trade Woman's Heart Immortal Goo. Such an opportunity was hard to come by. After a transaction, many Goo Immortals would lay low for several years before they would trade again. After getting to a safe distance, Fang Yuan activated the Divination Tortoise Shell Immortal Goo that he had just obtained. Of course, he also used Change Form Immortal Goo. Immortal Killer Move, Divination Tortoise Transformation. Transformation Path Killer moves had always been this simple and crude. Because he lacked some mortal goo worms, this killer move's effect was not outstanding. However, because he had Change Form Immortal Goo, and because Fang Yuan did not need Divination Tortoise Transformation to provide him with battle strength, he could barely use it. Divination Tortoise Transformation bought more time for Fang Yuan. A moment later, he chose a safe environment and placed his immortal aperture. For the next few days, he stayed in his immortal aperture. He started to think about how to refine Attitude Goo. Although he had exchanged for 2 immortal goo, they did not seem to have much use in refining Attitude Goo. Fang Yuan was helpless about this. Maybe the third woman's heart could be exchanged for a suitable immortal goo. But Fang Yuan had already lost this chance. He had to wait in his immortal aperture for a long time to use Dark Limit Immortal Goo again. Looking at the time, he had definitely missed the trading convention. In this case, I can only borrow Immortal Goo from Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan had a backup plan. But this was only a secondary plan. The best situation was for Fang Yuan to complete it alone. Borrowing Immortal Goo was not a problem. If Fang Yuan relied on his own Immortal Goo to create an immortal killer move and refine Attitude Goo, it would be of great help to him in the future. He could even fuse this immortal killer move into Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Imagine, by then, reverse flow river would surround Fang Yuan, any immortal goo that flew into the river would be refined by Fang Yuan. How tempting would that be? Fang Yuan had a long-term vision in this aspect. Unfortunately, even though he participated in the trading convention, he did not make any progress in this aspect. But thankfully, Langya Blessed Land had no lack of refinement path immortal goo. Fang Yuan used jewel yellow skies to transport them, expending Langya sect contribution points to rent several immortal goo. This time, there was an unavoidable commotion in jewel yellow skies. But Fang Yuan had no choice but to do this. Using these refinement path immortal goo, Fang Yuan could barely come up with an immortal killer move that could be used with reverse flow river to refine attitude goo. Fang Yuan purposely delayed his journey, and finally succeeded in refining attitude goo after half a month. At this point, he finally had this legendary rank 8 immortal goo in his hands. BZ, I've been in a slump recently. His originally sallow and haggard complexion quickly dissipated, turning into a healthy and bright color. Her pale hair had turned black and shiny. His hunched back and frail bones let out creaking sounds as he straightened his back and held his head high. The most obvious change was the pair of coral dragon horns on his forehead. They were originally dispirited like two lumps of flesh, but now they were purple-gold in color, piercing the sky. Bam! The aura of rank 8 peak stage was like a formless wall that spread out. Old man Bei Feng could not help but take a step back, looking at Duke Long's majestic figure. Shock flashed in his eyes. In stark contrast to Duke Long was evil dragon Di Zhangsheng. It spoke in a hoarse voice, "Damn old man, you only have 10 years of lifespan left. Just treat it as me taking a dump on you, ha ha ha." It was still laughing, but its laughter was very weak. Duke Long clenched his fists, saying nonchalantly, "Evil dragon, you might not understand, but why would I, the great Duke Long, be afraid of death? I woke up this time to make up for my past sins. And these 10 years of lifespan are enough." "Enough for what? What do you want?" Evil dragon asked. "What else? The great era is coming," Duke Long said with deep meaning. "Great era? Great era? Don't tell me the earth veins are fusing, the regional walls will vanish, the 5 regions will become one. Wait, damn old man, don't leave, explain it to me," Di Zhangsheng shouted. But Duke Long smiled coldly. Why would he care about the shouts of a prisoner? He turned around and left, swaggering off, leaving the hidden dragon cave without any reluctance to leave. Southern border. In a nameless place. River water was flowing. There was a tributary of the river of time here. Wuxia and the rest had been waiting by the river for a long time. A figure appeared in the tributary of the river of time, staggering. "Quick! Let's move together and welcome Lord." Wuxia saw this and shouted. He Lulan and Bai Ningbing beside him moved at the same time, activating the Gu formation. Under the effect of the Gu formation, Zishan Makoto got out of the tributary of the river of time. He was like a drowning person. He crawled to the shore with much difficulty, breathing heavily. His body was soaked in water. He was in a pathetic state. This Zishan Makoto actually entered the river of time and returned safely. Bai Ningbing was expressionless, but her heart was shaken. "Lord, did you succeed?" Seeing that Zishan Makoto's breathing had calmed down, Wuxia quickly asked. Purple Mountain True Monarch nodded. "When I entered the Red Lotus, I already communicated with that intent. The benefits I gained far exceeded my expectations." "Is that so?" Wuxia was overjoyed. But Zishan Makoto had a grim expression. "I used Red Lotus True Inheritance to observe the past and the future. Before Fang Yuan's rebirth, our shadow sect had already succeeded. We delayed the Great Era for 500 years, we exterminated Great Dream Immortal Venerable who had yet to mature, we even wanted to completely control Celestial Court. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan's rebirth changed everything. Shadow Sect no longer has the ability, the Great Era is about to descend. Wuxia's expression was naturally shaken. Bai Ningbing and He Lulan looked at each other in bewilderment. The former asked coldly, "What is the Great Era?" Wuxia breathed in deeply, answering, "The earth veins fuse, the regional walls vanish, the 5 regions become one, and great dream immortal venerable. This is the Great Era." Bai Ningbing and He Lulan were also stunned. At the same time, Fang Yuan entered southern border using Wu Yihai's appearance. Wu clan's headquarters were already in sight. "I'm finally back. This time, I must absorb the dream realms and raise my attainment levels with all my strength. There is still time." "Can I use reverse flow protection seal to resist the immemorial year beasts?" Fang Yuan quickly shook his head. Using reverse flow river, he could only protect himself. If the immemorial year beasts wanted to destroy his immortal aperture, he could do nothing about it. The reason why Fang Yuan thought of this was because of that sealed rank 8 immortal goo years flow like water. Unfortunately, even though his battle strength rose rapidly, Fang Yuan had not found the time to unseal years flow like water. Like this, Fang Yuan cultivated quietly, waiting for Wu Yong's arrangements to let him return to the giant dream realm. However, it was able to cause immortal Yanhuang's flames and rolling stones to melt and collapse. Evidently, Wu Yubo had the upper hand. But the battle had just begun, both sides were probing each other, immortal goo and immortal killer moves had not been used yet. Fang Yuan observed the battle while inspecting the surroundings. He was wary of Xia Qingcang, preventing him from making any sneak attacks. But Xia Qingcang was very relaxed. He looked at Fang Yuan from time to time. When Fang Yuan looked at him as well, he would nod and smile. This scene gave Fang Yuan a faint feeling of unease. Xia Qingcang was a wisdom path goo immortal, he was famous in southern border, he was an important person. The battle continued. Both sides continued to use immortal goo and immortal killer moves. Immortal Yan Huang was at a disadvantage, he was suppressed by Wu Yubo. The latter's advantage was becoming more and more obvious. Victory was about to be decided. Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless. If he failed his duty, he would be punished when he returned to the clan. "Yan Huang, go and die. It is your honor to die under my signature killer move." Wu Yubo's killing intent was intense, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He activated his immortal killer move, rain poured down, dark clouds covered the sky, cold winds howled, the three gathered and formed a spherical cage that trapped immortal Yan Huang. Immortal Yan Huang was trapped inside, he could not escape, he was in a desperate situation, he was about to die. Fang Yuan's gaze was fixed on Xia Qingcang, guarding against him. But Xia Qingcang had a smile on his face, he watched from the side, he had no intention of helping. Right at this time, immortal Yan Huang suddenly laughed loudly, the aura of countless goo worms burst out from his body, a blazing light spread out from his body. At once, the spherical cage that trapped him was dissolved. How can this be? Wu Yubo was shocked, he was caught off guard, his signature killer move was broken, he was heavily injured. The lava under immortal Yan Huang's feet interweaved, it quickly turned into a battlefield. This was an immortal battlefield killer move. Wu Yubo's face was pale, he was trapped in the battlefield. The situation changed, Wu Yubo was in danger. The situation changed, Fang Yuan was about to make a move, but Xia Qingcang flew close and warned, "Wu Yihai, don't bring shame to Wu clan." Fang Yuan chuckled, "How can an outsider like you care if my Wu clan is shamed or not?" Saying so, he turned into a divination tortoise and charged towards the lava battlefield. Xia Qingcang praised Fang Yuan's decisiveness. "He did not slow down. In that case, have a taste of my killer move, mind scattering. Wisdom Path Immortal Killer Move." Xia Qingcang immediately used his signature killer move. It was a powerful method. Gu immortals hit by this move would have their minds in chaos, they would have all sorts of thoughts, their battle strength would be greatly affected, they might even fall into chaos and be unable to extricate themselves. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, he ignored it and charged towards the battlefield killer move. "Fool!" Xia Qingcang said coldly. At the next moment, his mind scattering hit Fang Yuan, but the result was that it dissipated while Fang Yuan was unscathed. Xia Qingcang's cold smile froze on his face. How can this be? This is, divination tortoise? Xia Qingcang finally recognized the origin of Fang Yuan's transformation. He had a bitter expression. The divination tortoise was a wisdom path ancient desolate beast, it could defend against the deductions of wisdom path Gu immortals. His wisdom path killer move was based on the concept of deductions, but it was countered by the divination tortoise. There was a deafening rumble. A hole was created in the battlefield killer move by Fang Yuan. The divination tortoise entered and saved Wu Yubo, who was in danger. Even though Wisdom Path Gu immortals were few in number, Xia clan had 4 to 5 Wisdom Path Gu immortals, and many of them were experts. Among the Wisdom Path Gu immortals in the whole of southern border, Xia clan was the #1 surname. They had a huge share. It was not strange that Wu clan was plotted against by Xia clan. The other forces saw Xia clan's success and became restless, they wanted to imitate them. When Wu Duxiu was alive, Wu clan was like the sun in the sky, they devoured other people's resources and expanded their territory. There were many incidents like Moon Bull. There were also many enemies like Immortal Yan Huang. This was something that the other forces could use to deal with Wu clan. All sorts of information came. Wu Yong felt something amiss, a storm was coming towards Wu clan. Sure enough, after the Moon Bull incident, Luo clan attacked Wu clan. Their reason was very legitimate, similar to Xia clan's. Next, Qi clan and Chai clan tried to get their hands on Wu clan's inspiration Silkworm Cave and Spring Sun Mountain Range. Wu Yong stayed at the center and mobilized his troops, but Wu clan's territory was too big, they lacked manpower, they could only maintain an undefeatable situation. Wu clan was in trouble, Wu Yong was in a terrible predicament, but as Wu Yong's younger brother, Wu Yihai, was living a comfortable life. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. "Let me go, please let me go." "Ah!" Ma Hongyun's soul screamed in pain. But Fang Yuan ignored it, he continued to soul search. Ma Hongyun's soul could not bear such torture, it soon became extremely weak. Guts Gu. Fang Yuan used a Gu worm and healed Ma Hongyun's soul, he continued to soul search. "You demon! Kill me, kill me!" The intense pain directly affecting his soul was unbearable for Ma Hongyun. He kept on cursing, scolding and crying for mercy, but Fang Yuan turned a deaf ear to him. After a while, he finally stopped. Ma Hongyun's soul had become extremely thin, it was like a lump of mist, on the verge of vanishing. But at the next moment, Fang Yuan crushed a Guts Gu, healing Ma Hongyun's soul. I finally obtained all the luck path true inheritance that Ma Hongyun had memorized. But Zhao Lianyun is not dead, this Ma Hongyun's soul can still be captured and imprisoned. He. After Fang Yuan killed Ma Hongyun in Reverse Flow River, he obtained his soul. These last days, he had been soul searching Ma Hongyun. After confirming that he had thoroughly searched Ma Hongyun, he no longer had any secrets to hide from him. Fang Yuan thus obtained a portion of all living beings' luck true inheritance. Self-luck, all living being luck, heaven and earth luck, these were the three true inheritances of giant son Immortal. Self-luck true inheritance was in Langya blessed land, all living beings luck true inheritance was in 88-point Jinyang Tower, heaven and earth luck true inheritance was in longevity heaven. The Xia clan was supporting them from behind, waving flags and shouting war cries. Their intentions were clear, they were plotting against the Moon Peak. The itinerant Immortal's descendant is a Gu master, he actually dares to challenge Wu clan. Xia clan has many wisdom path Gu Immortals, they are indeed good at scheming. But this time, I have to protect Frosty Peak. This is a good chance for me to display my strength. The reason why Wu Yong is not willing to send me to the Super Gu formation is because he is worried that I am not strong enough to suppress the situation there. Fang Yuan accepted the mission but was not in a hurry to leave. He thought to himself, even though he was strong, he had many methods that could not be exposed. Divination tortoise transformation was good for defense but lacking in offense. Thankfully, he had Vajra thought Immortal Gu, he needed to modify that Immortal Killer move first. Thus, for the next 10 days or so, Fang Yuan stayed in his mountain, deducing and modifying the Immortal Killer move. This half a month was not peaceful. Xia clan saw that Wu clan did not make a move, they urged and spread the news. Wu clan was facing huge pressure, Wu Yong also came to urge Fang Yuan but was stopped by Fang Yuan. No rush. If I do not show up, Xia clan cannot openly annex Frosty Peak. Xia clan is clamoring everywhere. It's nothing. No matter how much he changes, I will remain unmoved. Be steady. This is the principle of life that I comprehended when I was a secluded cultivator in Eastern Sea. Be slow. Slow work produces fine results. Fang Yuan gave a lot of reasons, he rejected them clearly. Eventually, even Wu Yong became anxious. Wu Yihai did not have much pressure, but as the leader of Wu clan, his pressure was increasing day by day. The clan's matters are my matters. Since you've entrusted this matter to me, I will definitely do it well. I won't disappoint the trust and expectations that you have placed on me. Fang Yuan was still stubborn. Wu Yong could do nothing about this, he had no Gu Immortals to send. Only when Fang Yuan completely modified the Immortal Killer move and tested it a few times, after he was sure of success, did he set off for Frosty Peak. Wu Yong let out a sigh of relief. Xia clan had been paying close attention to Wu clan, the moment Fang Yuan left, they received news. On Frosty Peak. Wu clan sent Wu Yihai this time. Rank 6 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Xia Zhua Mo said. This Frosty Peak is comparable to Moon Bowl, Wu clan did not send Wu Yubo or Wu Zhen. This is a stupid move. Rank 7 Gu Immortal Xia Fei Kuai could not believe it. Xia Zhua Mo pondered, Wu clan has no one to send. Wu Yubo is a prideful person, he lost to Immortal Yan Huang, unless he can kill Immortal Yan Huang and avenge himself, he will not leave. As for Wu Zhen, he is guarding Phoenix Peak, how can he leave so easily? During this period of time, all sorts of phoenix birds go to Phoenix Peak to breed and lay eggs. Ha! Chapter 13-14. The sky was gloomy, it was drizzling. Fang Yuan was flying in the sky, he was surrounded by clouds and mist. I'm here. He willed as he descended, the clouds and mist faded away, revealing a vast land. Southern border had many mountains, the land below Fang Yuan was also covered in mountains. They were lush and green. In this deep green sea, Frosty Peak was unique. It was pure white and stood out from the rest. It was a stark contrast to the surroundings. At the peak of Frosty Peak, there was a mortal Gu house. At the entrance of the Gu house, Xia clan's 2 Gu immortals, Xia Fei Kuai and Xia Zhuemo, had already sensed Fang Yuan's traces. Fang Yuan was here to negotiate. He naturally would not conceal himself. It was normal for Xia clan's 2 Gu immortals to find him immediately. He is finally here. This Wu Yihai is really something. A journey that should have taken 2 to 3 days has taken him half a month. Xia Fei Kuai frowned. It's good that he is here, let's welcome him. Xia Zhuemo smiled. The two sides met in the air. Both sides had smiles on their faces, they had elegant demeanors. After all, they were representing 2 super forces. Xia clan's 2 Gu immortals assessed Wu Yihai, thinking, he really looks like Wu Duxiu. Fang Yuan was also assessing these 2 Gu immortals. Xia Fei Kuai was rank 7, he was evidently the leader of Xia clan's side. According to Wu clan's information, Xia Fei Kuai was like his name, he was impatient, decisive and had strong battle strength. Xia Zhuemo was a wisdom path Gu immortal, he had many thoughts and liked to think. Xia Zhuemo's nature was related to his childhood experiences. Whenever he encountered an important matter, he would subconsciously think about opportunities and think about them repeatedly. Meanwhile, Xia Fei Kuai's nature was the aftereffect of cultivating a certain immortal killer move. This was the first time the two sides were meeting. As they conversed, Xia clan's Gu immortals led Fang Yuan to the peak of Frosty Peak. Please come in, please have some tea. These 2 Gu immortals acted like they were the masters, they seemed to be announcing the ownership of Frosty Peak. The battle had already begun, but Fang Yuan did not react, it was like he did not sense anything. He smiled as he sat down, sipping his tea. The tea is not bad, he praised after taking a sip. Xia Zhuemo smiled, this is my Xia clan's 4 seasons tea, personally made by my clan's grand elder. When he took a sip, there were 4 different tastes, making him feel as if he had arrived at the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. That's why we call it 4 seasons tea. Xia clan's first supreme elder was a time path great expert. The 4 seasons tea she refined showed her deep attainments in time path. Xia clan's Gu immortals used this tea to establish their might, but after Fang Yuan drank it, he smiled brightly. What a great tea! I wonder if the 2 immortal friends from the Xia clan have any left over? I'll be thick-skinned and ask for a few portions, how about that? Fang Yuan said with a smile. The 2 Xia clan Gu immortals looked at each other. Xia Zhuemo thought, this Wu Yihai really knows how to speak. But even though they were enemies this time, the righteous path's demeanor was still important. Furthermore, the political situation was ever-changing. Today, everyone was making things difficult for the Wu clan, and it was possible that the Xia clan would cooperate with the Wu clan after tomorrow. Xia Zhuemo made up his mind and was about to speak when Xia Fei Kuai replied, sigh. This is nothing, we have a lot of 4 seasons tea, since Wu Yihai wants it, take it. Saying so, he gave out more than 10 portions of 4 seasons tea. Then I shall accept it. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, receiving the tea leaves. Xia Fei Kuai continued, let's talk about Frosty Peak. Chapter 13-15. Fang Yuan acted as if he didn't notice, smiling as he said, first of all, I didn't hear the first sentence clearly. Xia Fei Kuai repeated it again. Fang Yuan nodded, then the second sentence. Xia Fei Kuai raised his eyebrows. Fang Yuan continued, I didn't hear it clearly either. Xia Fei Kuai repeated it again, his tone very unhappy, is there anything else that you didn't hear clearly? The third sentence. Fang Yuan said. Xia Fei Kuai's eyes instantly widened. He directly said, "Forgive me for being blunt, but you didn't hear the third sentence clearly? Are you trying to make fun of me?" "You've really misunderstood." Fang Yuan hurriedly waved his hand. "The third sentence, I did hear it clearly." Xia Zhuomo's expression darkened. Xia Fei Kuai raised his eyebrows high, his eyes widened, his face showing anger. "Then what else do you have to say, Celestial?" Fang Yuan said again, "Really, the fourth sentence." Xia Fei Kuai waved his hand. "Then I'll say it again, listen carefully, listen clearly." So he really repeated it. This time, he spoke very slowly, word by word, very clearly. Fang Yuan stood up and bowed to Xia Fei Kuai. Xia Fei Kuai was confused, he had a bad feeling, so he hurriedly bowed back. His tone softened. "Celestial friend should be clear about this, right?" "Clear, clear. I'll have to trouble Celestial friend to repeat it, I can't be clearer." "Oh, so it's like this." Fang Yuan patted his forehead, then sat down again. "So, it's a reasonable request for your side to return Moon Peak. My Xia clan also came to uphold justice. This Zhang Kaizui is the bloodline descendant of Zhang Sanfeng, without a doubt, please verify it." Xia Fei Kuai made another request. But Fang Yuan only glanced at Zhang Kaizui, smiling as he waved his hand. "No hurry, no hurry. Is there something that Celestial friend doesn't understand?" Xia Fei Kuai's expression darkened, his tone unfriendly. "I've troubled fellow Immortal to explain so much, but is the actual situation like this?" "I'm not sure yet," Fang Yuan said. Xia Fei was so angry that he almost laughed. "Everything I said is true. Fellow Immortal, feel free to verify it." "Huh." Fang Yuan also smiled and clapped his hands. "Fellow Immortal, you are a straightforward person. Then I will first seek confirmation from my clan." Saying so, he closed his eyes, his consciousness seemed to sink into his immortal aperture, using information path methods. The other three waited for a long time, but Fang Yuan did not open his eyes. Xia Fei Kuai could not help but urge, "Immortal friend Wu Yihai, have you verified it yet?" Fang Yuan opened his eyes and smiled embarrassedly. "My elder brother is very busy and doesn't have time. Let's wait for a while." Regarding a rank 8 Gu Immortal, Xia Fei Kuai could not say anything. Xia Zhuomo interrupted, "Lord Wu Yong has been very busy recently, he has no choice but to be busy. Wu Yihai, you can seek confirmation from other Wu clan Gu Immortals." Fang Yuan laughed heartily, giving Xia Zhuomo a thumbs up, as expected of a wisdom path Gu Immortal. "Good idea." This praise made Xia Zhuomo's expression freeze. Next, Fang Yuan said, "But I am not familiar with other Gu Immortals. Does fellow Immortal have any recommendations? Recommend your sister." Xia Fei Kuai, who was at the side, heard this and was instantly enraged as he blurted out. "My sister? I only have an elder brother, but no younger sister. You must have remembered wrongly, right?" Fang Yuan smiled with squinted eyes. Xia Fei Kuai was speechless. He and Xia Zhuomo looked at each other, they communicated secretly, they could tell that Fang Yuan was joking. To think that Wu clan sent such a person here. This is simply shameful. Xia Fei Kuai was filled with anger. He wanted to discuss things properly, but Fang Yuan did not. But because of his righteous path status, Xia Fei Kuai could not do anything out of line. Fang Yuan suddenly raised this condition. Compared to before, it was many times more relaxed, it did not seem so hard to accept. But Wu Yihai suddenly threw out this condition, he might have planned it. Xia Zhuo was still thinking. Xia Fei Kuai spoke, "All right, I agree." Xia Zhuo was stunned, transmitting, "Lord Xia Fei Kuai, are you going to let this son of a bitch stall for time again? I will bear the consequences of this, it has nothing to do with you. I cannot afford to waste my time, for this stupid matter, the less time I have to spend with this guy, the better." Xia Fei Kuai immediately rejected with a firm attitude. Xia Zhuo smiled bitterly. "If this spar fails, even if you, Xia Fei Kuai, bear the consequences, will I be able to escape responsibility? The clan sent me to assist you, wasn't it to persuade you?" Sigh. He heaved a deep sigh in his heart and helplessly transmitted his voice over, "Then I wish you victory in this battle, sir." "Are you sure?" Fang Yuan asked again. His condition, to Wu clan, was only delaying the problem, it did not solve it. But once 5 years passed, Fang Yuan should have finished what he needed to do. At that time, who would serve Wu clan? "I am sure." This time, Xia Fei Kuai did not speak, Xia Zhuo spoke. "Good." Fang Yuan slowly flew back, his tone was very annoying. "Actually, I do not want to spar, no matter what, it will hurt our relationship. But since Lord Xia Fei Kuai insists, then on account of the 4 seasons tea that you gave me, I will agree to this spar." "Don't mention the tea, let's fight." Xia Fei Kuai shouted, his eyes were bloodshot. Before he finished, Fang Yuan's body glowed, he turned into a divination tortoise. Xia Fei Kuai was stunned, Fang Yuan was hesitant before, but now he was very straightforward. This surprised him for a moment. "It's the divination tortoise again." Xia Zhuo frowned. The divination tortoise was huge, its 4 legs were like pillars, it stood firmly in the valley, filling up the entire valley. The whole divination tortoise was dark and eerie, there were countless markings on its shell, it was very eye-catching. Xia Zhuo stared at it for a while before feeling dazzled, he quickly retracted his gaze. Xia Fei Kuai did not expect Fang Yuan to use an immortal killer move at once. Normally speaking, when Gu Immortal spar, there was a process of probing. Fang Yuan skipped that and used his trump card. Looking at the sturdy tortoise's shell, one can imagine the divination tortoise's defensive strength. No wonder he suggested this spar. Thinking of this, Xia Zhuo's frown deepened. "What should I do?" Xia Fei Kuai hesitated. He did not know what Wu Yihai was good at, but Fang Yuan knew. Xia Fei Kuai's hesitation was short, he attacked almost immediately. First move. He raised his hand and clenched his fist, he punched towards the divination tortoise in the valley. His fist shined with dazzling light. The pure white light left Xia Fei Kuai's fist in an instant, turning into a ball of light that was the size of steel wine, and smashed downwards. Immortal Gu auras and mortal Gu auras intertwined. Chapter 13-18. Damn it! Xia Fei Kuai gritted his teeth. He had spent so much effort to activate the saw light wheel, but now, it seemed like a joke. The small tortoise shell-like thoughts were still growing at this moment. 50,000, 60,000, the numbers kept increasing, not only did they overflow the valley, they were also expanding outwards. There were countless small tortoise shells, some were floating in the air, some were rotating, and in the middle was the divination tortoise that Fang Yuan had transformed into, its huge body was like an iron hill. This cannot go on. Xia Fei Kuai's sense of urgency was becoming stronger. The speed of growth is so fast. No wonder Wu Yihai set such a rule. But Lord Xia Fei Kuai has not used his methods yet, the outcome of this battle is not decided yet. Xia Zhuemo thought, looking at Xia Fei Kuai with anticipation. Xia Fei Kuai was already preparing his killer move. Endless auras of goo worms surged out, surging to the extreme. Pride flashed on his face as he looked down at the divination tortoise. No matter how many there are, they are only thoughts, so what? Take this move, 33 heavenly lights. I want to see how many layers of heavenly lights your thoughts can last. Immortal killer move, 33 heavenly lights. One of Xia Fei Kuai's signature methods, famous in southern border. Is it going to appear? Lord Xia Fei Kuai's group attack method. Xia Zhuemo was inwardly excited. This killer move had its own meaning. Once activated, with Xia Fei Kuai as the wick, it would shine with intense light. Under the illumination of the light, anything would suffer light path damage. The intense light flickered 33 times, the range of the light was huge, it was like it was descending from the sky, thus it was called 33 heavenly lights. The first flash did not do much damage to living things. At most, it could only kill some insects. But the second flash increased the damage by a level, it could destroy plants and flowers. The third flash, birds and beasts died under the heavenly light. The fourth flash, the trees disintegrated, and the rocks crumbled. The fifth flash, the sixth flash, so on and so forth, the intense light's damage would increase until it could threaten desolate beasts, or even ancient desolate beasts. The small tortoise shell-like thoughts were tough, but they could not compare to desolate beasts, they would definitely be destroyed by the 33 heavenly lights. This was an undeniable fact. Xia Fei Kuai used this move, but it was also a coincidence. 33 heavenly lights were not very practical, because once it was activated, one had to stop moving. Once one moved, this killer move would stop. Xia Fei Kuai even had to suffer from the backlash. Of course, there were differences. If the killer move was stopped before the 10th flash, Xia Fei Kuai would suffer light injuries. Between the 10th flash and the 23rd flash, his injuries would be moderate, and after the 23rd flash, he would be heavily injured. If the killer move was forced to stop after 30 times, then the backlash would be even stronger, causing Xia Fei Kuai to be on the verge of death. The stronger the immortal killer move, the greater the backlash if the activation failed. Soon, there was an explosion of light. The first time it flashed, Fang Yuan's tortoiseshell thought did not budge. The second time it flashed, the thoughts were still growing, but there was no impression. After the third flash of intense light, their thoughts began to waver. The fourth time, the individual thoughts collapsed on their own. For the fifth time, the hundreds of thoughts dissipated into nothingness. Xia Zhuemo, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but smile when he saw this scene. This was only the fifth time. The entire immortal killer move had a total of 33 consecutive flashes. However, why do I have a feeling that something is amiss? Xia Zhuemo thought. The sixth flash, over 1,000 thoughts were destroyed, the tortoiseshell thoughts outside were shaking, showing signs of not being able to endure it. The seventh time, I will get rid of you. Xia Fei Kuai sneered in his heart. But at this moment, swoosh! 70 to 80,000 small tortoiseshell thoughts suddenly entered Fang Yuan's body like a tide. To be more precise, it had shrunk into his mind. He had turned into a divination tortoise. This ancient wisdom path desolate beast had a very wide mind, it was extremely easy for it to bear 70 to 80,000 thoughts. What? Xia Fei Kuai was dumbfounded. Xia Zhuemo patted his head, feeling hatred in his heart. I finally know what is wrong. These small tortoiseshell are thoughts in essence, since they are thoughts, they can be stored in the Gu Immortal's mind. Thereupon, in the whole valley, 70 to 80,000 thoughts disappeared, entering Fang Yuan's mind. Only the giant divination tortoise was left, it was still lying on the ground. In the air, Xia Fei Kuai's immortal killer move was still going on. Seventh flash. 8th flash. 9th flash, but without thoughts, what was the point of these intense lights? And the Immortal Killer move was still in the process of activating, it could not be casually stopped. Thus, Xia Fei Kuai could only continue to activate the killer move. 10th flash, 11th, 12th, the scene was very awkward. After 33 flashes, Xia Fei Kuai expended a large amount of immortal essence, while the divination tortoise that Fang Yuan had turned into was only left with a giant tortoiseshell. It was as stable as Mount Tai, unmoving. And the small valley that he had been residing in had turned into a flat land. 33 heavenly lights were indeed powerful, it forcefully turned the surrounding 1,000 li of land into a flat land. The mountains and hills were all gone. This killer move is truly amazing. Fang Yuan did not stint on his praise. Saying so, he stretched out his head, tail, and limbs from the tortoise shell. His limbs and head were not as tough as the tortoise shell, thus, in the following flashes, Fang Yuan retracted his shell, he was not injured at all. Hearing Fang Yuan praising him again, Xia Fei Kuai felt extremely gloomy. Too shameless. Xia Zhuemo gritted his teeth, looking at the shameless Fang Yuan with hatred. Especially when he saw the 100,000 tiny tortoise-shell thoughts crawl out of Fang Yuan's mind and spread, surrounding the divination tortoise, the hatred in his eyes deepened. How can we break this? Xia Clan's 2 Gu immortals were thinking about this problem. 3 moves have passed already. Fang Yuan reminded plainly. Xia Fei Kuai shouted, then take a few more moves. Saying so, he pounced down, turning into a rainbow of light as he surrounded the divination tortoise and attacked. Countless tortoiseshell thoughts encircled and defended. Chapter 13-19. After a spar, Xia Clan's Gu immortals lost and retreated. Fang Yuan stopped his transformation and returned to his human form, returning to Frosty Peak. The mortal Gu house on Frosty Peak was also taken away, only an icy mountain was left, emitting frost energy. Fang Yuan sighed softly. His mental state was like an ancient well without any ripples, these victories were not worth boasting about. The so-called sense of honor had already left him. Speaking of which, this easy victory was also because I had an advantage. Know thyself, know thy enemy, and win 100 battles. The 2 Xia Clan Gu immortals did not know Fang Yuan's strength, they only estimated it. On the contrary, Fang Yuan knew a lot about them. Be it killer moves or personalities, he had a thorough understanding of them with Wu Clan's help. This showed how important information was in Gu immortal battles. Actually, in the spar between Fang Yuan and the 2 Xia Clan Gu immortals, it was like Wu Yubo losing to immortal Yan Huang. This was an advantage in terms of information. Wu Yubo was very strong, but his signature killer move was seen through, he lost the entire battle due to a moment of carelessness. Fang Yuan knew more, he advanced step by step, he made many plans and made the Xia Clan Gu immortals retreat in the end. Immortal killer move Vajra thought is quite effective. But after using it this time, it will not be easy to have such an effect in the future. The 2 Xia Clan Gu immortals returned in defeat, they would definitely learn from their experience and think of ways to counter or even break the immortal killer move Vajra thought. Breaking it was very difficult, but finding a way to counter it was often easier. Wu Yihai's identity is starting to become famous. Only divination tortoise transformation and immortal killer move Vajra thought can be used. But the more I use it, the more I will be targeted by others, or even broken. Actually, reverse flow protection seal is the same. After the Battle of Northern Plains, Celestial Court, the 10 great ancient sects, Longevity Heaven, Old Ancestor Shuehu, and others will analyze it. I need to pay attention to it the next time I use it. Especially in front of these people. Fang Yuan became vigilant. Wu Yubo's fate was right in front of them. It was not easy to create an immortal killer move, but a powerful immortal killer move could not remain unchanged for a long time, it needed to advance and improve with time. This way, others could counter or even break your killer move, only then would you be able to face them effectively. Modifying and upgrading immortal killer moves was naturally a difficult matter. Other than sudden inspiration, the true test was the Gu Immortal's attainment level. And the best place to raise my attainment level, in this world, is definitely dream realms. Fang Yuan's thoughts involuntarily drifted to that giant dream realm again. It was precisely because of the widespread appearance of dream realms that during the 5 regions chaotic war in Fang Yuan's previous life, all sorts of characters appeared one after another. Together, they formed a magnificent era of war and chaos. It is a pity that I am Wu Yihai now. I have just joined Wu clan. If I forcefully request to go to the Super Gu formation, it would be very suspicious. Although this matter has come to an end, I don't know when I will be able to regain the giant dream. I should focus on what is in front of me and let nature take its course. Fang Yuan thought of this as he landed on Frosty Peak. He had yet to properly search this mountain peak that was rich in ice path resources. After chasing away Xia clan's Gu immortals, Fang Yuan had a rare opportunity, he would not let it go. On Frosty Peak, cold air pressed down, snow covered the ground. Unfortunately, this method won't work. My identity on the surface is Wu Yihai, a member of Wu clan. This time, I was greedy and embezzled the resources. I have already reached the limit of the righteous path's unwritten rules. I cannot continue. If I really pull up the mountain, not mentioning the possibility of exposing my true identity, Wu clan will definitely not be able to explain it. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. He did not linger here any longer. He flew into the sky like lightning. Soon, his figure vanished into the clouds. Several days later, Fang Yuan returned to Wu clan's headquarters and saw Wu Yong again. This time, it was all thanks to my brother's help. You protected Frosty Peak for the clan, and even deterred those rascals. Wu Yong nodded towards Fang Yuan, showing an expression of praise. Brother is overpraising me, I was just lucky. Fang Yuan said humbly. Elder Wu Fa, have you calculated it yet? My brother's contribution this time is not a simple matter, we need to consider the big picture. Wu Yong turned around and said to another Wu clan Gu immortal. This Wu clan Gu immortal had an ordinary appearance, but his authority was not ordinary. He was Wu Yong's trusted aide. He calculated the rewards and punishments of the clan's Gu immortals. Wu Fa frowned slightly. We have already witnessed Lord Wu Yihai's bravery. After this battle, Lord's name will definitely spread in southern borders Gu immortal world. But if we want to reward them according to their contributions, firstly, Lord Wu Yihai did not resolve this matter completely, he set a 5-year agreement. Secondly, Frosty Peak has been exploited viciously, its foundation is greatly damaged, its value is greatly reduced. Oh? Frosty Peak actually had a problem? Wu Yong was surprised. He turned to look at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sighed. I did not expect Xia clan's 2 Gu immortals to be such people. Wu Yong raised his brows slightly. Brother, did you personally see Xia clan's Gu immortals excavate Frosty Peak? I did not, it was only my guess. Maybe there were other lone cultivator Gu immortals? Fang Yuan's reply was flawless. Wu Yong nodded. He was silent for a while. In that case, Elder Wu Fa, please make the decision. Elder Wu Fa continued to calculate, before handing a list to Fang Yuan. Next, Fang Yuan began to prepare Immortal Killer Move, Bountiful Year. This Immortal Killer Move came from He Fan's true inheritance. But in fact, it was not created by He Fan, it was created by a Gu Immortal great expert known as Pill Immortal. He was the one who created this Immortal Killer Move. He Fan used other resources to exchange for it. This was a very rare immortal killer move that was used to manage the immortal aperture. It did not have any offensive power. But it was very practical. Even He Fan had left a comment in the True Inheritance. He praised this immortal killer move greatly. Goo worms flew into the sky one after another. The mystical aura continued to expand and become denser. The bountiful year that Fang Yuan was activating had already been modified by him. The original bountiful year had Year Goo as the core immortal goo, with tens of thousands of supplementary goo worms. But now, Fang Yuan had obtained a new rank 7 immortal goo, Perseverance. Fang Yuan ingeniously added Perseverance immortal goo as the first supplementary goo worm. More than 10 days later, bountiful year's preparation was completed. It was activated. The mystical power covered the whole of Dragon Scale Sea area, but the effect could not be seen in such a short period of time. The original bountiful year killer move, even He Fan, needed 2 to 3 days to activate. This was already long enough. After I modified it and added Perseverance immortal goo, the time became even longer. It took almost half a month. Fortunately, the activation succeeded and I did not suffer any backlash. Fang Yuan continued to ponder and comprehend. My time path attainment level is still very ordinary. I could only barely add Perseverance immortal goo in after the modification. This is the main reason for the huge increase in time. The shorter the activation time of an immortal killer move, the simpler the process, the higher the possibility of the killer move's activation, and the safer the goo immortal would be. But Fang Yuan's actions had more advantages than disadvantages. With Perseverance immortal goo's help, the duration of bountiful year would be doubled. The original bountiful year could only affect 1 year in the immortal aperture. But now, Fang Yuan could only activate it once, but it could affect 2 years. This was also indirectly saving a portion of Red Date immortal essence for Fang Yuan. Bountiful year still has a lot of room for modification. Fusing Perseverance immortal goo into it, or even fusing immortal level day goo into it can raise the effect of bountiful year. But with my current attainment level, I have already reached the limit of time path. Forget it. The matter was settled. This immortal aperture construction was Fang Yuan's first big move. Right now, in Mini Eastern Sea, the first special sea area, Dragon Scale Sea area, had completely formed. Large numbers of dragonfish lived here, and among the dragonfish groups, 1 or 2 desolate beast dragonfish were very conspicuous. Bountiful year's power not only enveloped the whole of Dragon Scale Sea, but also the vast area around this sea area. According to He Fan's True Inheritance, once bountiful year is activated, although it consumes a lot of immortal essence, it can greatly increase the production of all kinds of resources in the immortal aperture for the next year. But the truth was not so. The bountiful year killer move that Fang Yuan activated only covered a portion of Mini Eastern Sea. On one hand, this was because Fang Yuan had added Perseverance immortal goo, which reduced the area of effect of the killer move. On the other hand, the sovereign immortal aperture was too huge. It was no different from a fantasy for bountiful year to cover the whole sovereign immortal aperture. From Dragon Scale Lake to Dragon Scale Sea, this was a huge leap with profound significance. But after this matter, Fang Yuan's immortal Yuan stone and immortal essence reserves were almost depleted. To be safe, Fang Yuan started to sell all the resources that he did not need. For example, the frost jades and jade essences that he plundered from Frosty Peak, as well as large numbers of ice path mortal goo. There were gains and losses. His current focus was on the dragonfish. After selling some of the resources on hand, Fang Yuan used all his strength to search for a portion of his gains, and bought a lot of dragonfish from Jewel Yellow Skies. He released these dragonfish into Dragon Scale Sea area. It could be said that he was betting heavily on this project. There was no doubt that this was somewhat risky. But if he did not do it well, the efficiency would be even lower. Comparatively speaking, in the current stable environment, Fang Yuan chose to be more aggressive and take bigger steps. But this way, because his immortal essence reserves were too little, Fang Yuan's hands and feet were tied. he could not casually cultivate, comprehend, or practice immortal killer moves. The days were somewhat difficult. Half a month later, the first batch of dragonfish was sold. The situation started to turn for the better. Over a month later, the second batch of dragonfish was sold by Fang Yuan to Wu clan. To think that brother is so good at managing dragonfish. Even Wu Yong was a little surprised. Wu clan originally wanted to buy dragonfish, but they bought them from outside. Now they were selling them internally. Other than Wu clan, there were also Qiao clan and some other super clans that had close relationships with Wu clan. Fang Yuan's third batch of dragonfish was sold. Using Wu Yihai's identity and the low price, Fang Yuan's dragonfish successfully entered the market of southern borders Gu Immortal world. He obtained Vajrathought Immortal Gu. He needed to solve the problem of feeding it. He could not let this immortal Gu starve to death. Fang Yuan did not speak, he sized it up. This stall's divine deer fruits were of good quality. Fang Yuan had already shopped in Jewel Yellow Skies several times. He found that the divine deer fruits here were of top quality. The price was also reasonable. Thus, he had come here several times. Divine deer fruits were not fruits that grew on trees or flowers. They were shaped like a baby's fist. They grew on the antlers of a type of desolate beast, the elk. Fruit-bearing elk. Fang Yuan had already inquired about the name of this desolate beast. Jewel Yellow Skies also sold them. But even if he bought a batch, how many divine deer fruits could he produce? That was a question worth investigating. The production of any resource had its own method of cultivation. Fang Yuan could produce dragonfish. It was not the result of random experiments. He had the experience of Dongfang tribe. This was the foundation of a super tribe. Thus, Fang Yuan's dragonfish were of good quality, they were produced smoothly, the cost was low, and the profits were high. Now, I need to gather a portion of divine deer fruits for the first feeding of Vajrathought Immortal Gu. In the future, when I have more funds, I will consider how to raise the fruit-bearing elk, to be self-sufficient and feed Vajrathought Immortal Gu independently. As for whether I can mass-produce this divine deer fruit and turn it into another source of profit, that will depend on my future fortuitous encounters. Fang Yuan thought as he communicated with the Gu Immortals will, then I will take a look. But at this time, the Gu Immortals will in front of Fang Yuan suddenly paused. He changed his words. My main body's consciousness has entered, he said. We can discuss the price. You guys can discuss it yourselves. Saying so, the Gu Immortals will retreated. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He was waiting for this situation. This Gu Immortal who sold the divine deer fruits left the divine deer fruits in Jewel Yellow Skies. He also left a will to look after them. But even though this will could think and communicate, it abided by the Gu Immortal's bottom line. This made Fang Yuan unable to negotiate. Now that the Gu Immortals will entered, Fang Yuan could communicate with him. There was a high chance of success. There was a lot of content that could be discussed. I need the divine deer fruits to feed the immortal Gu. So, if we can reach a deal, it will not be just this once. How about it? I will pay 1,300 immortal yuan stones. Fang Yuan persuaded. That Gu Immortal hesitated. This is the first time we have met, there is no proof, should I believe you or not? He, forget it, 1,400 immortal yuan stones, we can make a deal. After making 3 such deals, the price will be 1,300 immortal yuan stones. What do you think? Chapter 1323. Several days later. Looking at Mount Snail moving away with mountain-moving old monster standing at the peak with the attitude of a master, Fang Yuan retracted his gaze and started to walk back. The matter of Mount Snail came to an end. With Fang Yuan as the representative, Wu Clan reached an agreement with mountain-moving old monster. Mountain-moving old monster obtained most of the profits of Mount Snail, but this immemorial desolate beast still belonged to Wu Clan in name. The mission that Wu Yong gave to Fang Yuan was to protect Mount Snail. Fang Yuan had already protected it, just a portion, but it could be said that he had completed this mission. Mountain-moving old monster agreed to my conditions because I was relying on Wu Clan's power. As for Wu Yong, he is in a terrible situation right now. He is busy dealing with the difficulties of the other super forces. He can only reluctantly approve of my handling of Mount Snail. Wu Clan is currently in a precarious situation, as Wu Yong's brother, should not loiter outside. I should return as soon as possible. Fang Yuan was quite satisfied with the result of this matter. He had an explanation to the Wu Clan, and most importantly, he had obtained plenty of benefits from this mission. The coiling thread caves had already started construction. Because of this amount of resources, Fang Yuan had the spare energy to build a second large-scale resource cave. According to the previous speed of development, he would need to wait for at least half a year. During this period, he could not allow any accidents to happen. For example, intense battles would consume a lot of red date immortal essence. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture's time was slowed. The production of red date immortal essence was not as good as before. Fang Yuan had to use immortal yuan stones to convert them into red date immortal essence. Right now, he was no longer green grape immortal essence. 100 immortal yuan stones could be converted into 1 bead of red date immortal essence. To construct the coiling thread caves, I need to set up a goo formation. I also need the rank 6 immortal material, soft silk, and rank 7 immortal material, hate water stone. With this amount of resources, these can be completed. It is only a matter of time. The crucial thing is, when can I return to the dream realm? Wu Yong's attitude is the key. Fang Yuan pondered as he hurried along. On his way back, in Wu Clan's headquarters, 2 Gu immortals were talking about Wu Yihai. One was Wu Clan's rank 8 Gu immortal, First Supreme Elder Wu Yong. The other was Wu Yong's trusted aide, Wu Fa. I didn't expect my younger brother to solve the problem of Mount Snail so quickly this time. Elder Wu Fa, according to the family rules, how should he be rewarded? Wu Yong asked. Wu Fa pondered for a moment. He knew that the meaning behind Wu Yong's question was not just the surface content, but his attitude towards Wu Yihai. This was a test of martial punishment. Because Wu Yihai's identity was special, he and Wu Yong were brothers from the same mother but different fathers. Wu Fei quickly thought and answered, Lord Wu Yihai is ultimately a lone cultivator. Just one sentence. But Wu Yong laughed heartily, not bad, your evaluation is good. This Wu Yihai is a lone cultivator after all. Even after returning to the clan, he has not changed. He is still trying to make a fortune and is greedy for small gains. Wu Fa, however, said, Frosty Peak and Mount Snail, these two are not small gains. Wu Yong's laughter stopped, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he nodded. It is not good. If everyone is like this, how can Wu Clan continue to exist? But his methods are quite appropriate. He did not leave behind any evidence that could be used against him. Saying so, Wu Yong sighed and evaluated, he is quite capable. Fang Yuan was an astute person. How could he not have a way to deal with this? More than 10 days later, in a pavilion on Yuhua Mountain, several Gu immortals sat around a stone table. The moonlight was like water, gently sprinkling down. Verdant green mountains, birds chirped in the night. A light breeze caressed their faces. It was a beautiful sight. Today is my southern border's annual moon festival. It is my honor to admire the moon with all of you tonight. It is an elegant occasion. Xiao Si Lu smiled. Her voice was very beautiful, like the babbling of a mountain spring. It gave people a clear and pure feeling. She was even more beautiful. Her dress tonight was as white as snow. Together with her beautiful appearance, she was like a fairy in the mortal world. It is my honor to be invited by Fairy Si Lu to admire the moon together, Luo Mu Zi. A young-looking Gu immortal spoke first. His smile was overflowing with passion, especially when he looked at Xiao Si Lu. There was a burning passion in his gaze. Xiao Si Lu was publicly recognized as one of the three great beauties in Southern Border's Gu immortal world, and even more eye-catching was her clan background. Xiao clan, although it was a vassal of Wu clan, was also a righteous path super force. There were 6 Gu immortals present, 2 women and 4 men, besides a pair of Dao companions. Luo Mu Zi and Luan Fei were both pursuers of Xiao Si Lu. Xiao Si Lu had many pursuers, but to be invited by her to admire the moon, these two were naturally not ordinary. Luo Mu Zi and Luan Fei were naturally happy. The moment they received Xiao Si Lu's invitation, they immediately rushed over. But at this time, Xiao Si Lu said to another male Gu immortal, Hai, you said you want to integrate into Southern Border faster. Admiring the moon tonight is our Southern Border's custom. Our Southern Border has many mountains and villages, isolated from each other, but the Moon Festival is a common festival. Every year at this time, we usually admire the moon. When she said this, her eyes shone, her voice was soft and her red lips carried a smile. It was extraordinary. Luo Mu Zi and Luan Fei immediately frowned, staring at Fang Yuan with gazes that seemed to be spewing fire. Xiao Si Lu's different attitude could be sensed by anyone with discerning eyes, and today's seating arrangement had already made Luo Mu Zi and Luan Fei extremely unhappy. Because Xiao Si Lu was sitting on the main seat, on her right was Fang Yuan, and on her left was her best friend Fairy Tian Lu. As for the other male Gu immortals, they were separated at a distance. Moon Festival? Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent as he sat on the main seat, asking despite knowing the answer, interesting, but besides admiring the moon, what else do we do? Drink tea, recite poems, and dissect rocks. Xiao Si Lu explained with a smile. Dissect rocks? Fang Yuan showed a puzzled expression. Xiao Si Lu did not reply, instead holding a cup of fragrant tea and handing it to Fang Yuan. Hai, please have a taste of the tea I personally made. Seeing this, Luo Mu Zi almost stood up. Luan Fei's eyelids twitched. He wished he could replace Fang Yuan's position. Fang Yuan took a sip and evaluated. This tea seems pretty good. Not just pretty, this is Fairy Si Lu's famous willow spiral tea. Luo Mu Zi almost shouted. What is so special about this? Fang Yuan looked at Xiao Si Lu. Xiao Si Lu first glanced at Fang Yuan, then her brows moved and her laughter was filled with a sense of gentleness. Luan Fei's heart beat wildly when he saw the fairy's charming smile. At this moment, Fairy Tian Lu very appropriately interrupted, for this willow spiral tea, as long as you gently shake it, a willow leaf-like whirlpool will form on the surface of the tea. Drinking it now is truly tasting the tea. The taste will not be ordinary. Oh? Is that so? Fang Yuan followed the instructions and shook the cup in his hand. Luan Fei was not willing to fall behind. He also said, I also have preparations. This is yin yang tea. Yin and yang are clearly separated. Please have a taste, fairy. These two Gu immortals only offered tea to Xiao Si Lu, just like how Xiao Si Lu offered tea to Fang Yuan earlier. Xiao Si Lu took a sip and smiled. 9 recollections. Fragrance's name is appropriate. When the tea enters the throat, the fragrance lingers on the tongue. Carefully tasting it, there are actually 9 times when the fragrance is concentrated. It is very peculiar. Huh, I don't deserve your praise. Luo Mu Zi laughed heartily. He swept away his previous dejection and laughed very happily. Xiao Si Lu then said to Luan Fei, Yin Yang Ti, although it is not an original creation, but Si Lu heard that there are 3 levels to this tea. The first layer was a mass of chaos, where Yin and Yang were mixed up. The second level was the distinction between Yin and Yang. On the third level, there was Yang within Yin, and Yin within Yang. Yin and Yang circulated. Luan Fei was able to refine this tea to the second layer. It can be seen that there are less than 10 people who can do this in the whole of southern border, worthy of a food path gu immortal. The tea, wine, and delicacies in this world were naturally not ordinary. There were all kinds of strange ways to make tea. Making tea was not as simple and shallow as pouring boiling water into a cup filled with tea leaves. Like the tea that the immortals were talking about, willow spiral tea, bewitching tea, intoxicated flowers, 9 return fragrance, yin yang tea, they could all be seen as incomplete gu recipes. And after this gu recipe is completed, when the gu immortal makes tea, they can refine food path gu worms. Food path was one of the many paths in the present age, but it had never been popular. Although it was very important and needed to be the foundation of prosperity, unfortunately, because of historical reasons, the inheritances left in the world were very few. This Luan Fei is actually a gu immortal who cultivates food path. Fang Yuan sized up Luan Fei with a glance, feeling somewhat surprised. What is this Luan Fei's origin? I have many immortal gu on me. If I can obtain his food path inheritance, it might be of great help to me. Fang Yuan immediately had malicious intentions. The tiger harms the human heart, and the tiger harms the human heart. Fang Yuan was a little moved. His current strength had already reached one of the top below rank 8. After he activated the countercurrent protection seal, although his offensive power was still slightly weaker, he was already able to keep pace with Feng Jiugu. I will first investigate Luan Fei's background and see if I can make a move. If I really make a move, Wu Yihai's identity cannot be implicated. With Wu Yihai's identity, Fang Yuan could not openly kill Luan Fei. Because he was a righteous path gu immortal, he could not do demonic things. The strength of a superpower was much stronger than that of a loose immortal. The young man picked out a type of flower and soaked it in the stream, turning the entire stream into tea. The old gu master drank a mouthful of this tea and was speechless for a long time. His daughter called out, "Father, you aren't going back on your word, are you?" The old gu master reluctantly nodded. "Young man, you passed the first round. But you are immortal, it is impossible for you to marry my daughter. You are too crude and have no talent, you cannot recite poems." The young man scratched his head, troubled. "Although I have never recited poems before, I can try." The old gu master scoffed, "With just you?" The young man retorted, "Why can't I?" The old gu master said, "Young man, you are not just casually saying a few sentences and reciting poems. Us gu masters recite poems that can change the color of heaven and earth and make people dance. Can you do it?" The young man said in a muffled voice, "How will I know if I don't try?" "Alright, then try, don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you fail, get lost and never see my daughter again," the old gu master said. The young man had no choice but to agree. He started to walk around, wanting to recite poems. But he had never recited poems before, so he had no clue. At this time, he saw the ants on the ground, and the birds and the setting sun outside the window, and suddenly patted his head. He called out, "Swallows fly low and snakes cross the path, ants move house and the rain arrives." Southern border had a lot of rain, and it was currently spring. The young man had just finished speaking when rain started to fall from the sky. The old gu master's expression changed. The young man continued, "A drop of spring rain is a drop of oil, we will be worried if it rains a few more times. The rain outside the house got heavier, and the sky became gloomy, no longer as bright as before. The old Gu master's expression turned ugly. The young man scratched his head and cheeks. When the elm money turns yellow, I'm busy farming. When the willow hair falls off, I'm randomly sowing rice. At this point, the young man was stuck. He only lacked the last sentence, but he couldn't say it no matter what. I'll give you one last bit of time. The old Gu master sneered. The young man's eyes immediately brightened, and he pointed at the old Gu master, saying, "Old master, you collected 10,000 buckets of grain, but we are still suffering from famine." The old Gu master immediately jumped in anger, standing up and knocking the teacup in his hand away. Then he pointed at the young man and shouted, "You are just a mortal, you have such guts." But his daughter laughed and clapped, "Great, this poem changed the color of heaven and earth, and made you dance in joy." The old Gu master saw his daughter standing on her lover's side, and was furious, but he couldn't retort. "Good, good, good, you passed the second round, there is still the last round. You want to marry my daughter, where is the betrothal gift? Can you give me a satisfactory betrothal gift?" The young man lowered his head dejectedly. He lived in a thatched hut, slept in straw sandals, and only had a set of patched clothes. "I am willing to use all my assets as the betrothal gift." The young man was very serious. "Take it out for me to see," the old Gu master said. The young man led the old Gu master to his residence, that old and broken thatched hut. The young man said to the old Gu master, "These are all my assets. With this broken hut full of holes?" The old Gu master pointed, showing disdain. "With this yellow straw mat that is about to break in half?" The old Gu master threw the straw mat away. "With these broken stones that were used as stools?" The old Gu master fiercely kicked the stone, breaking it. The young man lowered his head. With every sentence the old Gu master said, the young man lowered his head even more. By the time the old Gu master finished his 3 sentences, the young man's head was almost touching his chest. But right at this time, from the rock that was kicked by the old Gu master, a Gu worm that looked like a moon flew out shakily, shining brightly and extremely beautiful. The old Gu master was stupefied. The young man was also stupefied. This stone was randomly picked up from the foot of the mountain. The old Gu master's daughter shouted happily, "This Gu worm is definitely enough, it will be the betrothal gift." The old Gu master could not retort, he could not say anything. In the end he could only pinch his nose and marry his daughter to this mortal young man. Fang Yuan had heard of this story long ago, but it was indeed interesting. The whole story described a battle between a mortal and a Gu master, and it ended with the mortal's victory. The young man charged through 3 obstacles, and finally won the beauty, a female Gu master. The old Gu master actually did not use any martial strength from start to finish. This was not logical, but it showed the mortal's yearning for a better life, and the pursuit of happiness. The young man's image was worth investigating and analyzing. Regardless of whether it was the 3 principles or the poem he recited, they were all easy to understand, very simple, and even crude. But these were the summaries of the mortal's daily labor experience. Especially that poem, although the rhyme was not harmonious, it indirectly revealed the truth of the Gu master's exploitation of mortals. Old master collected 10,000 buckets of grain, but we are still suffering from famine. Gu masters were high above, while mortals worked like cows and horses. So in the hearts of mortals, they had the desire to fight with Gu masters. But Gu masters were too strong, how could mortals defeat Gu masters? So in the story, in the final 3rd obstacle, the mortal young man's key to victory was actually a broken stone. A Gu worm appeared in the stone. This was rock dissection. Rock dissection was a popular activity in the southern border. More accurately speaking, among the 5 regions, southern border was number 1 in rock dissection, because there were many mountains in the southern border, and it had abundant natural resources. The mortal young man used rock dissection to defeat the old Gu master. Although this stone was picked up by him, he relied more on luck. This also showed the weakness and helplessness of mortals. From their point of view, Gu masters were too strong, they could not defeat Gu masters. If they could win, it would definitely be due to great luck. This folk tale had mortals as the main characters, and was very likely created by mortals. Because of this, it received strong resonance from mortals, and was widely spread in the relatively isolated southern border, not inferior to the legends of Renzu. But in the other 4 regions, its spread was limited, and few people knew about it. Because of this story, the Moon Festival was gradually formed in the southern border. As for Fairy Tianlu, she is completely on Xiao Si Lu's side, there is nothing to worry about. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved, he laughed inwardly and said, "Then I will play a song, don't laugh at me. I am all ears to listen to friend's masterpiece. We are all looking forward to it." Luo Muzi and Luan Fei were full of smiles. But at the next moment, the immortals heard Fang Yuan recite, "O great sea, you are full of water. O steed, you have 4 legs. O beauty, you have big eyes and a mouth." The poem ended. The whole place was silent. The other Gu immortals' expressions froze. Even Xiao Si Lu and Fairy Tian Lu were no exception. This, what the hell? Is this a poem? This is simply nonsense. Boorish man, this Wu Yi Hai is a complete boorish man. What is this? Admiring the moon and reciting poems, such an elegant scene, the atmosphere has been completely destroyed. The Gu immortals' thoughts seemed to be connected, they were all roaring in their minds. Fang Yuan smiled and looked at Xiao Si Lu, "I wonder if Fairy Qiao is satisfied?" "Satisfied my ass. You still have the nerve to ask such a question? Your skin is really thick." Luo Muzi and Luan Fei roared in their hearts, but due to their demeanor, they did not show it on the surface. The pavilion was still silent. Ha, ha, ha. Xiao Si Lu laughed, it sounded very forced, "This poem is really special, to speak the truth, I have never heard such a poem. As expected of Yi Hai's creation, now that I think about it carefully, it has a special sense of humor, I can't stop thinking about it." Luo Muzi, Luan Fei. The atmosphere in the pavilion eased up by a lot. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei also let out a sigh of relief, at least they did not have to praise Fang Yuan's lousy poem against their will. The stones Xiao Si Lu prepared were of different sizes, Gu immortals chose them in order and opened them on the spot to see if there were Gu worms inside. Mortal Gu were very easy to obtain for Gu immortals. Thus, the atmosphere was relaxed, unlike Gu masters who treated rock opening seriously. Of course, this was only mortal Gu, if immortal Gu were involved, then rock opening would also attract the attention of Gu immortals. Gu immortals had many methods to check if there were mortal Gu inside the stones. But in today's round, everyone naturally would not use any methods to cheat, they would only rely on their own insight and luck. As for the stones with immortal Gu inside, they could only be found by chance, Gu immortals had very few investigative methods and were helpless. Wanting to open an immortal Gu in tonight's rock was a fantasy, it was unrealistic. Nobody had such extravagant hopes, it was really just entertainment. But this entertainment, to Luo Muzi and Luan Fei, had a different meaning than usual. They were secretly competing with Fang Yuan, but the result almost made them vomit blood. Fang Yuan's rock opening result was at the top of the list, maintaining it from the start until the end. Rock opening was a test of a Gu master's insight. Fang Yuan was not lacking in this aspect, he had even opened a rock gambling shop in his previous life. As for luck, could Fang Yuan's luck be bad? Not to mention sharing his luck with other people with strong luck, he even had luck immortal Gu to help him. But although Fang Yuan won, the process was rather thrilling. Although he maintained his advantage, it was not obvious at times. The one who gave him a strong impact was Luo Muzi. This person was not alone immortal, but came from one of the super forces of southern border, Luo clan. His insight was very sharp, and most importantly, his luck was also good. The result was only slightly inferior to Fang Yuan. It seems his luck is really good. Otherwise, he would not know about the 5 words Qi Ju poem, right? Fang Yuan pondered in his heart. It was not difficult for him to move Luan Fei, but he had some misgivings about Luo Muzi because of Luo clan behind him. Of course, no matter how he killed him, Wu Yihai's identity could not be implicated. By the time the moon appreciation banquet ended, it was already late at night. Everyone said their goodbyes, and the scene was lively and cheerful. "I'll send you off." Xiao Si Lu took the initiative to send Fang Yuan off. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei's eyes turned red. "Let's go." Luo Muzi and Luan Fei were originally competitors and did not like each other, but after this matter, they instead reached a tacit understanding. Wu Yihai is an opportunity for the whole of Qiao clan, do you understand? Chapter 1328. The moon festival passed, but Fang Yuan was still roaming around outside. He took the initiative to get close to Xiao Si Lu, although the latter was angry at his disrespect during the moon festival. Due to the clan's orders, she could not reject Fang Yuan. Gradually, rumors started to spread. Wu clan's Wu Yihai and Xiao clan's Xiao Si Lu were very close, they often went sightseeing. Be it Wu Yong's brother Wu Yihai or Xiao Si Lu, one of the 3 great fairies of southern border, they were undeniably famous people in southern border's Gu immortal world. Their behavior soon formed some rumors and slanders. Xiao Si Lu's pursuers were indignant, but they had to admit that Wu Yihai was a very strong competitor. Ignoring everything else, just looking at the relationship between Wu clan and Xiao clan, Wu Yihai had a huge advantage. This made Fang Yuan feel somewhat helpless. He did not want to be famous, Wu Yihai's identity should be as low profile as possible. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. This time, with the help of Xiao Si Lu, Fang Yuan once again became famous in southern border's Gu immortal world. This situation soon affected Fang Yuan. The number of times he was deduced by others was decreasing earlier, but now it was increasing again, and very frequently. Just relying on dark limit immortal Gu was very difficult to deal with this situation. Fang Yuan often placed his aperture and hid in sovereign blessed land. The immortal aperture was a world of its own, isolated from the outside world. As long as Fang Yuan did not leak any crucial clues and was grasped by others, deductions would be very difficult. Unless one had a clue like connect luck, it would be very difficult to deduce his exact location or other information. Thankfully, Fang Yuan himself had to place his aperture and absorb heaven and earth qi from time to time. With the addition of reverse flow river, the expenditure of heaven and earth qi was huge. Other than placing his aperture, Fang Yuan dealt with Xiao Si Lu while using Wu clan's channels to obtain information about Luo Muzi and Luan Fei. Now was not the time to make a move. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Gu immortals had countless methods, they were extremely mysterious. Sometimes, a little carelessness could lead to unexpected failure. For example, Fang Yuan could resist the attack of a rank 8 Gu immortal using reverse flow river. Before the battle of the Great Snow Mountain, who could have imagined such an outcome? Fang Yuan had a cautious temperament. Even if he wanted to harm Luo Muzi and Luan Fei's lives, he still had to fully understand their information before starting to formulate a targeted plan. Once there was a good opportunity, he would suddenly attack and kill in one strike. This way, the risk would be minimal, and it would be most in line with his interests. Even a lion would use its full strength to capture a rabbit, not to mention that Luan Fei and Luo Muzi were able to enter Qiao Si Lu's eyes. Their own strengths were not bad. Another half a month passed. On this day, Wu Yong summoned Fang Yuan. "Little brother, I have a few missions here. You can choose one of them." Wu Yong went straight to the point. "Elder brother, please speak. It is my duty to contribute to the family." Fang Yuan calmly replied. An information path mortal goo flew out of Wu Yong's sleeve. Fang Yuan took a look and saw that this goo had 3 contents. The first item was related to Xianming Mountain. Recently, someone had discovered that there seemed to be the aura of a wild immortal goo in the depths of Xianming Mountain. This news had already attracted many lone cultivator goo immortals. More importantly, a super force, Yang Clan, had also sent their men. If the situation was true, obtaining an immortal goo was a joyous matter that could increase the foundation of any super force. Wu Clan naturally did not want to miss this opportunity. Right now, Wu Clan's situation was neither good nor bad. Under Wu Yong's leadership, they had already stabilized their footing. More importantly, Xianming Mountain was near Wu Clan's territory. Although it was not Wu Clan's territory, it was bordering Wu Clan. If Wu Clan did not send goo immortals this time, other super forces might feel that Wu Clan was weak. Thus, in this mission, Wu Yong had specially instructed, even if they could not seize the wild immortal goo, they had to destroy it and not leave it to Yang Clan. The second matter was that Red Dragon River's water level had been rising sharply recently. If it was not controlled, there was a high possibility of a flood disaster. Once the flood spread, it would pose a huge threat to all living beings along the way. It would cause a decrease in resources and even change the surrounding environment. The super forces along Red Dragon River paid great attention to it. Xiao Clan and Wu Clan's territories also bordered Red Dragon River. Thus, they had to send goo immortals to monitor and try to control it to prevent a huge flood disaster. The third matter was Yi Clan's second Supreme Elder's 1200th birthday. They were holding a birthday banquet. Wu Clan needed to send a goo immortal to represent Wu Clan to attend the banquet and deliver Wu Clan's gift. Yi Clan had immense strength. This clan's headquarters was Ling Yi Mountain. This mountain was located in the northeast of southern border. It was closest to Eastern Sea. As a matter of fact, the Yi family and East Ocean were closely connected. As for Wu Clan, it was located in the southwest region of southern border. Although it was not at the southwest corner, it was the southernmost of all the super forces. Yi Clan and Wu Clan had such a relationship, it ensured that the two clans maintained a good relationship. Befriending the distant and attacking the nearby, this was one of the most basic principles of the political diplomacy of super forces. Even when many clans made things difficult for Wu Clan, Yi Clan had never participated. To maintain this relationship, Wu Clan had to send a goo immortal to attend Yi Clan's Supreme Elder's birthday banquet. "How is it, have you made up your mind?" After a while, Wu Yong asked. Fang Yuan nodded. "I have thought about it, I will choose the second matter. My battle strength is not high. If I choose Xianming Mountain, I might have to fight with Yang Clan's goo immortals. Yang Clan specializes in soul path. I am not proficient in dealing with this path. Then why not choose the third matter?" Wu Yong smiled. "Actually, your identity is most suitable for this task. Because you are Wu Yong's younger brother, you will definitely receive a warm welcome at Yi Clan." Fang Yuan shook his head, smiling bitterly. "Brother, please spare me. Even though it is a birthday banquet, there will definitely be representatives of other super forces. Chapter 1329. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go. TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. Southern Border, Tian Mountain Ruins, inside the Super Gu Formation. Wuan, Wu Liao, greets Wu Yihai. Inside the Super Gu Formation, Wu Clan's Gu immortals Wu Liao and Wuan respectfully greeted Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded. Sit down, tell me, what is going on? Elder Wu Bei was actually so heavily injured. Wu Liao and Wuan looked at each other. Wu Liao kept quiet as Wuan, who was good with words, reported, Lord, it is like this. As it turned out, Ba Clan had been itching to make a move against Wu Clan. After Wu Clan faced many difficulties, Ba Clan's Gu immortal leader, old Treeman Bada, felt that the time was right and attacked Wu Clan. Bada had already planned for a long time. It was fine if he did not make a move, but once he made a move, Wu Clan was in a passive position. Wu Clan naturally could not sit still and wait for death. Wu Bei made a move, but was tricked by Bada and had no choice but to spar with Bada. The result was naturally Ba Clan's victory and Wu Clan's defeat. But we did not expect Lord Wu Bei's injuries to be so severe. During the spar, the victor was decided. Even though Lord Wu Bei lost, he still had an intimidating demeanor. That's right, even though he lost to Bada, Lord Wu Bei still had a secret discussion with Qiao Clan and other clans' Gu immortals. We all thought his injuries were not serious. After Wuan finished, Wu Liao added a few more sentences. Fang Yuan laughed inwardly, but on the surface, he said with concern, I understand the situation. Since Wu Bei is gone, I will take his place. Everything will be as before. If the enemy does not make a move, I will not make a move. Yes, Lord. Wu Liao and Wuan immediately responded. They were not surprised by this order. From an outsider's perspective, how could Wu Yihai's battle strength compare to Bada? Even though Wu Yihai had been in the limelight recently, his victory over Xia Fei Kuai was only a spar, and the rules were set by him. Even though he settled the dispute on Mount Snail, he did not use force during the whole process, but negotiated with mountain-moving old monster. Finally, the scandal with Xiao Si Lu was even more lustful. It would not make people respect him. If there's nothing else, you can all leave. I rushed all the way here, so I'm a little tired. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Wu Liao immediately took his leave, but Wuan hesitated and whispered, Sir, there is something I need to report, then tell me. Fang Yuan already knew what Wuan wanted to report. As expected, Wuan's following words were not out of Fang Yuan's expectations. It was about the Wu clan leading the other clans to make use of the Dreamland to do business with the loose immortals. Right now, the situation is very tense, and the other families are also uneasy. Should we temporarily stop this business? Wuan asked worriedly. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment and said, Don't worry. I've already said that everything will go on as usual. If there's nothing else, you can leave. Yes, my lord. A look of joy flashed across Wu An's face as he bowed and retreated. As long as this Dreamland business continued, Wuan would be able to profit from it. How could he not be happy? Even if things went bad and the business was exposed by the Ba clan, Wu An's responsibility would still be very small. This was because his immediate superior, Fang Yuan, had once said that the business would go on as usual. Fang Yuan naturally knew Wu An's thoughts like the back of his hand. He sneered in his heart, this Wu An is short-sighted. It was true that the Wu clan situation was not very good, but they were still the #1 clan in Southern Border. Bada was indeed smart. Although he had made a move, he did not make a move on this Dreamland business. Chapter 1330. Tu Shicheng. I have never heard of it. Fang Yuan thought to himself. The boy Fang Yuan was acting as, since his father's surname was Tu, his surname was naturally Tu as well. Being able to leave behind a dream realm meant that he had some skill in formation path. But there was no formation path great expert with the surname Tu in the history of Gu masters. Fang Yuan tried to recall but did not find anything. Of course, his knowledge could not cover the entire history of Gu masters. Maybe this was the dream of a great expert who had concealed his identity in history. Come, sit beside me. The middle-aged Gu immortal Tu Shicheng sat on the ground and patted the soil beside him. Fang Yuan quickly walked to his side and sat down cross-legged. My son, do you know how many Gu master paths there are in this world? Tu Shicheng asked with a warm smile. Fang Yuan thought about it. There were many Gu master paths, but overall, they were becoming more and more prosperous. For example, when Gu masters had just risen, space path and time path were the main paths, then wisdom path, chi path, strength path, rule path and others appeared one after another. Now, there were fire path, water path, metal path, bone path, poison path and many more. 500 years later, dream path will rise again, innovation will not stop, there will be more and more Gu immortal paths. Fang Yuan thought as he answered, according to what I know, there are space path, time path, there are also chi path, wisdom path and others. Tu Shicheng nodded, you are right, but it is not detailed. Let me tell you, during the immemorial antiquity era, during Renzu's era, there were space path and time path, these two paths researched and elaborated on the profundities of space and time. During the remote antiquity era, primordial origin immortal venerable created chi path and enslavement path, star constellation immortal venerable created wisdom path and star path, while our formation path was also created during the end of the remote antiquity era. But the true founder cannot be verified. Refinement path and fire path were also created during this era. In the ancient era, limitless demon venerable created the rule Dao, reckless savage demon venerable created the transformation Dao, strength Dao, wind Dao, light Dao, and dark Dao. During the medieval antiquity era, Genesis Lotus immortal venerable created wood path, thieving heaven demon venerable created theft path, giant sun immortal created luck path, metal path, water path, ice and snow path, cloud path, earth path, lightning path, information path, and sound path all appeared one after another. This was an era of innovation. In the modern era, the bone Dao has already been created, as well as the void Dao and the restriction Dao. Of course, these are the major paths of Gu masters. We will not talk about small paths like enchantment path or illusion path for now. When Fang Yuan heard this, he immediately understood. So the era in the dream is the near ancient era. Right now, spectral soul demon venerable has not appeared yet, otherwise, Tu Shicheng would have mentioned it. Tu Shicheng continued, my son, after explaining so much, I want to tell you that the formation path that we cultivate is one of the more ancient sects in history. It could not compare to space path and time path, but it was created in the same era as chi path and wisdom path. In terms of seniority, it appeared even earlier than transformation path. Saying so, Tu Shicheng asked again, transformation path uses one path to reflect 10,000 paths, my son, do you know the essence of formation path? Although Fang Yuan's attainment in formation path were extremely ordinary, this question was very simple and common, he still knew about it. Thus, he answered, formation path uses one path to reflect 10,000 paths. Chapter 1331. Although this Tu Shicheng and the boy Fang Yuan was acting as were father and son, this father was completely unreliable. What did it mean to rely on intuition? Innate talent could not be displayed like this. After all, if the Gu formation's construction failed, the Gu worms would be destroyed, and the Gu master themselves would suffer backlash. If one could rely on intuition to construct a goo formation, there would not be so few formation path goo immortals in any of the 5 regions goo immortal worlds. Setting up a goo formation was a very meticulous matter. It was like deducing immortal goo recipes. Deducing and constructing a goo formation were the same, they needed a process and careful consideration, as well as continuous experimentation. But dream realms were like this. Fang Yuan calmed his thoughts and continued to ponder deeply. Facing this situation, it seemed like he really had to follow Tu Shicheng's instructions. What should he do? Fang Yuan thought about it and asked, "Do I need to use all of these 4 goo worms?" Of course not. But to set up a goo formation, you need to choose at least 2 of these 4 goo worms. Tu Shicheng replied. I don't know about this earth path goo worm, I might as well give up on it. Fang Yuan continued to ponder. In this case, there were only 3 choices in front of him. Quickly, don't think too much, just rely on intuition. Fang Yuan thought for a long time. Tu Shicheng's expression sank as he urged, I'll give you 3 breaths of time. 3 breaths of time? And there was only one chance. Wasn't this deliberately making things difficult for him? A thought flashed in Fang Yuan's mind, should I use Unravel Dream? His current accumulation was incomparable to before. The last time he explored the giant dream realm, he had a limited number of dream path mortal goo. Unravel Dream could only be used a limited number of times. Fang Yuan had to save as much as he could. But now was different. Fang Yuan was very confident. Because he had captured many nightmare demonic colts, using these natural dream path immortal materials and his persistent refinement, he had many dream path mortal goo. Thus, the number of times he could use Unravel Dream was the highest in history. Precisely so, Fang Yuan had an unprecedented amount of confidence. Forget it. This was only the first level of the dream. Even if I failed, I could still continue exploring. Even though Unravel Dream can be used many times, it cannot be wasted like this. Fang Yuan thought about it and gave up on using Unravel Dream. He began to activate his goo worm. First was Formation Heart Goo. This yellow ladybug had already been refined by him. As his true essence was consumed, it suddenly floated in front of Fang Yuan, motionless, flashing with a pale yellow radiance. Fire path, water path, wind path. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment. Since he had already given up on the earth path goo worm, there were only 3 choices left. He chose the rank 1 goo worm in the water path. The reason for this choice was very simple, because his fire path and wind path realms were very ordinary, but his water path was a grandmaster. The guru realm was not a joke. The water path goo worm was also successfully activated. It was bathed in yellow light as it flew around the formation heart goo, moving up and down at times. Fire path, wind path. Fang Yuan chose wind path. The wind path goo worm joined in, and like the water path goo, it flew around the formation heart goo. It was just that the wind path goo worm was at the outer ring, while the water path goo worm was closer to the formation heart goo. Fang Yuan waited for a while. Of these 3 goo worms, one was hovering in the air, while the other 2 were flying around. They were still very stable. Although they did not form a true goo formation, the progress is good. Fang Yuan felt gratified. For example, setting up a goo formation was like building blocks. All kinds of goo worms were all kinds of strangely shaped building blocks. The goo master had to build these building blocks into the shape they wanted. These scattered building blocks would form into towers, buildings, and other shapes, displaying different effects that far surpassed the individual goo worms. Although Fang Yuan did not successfully build these building blocks into a shape, at least these 3 goo worms did not collapse when they worked together. This was a very good development. But his father, Tu Shicheng, had a trace of gloominess and disappointment in his eyes. Fang Yuan, who had been concentrating on setting up the goo formation, did not notice it. Now, I need to adjust it. Will the formation heart goo remain at the center? Can the positions of the water path Gu and wind path Gu be swapped? The water path is at the inner ring, and the wind path is at the outer ring. Can it be adjusted so that the water path is at the outer ring, and the wind path is at the inner ring? Or in other words, the water path Gu worms and wind path Gu worms can work together, and let the wind path Gu worm revolve around the water path Gu worm, and not around the formation heart Gu? Fang Yuan pondered deeply, and immediately had all kinds of plans. But he had no idea what kind of results these plans could produce, or what effect they had. His formation path attainment was too low. Follow your intuition, don't hesitate. Tu Shiqing urged again, his expression showing some impatience. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. In fact, even without his urging, Fang Yuan knew he had to act. There was no other reason, his primeval essence was about to dry up. There was no helping it. In the dream realm, he had just become a Gu master, and although his aptitude was a grade, activating 3 Gu worms at the same time consumed a lot of primeval essence. He did not have time to think. Then let's try it out. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth inwardly, activating the fire path Gu worms and adding them to the newly constructed system. He did not make any adjustments to the foundation just now. Because he did not know what was the use of making adjustments, and did not know if there was a need to make adjustments. He was a pure beginner, he did not have any feelings, and all his attempts were blind. But my luck is good, maybe my luck is good, and I can run into a dead mouse this time? Fang Yuan still had some hope in his heart. But soon, his hope was dashed. The addition of the fire path Gu worms immediately caused a chain reaction. The power of the fire path and the wind path Gu worms interacted, and immediately increased in power. Shortly after, it collided with the water path Gu worms in the inner ring, and as water and fire were incompatible, an explosion occurred. With a soft sound, the explosion was not intense, but it still caused Fang Yuan's face to turn black. His hair stood up, and white smoke rose in spirals. At the same time, the formation heart Gu was directly destroyed, and the other 3 Gu worms were injured to varying degrees. The water path and fire path Gu worms were on the verge of death, and the wind path Gu worm was also heavily injured. You failed. Tu Shiqing's expression immediately changed, turning frosty. You disappoint me. Puff. Fang Yuan's vision changed, and he was expelled out of the dream realm. The first exploration was declared a failure. His soul returned to his body, and his body shook slightly, and his healthy face suddenly turned pale. Fang Yuan immediately inspected his injuries, and found that the extent of his soul's injuries was beyond his expectations. But it did not matter. Guts Gu. Fang Yuan took out the guts Gu and directly crushed it, and the injuries on his soul were greatly alleviated. Fang Yuan took out another one and used it on himself. In an instant, his soul's injuries were completely healed. The feeling of dizziness also disappeared without a trace. Because of the guts Gu, Fang Yuan was not afraid of the soul's injuries from failing to explore the dream realm. Right now, I should be the #1 person in the world in exploring dream realms. Even the remnants of Shadow sect cannot compare to me. Fang Yuan inwardly estimated. This was all because he had 2 powerful tools in his hands to explore dreams. The first was Guts Gu, it could heal soul injuries. The second was Unravel Dream. Once used, the effect would reach the answer of the riddle. It was unreasonably useful. Guts Gu was produced on Dang Hun Mountain, and Fang Yuan had placed Dang Hun Mountain in Langya Blessed Land. Even the sale of Guts Gu was in cooperation with Langya sect. The Guts Gu trade was a monopoly, there were no other stores, and the supply had always been insufficient to meet the demand. Recently, Fang Yuan did not use Guts Gu to earn profits, and instead kept the portion of Guts Gu that belonged to him. There was only one goal, to make sufficient preparations for exploring dream realms. Thus, he kept a large number of Guts Gu, his foundation was very deep. Precisely because of this, he was in a tight financial situation, and had to expand the production of some resources to improve his finances. It did not matter if he failed the first time. With Guts Gu, Fang Yuan's soul immediately healed, and he could start the second exploration now. But he was not anxious. He activated Connecting Heaven Gu and sent his consciousness into it. He started to gather information. First was that Earth Path Mortal Gu. Fang Yuan did not recognize it, he needed to understand it. A copy of Encyclopedia of Earth Path Gu Worms, Fang Yuan quickly bought it from an Earth Path Gu Immortal. This was an information transaction, one of the transactions in Jewel Yellow Skies. Some were introductions and understandings of Gu worms and paths, some were the sale of current political matters, and there were also Time Path and Wisdom Path Gu Immortals deductions of the past, present, and future. Fang Yuan could also do this. With his 500 years of experience, the information he produced would definitely be very attractive. But this information was usually very cheap, and could not be sold for long. It would even weaken Fang Yuan's rebirth advantage, so Fang Yuan did not care about it. After buying this Encyclopedia of Earth Path Gu Worms written by a Gu Immortal, Fang Yuan was not satisfied. He bought some other similar information, and of course, some Formation Path Mortal inheritances. These cost him close to 10 Immortal Yuan stones. To Fang Yuan, it was like a drizzle. Chapter 1333. A moment later, Fang Yuan successfully constructed a Gu formation in the Dream Realm for the second time. This Gu formation still used the Formation Heart Gu as the core, but the Earth Path Gu Worm was above the Formation Heart Gu, not moving. The other three Gu Worms, Fire Path and Wind Path, revolved around the Water Path Gu Worm. And the Water Path Gu Worm was below the Formation Heart Gu, jumping around in the range of a palm. These few Gu worms formed a Gu formation, emitting a hazy white light that enveloped the leopard. That's right. This Gu formation was a trapping Gu formation, targeting the leopard and not protecting the Gu master. The construction process was not easy. The leopard was constantly jumping, affecting the construction of the Gu formation. From time to time, Fang Yuan had to stop the construction and wait for the leopard to move away from a certain position. This was also why Tu Shicheng left a few minutes for Fang Yuan to try setting up the formation. Ha ha ha, not bad, you are worthy of being my son. Very good, then in the following period of time, you will continue to learn from me. In a month, there will be an even more severe test that concerns your life and death. If you cannot pass it, then die. Tu Shicheng laughed, his laughter somewhat deranged. Fang Yuan's small body stood in the cage, glancing at the struggling leopard in the Gu formation, then at Tu Shicheng, sighing faintly. The second stage of this formation path Dream Realm could be considered past. Next was the third stage. Fang Yuan followed Tu Shicheng, standing beside a surging river. The river water flowed east, scarlet like blood. Fang Yuan immediately understood, this was Southern Border's Red Dragon River. Southern Border had three great rivers, Red Dragon River, Jade Dragon River and Yellow Dragon River. They were all enormous rivers that passed through Southern Border. Fang Yuan looked at this river and immediately had a bad feeling. Sure enough, he heard Tu Shicheng say, the Gu worms have been lent to you, you have to rely on yourself now. If you cannot construct the Gu formation, you should know the consequences. Fang Yuan was about to reply to buy some time, but the next moment, Tu Shicheng patted his back. A great power surged forth, and Fang Yuan was unable to resist it at all. He was immediately pushed into Red Dragon River. Fuck! Fang Yuan cursed in his heart as he sank into the surging river. He was immediately swept away, his body involuntarily drifting down with the river. Fang Yuan struggled with all his might. He only had the body of a teenager. Fortunately, he had inherited Fang Yuan's profound swimming ability. After struggling for a while, he popped his head out of the river and panted heavily. Making the best use of his time, Fang Yuan inspected the goo worms in his hands. "I'll cross again." Soon, he cursed inwardly, because this time, it was not the 4 earth, water, fire, and wind mortal goo he had imagined, but 12 goo worms. How was he supposed to put them together in such a short time? There were too many ways to combine them, and in such a terrible environment, the chances were really slim. This time, Fang Yuan did not hesitate, he directly used Unravel Dream. Suddenly, an answer appeared in his mind. The first 3 steps of activating the goo worms and setting up the goo formation were clear to him. Only the first 3 steps. Fang Yuan had no choice but to continue using Unravel Dream. The 4th, 5th, and 6th steps appeared. The answer was accurate. But there was still a long way to go before the goo formation was completed. Fang Yuan was about to use it for the 3rd time when the river water changed. He was swept into a whirlpool. There was a dull thud. Fang Yuan crashed into a floating log in the fierce whirlpool. He knocked his head and fainted on the spot. At the next moment, Fang Yuan woke up and returned to reality. Wuan and Wu Liao looked at each other. Their spirits were lifted as they left with Fang Yuan's orders. In the huge palace, only Fang Yuan was left. He walked towards the depths of the palace, looking at the dream realm. He had already explored most of this formation path dream realm. After using Unravel Dream, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th scenes of this dream realm were all conquered by Fang Yuan. The main content of the dream realm was Tu Shicheng teaching his son formation path cultivation. His teaching method was extremely barbaric and harsh. He used life and death to stimulate the child's potential. Fang Yuan had been tricked many times, he could no longer complain about it. Unravel Dream was indeed very effective. These dream realms did not pose any obstruction to Fang Yuan. His formation path attainment level rose again. Not only did he reach master level, he even advanced to quasi-grandmaster level. But there is still a long way to go before I become a true formation path grandmaster. Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of this aspect. The further one progressed, the harder it was to raise attainment level. There are still remnants of this dream realm. According to the size, there are at least 2 more scenes. This Tu Shicheng's son is truly amazing. His formation path attainment level was definitely above grandmaster level when he was alive. But recently, Qi Shang has been visiting the goo formations. I should restrain myself and stop exploring the dream realm. After all, this super goo formation was created by Qi clan. Fang Yuan could not see through this super goo formation. He had to be careful. Fang Yuan knew that once the secret of his ability to explore dream realms was exposed, the impact would be huge. By then, not only would southern border be shaken, the other 4 regions might also mobilize their forces and attack him. Wu Yihai, you want to invite me to a banquet tomorrow? Qi Shang smiled as he looked at Wuan. Thank you, Wu Yihai, for your good intentions, but, forgive me, I have official business to attend to. After I inspect the super goo formation, I will go to Wu clan to disturb you. Qi Shang smiled as he rejected Fang Yuan's invitation. Wuan was helpless. He returned to report to Fang Yuan with an expression of anger and humiliation. Qi Shang's actions were too much. Wu clan lost face. This made Wu Liao and Wuan feel indignant. The other clan's goo immortals covered their mouths and snickered. They were looking forward to a good show. Fang Yuan was calm from start to finish. He looked at Wuan and Wu Liao indifferently. In that case, let's wait. He did not look angry at all. But Wuan and Wu Liao were anxious. They felt like their faces had been ripped off by Qi Shang, but Fang Yuan was not anxious at all. They could only leave helplessly. Even though Fang Yuan did not continue exploring dream realms, he had many other things to do. Just like how Fang Yuan was looking at this super goo formation that surrounded the dream realm, he was still confused and could not understand it. The problem that troubled Fang Yuan was solved. Fang Yuan had great gains, as expected of southern borders Qi clan. He muttered, praising Qi Shang's formation path attainment. After solving this problem, Fang Yuan's plan to modify the goo formation could continue. His mind was calm. He started to deduce again. A few days passed like this. This made Qi Shang anxious. After he sent the answer, he waited for Fang Yuan's response. But no matter how long he waited, he still did not reply. He could not even eat or drink anymore. What is this Wu Yi doing? Qi Shang mumbled. Qi Shang, what did you just say? At the banquet, Luo clan's Gu Immortal asked in confusion. Qi Shang came to his senses, only realizing he was still at the banquet. Earlier, he rejected Luo clan's invitation, but after solving Fang Yuan's problem, he still had to attend the banquet. He had to attend the banquet, otherwise, wouldn't he be disrespecting Luo clan? Gu Immortal Qi Gui quickly mediated the situation. Please forgive me, Qi Shang is like this. He often gets distracted, sometimes when thinking about a formation path problem, he even forgets to eat. Sometimes, he will suddenly freeze and stop moving, even when he is walking. Qi Gui had rank 7 cultivation level, he was the leader of Qi clan's guards here. Luo clan's Gu Immortal laughed, I have heard of Qi Shang's performance. He is truly a formation path seed. Sigh, if my Luo clan could produce 1 or 2 such talents, even if they were 20 to 30% as good as Qi Shang, I would be happy. At the other side, Fang Yuan frowned deeply. He was in trouble again. It seems that modifying this Gu formation is beyond my abilities. Fang Yuan encountered a new problem, and the difficulty this time was much higher than the previous one. He could still try last time, but this time, even the thought of trying was not mature enough, it was not reliable. In that case, I will leave it to Qi Shang. Fang Yuan smiled. Coming. Qi Shang returned to Qi clan's territory, quickly obtaining Fang Yuan's information path Mortal Gu. Qi Shang was very excited, his eyes were shining. Do you think it was easy? But I'm getting impatient. Qi Shang smiled coldly, feeling very pleased internally. He was like a victor who was about to inspect his spoils of war. He sent his consciousness in. After learning about the information path Mortal Gu's contents, he stared with wide eyes. What the hell is this Wu Yi? He is so shameless. Qi Shang immediately scolded. In the letter, Fang Yuan did not mention the challenge letter, he just casually admitted that Qi Shang had some ability. Of course, he could have just guessed it. If you can solve this problem, I will admit that you have the qualifications to pursue Fairy Si Lu. These were the words in the letter. Once Qiao Si Lu was mentioned, Qi Shang could not hold it in anymore. What qualifications do I have? Is it up to you to decide? Wu Yi, I misjudged you. You shameless fellow. Qi Shang felt like he could see Fang Yuan standing in front of him, sneering in disdain, looking high and mighty. He had a strong impulse in his heart, he really wanted to tear Fang Yuan's face apart. He said he was sightseeing with Si Lu. I only had the chance to travel with Si Lu once. Damn it. This guy. Qi Shang paced around the study room, he gritted his teeth, feeling indignant. He just needed to exert some strength and crush the information path mortal goo. But after thinking about it, he resisted the urge. If I crush this goo, wouldn't that fulfill Wu Yihai's wish? Humph, he failed to make things difficult for me, he must be afraid of me, that's why he purposely said this. Right. If I give up, it might be the result he wants to see. No, I need to continue to win against him, to the point where he has nothing to say and cannot deny it. I need to let him know of my strength. Of course, to prevent him from acting shamelessly again, I need to spread this matter, the more people know, the better. Qi Shang had learned from his mistakes. Originally, this matter was due to jealousy. Qi Shang was slightly embarrassed, but now, for Fang Yuan, he went all out. This way, even if the situation worsened in the future, Qi Gui's responsibility would be lessened. After all, he did not hide the information. Qi Chuyu would also pay attention to the progress of this conflict while dealing with complicated affairs. After all, both sides had unusual identities. If this matter was not handled properly, it might escalate into a diplomatic conflict. Qi Shang is troubled, this Gu formation problem, it is beyond the abilities of a grandmaster. The report actually mentioned Fang Yuan's third formation path problem. Qi Chuyu was a great grandmaster, he only took a glance to see the details of this problem. Combining the first two problems, Wu Yihai should be trying to set up a Gu formation to manage his resources. But the person who thought of this Gu formation is too greedy, but his attainment level is too low, he cannot see through it. If I do not enlighten him, with Qi Shang's stubborn nature, he might keep on researching it, and get injured or even die from thinking too much. Is this Wu clan's scheme? Seeing through Qi Shang's foundation, they are purposely trying to get rid of our Qi clan's hope. With Wu clan's current situation, it is unlikely. But I cannot be careless. Qi Chuyu thought of this as a sharp light shined in his eyes, he muttered to himself, it seems that I need to make a move. A moment later, Qi Gui visited Qi Shang, bringing an information path immortal Gu from Qi Chuyu. First Supreme Elder instructed me to hand this immortal Gu to you personally. Qi Gui said. Qi Shang received this immortal Gu in a daze. After looking into it, his expression changed as he shouted in joy, this is the immortal inheritance of the secluded cultivator 2 Yuan back then. His earth, water, wind, fire, 4 elements formation is unique, there are no other inheritances. It is just that he is not famous, he is too low-key, very few people know of him. The first Supreme Elder actually gave this immortal Dao inheritance to me. I begged for it several times before, but I could not get it. In his excitement, Qi Shang immersed himself in this immortal true inheritance, ignoring the outside world. When he came to his senses and raised his head, a day had passed, it was already late at night. Time passes so quickly, When did Qi Gui leave? Forget it, forget it. Qi Shang's eyes shined with bright light, he could not be looked at directly. Qi clan's first Supreme Elder's true inheritance came at the right time, it was the right medicine for Qi Shang, giving him the best advice. Qi Shang was filled with respect and love towards Qi Chuyu. So First Supreme Elder has been paying attention to my matters. He saw that I was in trouble and immediately helped me. Is this considered cheating? Probably not. First Supreme Elder did not give me any advice, he only gave me a true inheritance. I was the one who thought of the inspiration for the solution. That's it. I have spent enough time, I need to use this time to solve this problem and teach Wu Yihai a lesson. Qi Shang was filled with excitement and motivation, activating the wisdom sweat formation again. Another 2 days passed, the Gu formation was broken, but Qi Shang walked out angrily. So this Gu formation problem is unsolvable. Wu Yihai, you tricked me like this. Too sinister, too crafty. Thankfully, I received First Supreme Elder's advice, I was able to see through this truth. Thinking of this, Qi Shang gritted his teeth, he had suffered a lot these days, he researched without rest. But the result was that this problem was unsolvable. Qi Shang felt that he was fooled by Wu Yihai, he was furious. But soon, he smiled, that's right, this problem is unsolvable, as long as I expose this truth, it will be my win. I can even expose it to Fairy Si Lu and let her see the sinister side of this Wu Yihai. Qi Shang immediately sent out 2 information path mortal Gu. Fang Yuan received 2 information path mortal Gu. The first one was from Xiao Si Lu. Xiao Si Lu's information path mortal Gu was not out of Fang Yuan's expectations, he looked at it with his consciousness and was a little puzzled. Next, he thought of something, he put down Si Lu's letter and went to look at Qi Shang's. Fang Yuan realized at once. This Qi Shang improved again, he actually learned to complain first, he told Xiao Si Lu the result of this challenge before sending the letter Gu to me. This is to prevent me from making a counterattack? He really improved a lot. Fang Yuan's smile gradually faded. The third result was out of his expectations. The Gu formation he created was unsolvable. This situation was very common. Before the deduction succeeded, any Gu recipe, killer move, or Gu formation that was created could not be solved, they could not succeed. They were just illusions, there was no possibility of success in reality. Some problems were unsolvable, it was obvious. But some of them were not like this. Especially formation path involved too many Gu worms and paths, it was very complex. Some ideas were not deduced to the end, they were unsolvable problems. Tripling the production, this result is too perfect, it is too realistic. Since there is no solution, I can only give up on my original idea and modify it in other ways. But forget it for now. I lost this challenge, I will invite Qi Shang to a banquet. This person is quite interesting. Regarding this banquet, Qi Shang did not even think about it, he agreed. His attitude was completely different from before. Earlier, he felt that Fang Yuan was too arrogant, he did not want to go. But now, he was the victor, in his opinion, this banquet was an apology banquet, he had to show the attitude of a victor, to admire the face of the loser. Thus, when he saw Fang Yuan, his first sentence was, Wu Yihai, are you convinced? Fang Yuan rubbed his nose, laughing, I am convinced, I am convinced. You are a genius, how can I not be convinced? Qi Shang was stunned, he did not expect Fang Yuan to have such an attitude, he actually admitted defeat. He was at a loss as to what to do. Because before this, he had thought of many ways to deal with Fang Yuan's shamelessness or sophistry. But now, Fang Yuan directly admitted his defeat, saying he was convinced. In just a few decades, he became a rank 7 Gu immortal. But even after becoming an immortal, he did not break away from his previous habits. He was still immersed in the array Dao and continued to study it. Day and night, he would cultivate in seclusion for years, even decades. The only shocking thing was that he pursued Xiao Si Lu with a firm attitude. When this news got out, Qi clan's jaws dropped, they learned that other than formation path, Qi Shang also liked women. When he obtained Wu clan's information, Fang Yuan felt that Qi Shang was an interesting person. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan used a special method to deal with Qi Shang. Earlier, he did not meet Qi Shang, it was Fang Yuan's scheme. Purposely challenging Qi Shang with a formation path problem was the next step of Fang Yuan's plan. This banquet was also part of Fang Yuan's plan. Qi Shang's performance was not out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner. Not long ago, Xiao Si Lu's letter was also within Fang Yuan's expectations. As one of the people involved, Xiao Si Lu had to express her attitude. Even though she did not say it, she told Fang Yuan about the first time she met Qi Shang. According to Xiao Si Lu, back then, she came to Qi clan with Xiao clan's mission. She was received by Qi clan's first supreme elder's son, Gu Immortal Qi Bang. Who knew that Qi Bang's words were frivolous, he purposely used the beautiful scenery to recite poems to tease Xiao Si Lu. Normally, Xiao Si Lu would not get angry. But back then, Xiao Si Lu was Xiao clan's envoy. Qi Bang's actions were disrespectful to Xiao clan. Xiao Si Lu harbored hatred in her heart. To deal with it, Xiao Si Lu purposely got close to Qi Shang. Qi Bang was Qi Chuyu's son. He was the next first supreme elder of Qi clan. He was second only to Qi Shang. No one dared to provoke him, except for the formation fanatic Qi Shang. Qi Shang did not know the details. He did not speak to Xiao Si Lu at first, but Xiao Si Lu purposely talked about formation path. She told him about some of Xiao clan's formation path records. Qi Shang was attracted, he was very interested. Xiao Si Lu used Qi Shang to deal with Qi Bang. Qi Bang was helpless, he could only apologize to Xiao Si Lu secretly. Xiao Si Lu successfully completed the clan's mission. She returned with great rewards. She also gained her most passionate pursuer, Qi Shang. Xiao Si Lu's letter gave Fang Yuan important information. He had a clear understanding of Qi clan's internal affairs. Qi clan's first supreme elder has a limited lifespan. He can no longer use lifespan Gu. But his son Qi Bang only became an immortal because of his protection. He is not talented enough. Qi Chuyu was well aware of his son's abilities, but he wanted him to become the future first supreme elder of Qi clan. So after realizing Qi Shang's personality and talent, he poured resources into him and groomed such a formation fanatic. As long as he has the formation fanatic's protection, Qi Bang has a high chance of becoming the next first supreme elder. And because of the formation fanatic's respect and admiration towards Qi Chuyu, he cannot escape from Qi Bang's control. Familial love, he. Xiao Si Lu's letter allowed Fang Yuan to see the internal politics of Qi clan. Because of these internal and external reasons, a talent like Qi Shang was created. At the same time, some of Fang Yuan's suspicions towards Qi Shang were resolved. Come. Wu Yi Hai, let me toast you. At this time, Qi Shang raised his wine cup towards Fang Yuan, interrupting Fang Yuan's thoughts. You're tuning in to the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.